HQ. XXL Nutrition is the most popular online supplement brand in Europe. Our proteins, pre-workouts, dietary supplements, and of course our sportswear is developed with the greatest possible care. We are known for providing the highest quality products and the best service. Daily, we are working with a motivated team on new developments, promotions, and quality control to serve our customers in the best possible way. XXL Nutrition is an established name in the B2B and B2C market. Therefore, we can also be found in many gyms, supplement stores, and supermarkets. Offering the highest possible quality is the foundation of our brand. Only the best ingredients and materials are used for our products. Everyone at our company has passion for health and fitness. That's why we want to provide our customers, and of course ourselves, with the best products. We prepare all orders in our own warehouse, which has the capacity to process more than 10,000 orders daily. Thank you for supporting XXL Nutrition. We are XXL, the most popular brand in sports nutrition.
Shuts you down.
Left, Champions with 20 still is.
Owen goes down, and the defense is holding on to Rodney and Liam only have to try and pull Clark down, but the tunnel won't last. All on the shoulder shoot right now.
Really, the drop is going to come through regardless, though. Oh, what a shot there from Morats, and what a second one as well. Turned around, well, no choice but to rush on in. Shoes gets one, unaware of the pro between two. What the Devils do? Trajano got a bit of the one time, makes the hop down, trying to catch his player, misses the shots on to Rooney, finds them eventually, and that's a man advantage that's much needed for Diaboli right now. RWL goes up.
But if not, you probably get twice control. That's the last time Boston was a lot of pressure on site. Leon going down. They get Raxo out. It's going to be last for Mark forever. That is exactly. Here comes the corner swing, and wow! Perfect time coming in from MP.
Onto the Monte is just so menacing as he walks up the stairs. The boss G will pick off Headbanner, and he tries to pick off Monte.
Down, which is huge. That's going to be already all but one extra off the border. Holy crap! The swing!
That blunder, he just got the comms, but that's not going to be the case. Big Steve is going to kick us off.
We cannot choose enough view that there will be no unfortunate chain link of events. And just as we speak of those stands another challenger, the floor is drawn there, the Rotero going to be popped. And the Legion looking for some trouble, and Donkey.
Staircase being swung from both sides. Just has to be prepared, pushing the blue, getting timed bit by bit.
McCain
goes down. Oh no, and Legion gets two places as well. Now it's
Need to be in a tough spot. Look at this, they've got the players on the free, but here's the Hawkins finds the shot.
3v3 now. New defenders like B site. 3v2.
early C4 pick at the skets anyway.
No, they haven't looked for it. No. They
No, coming forward, double kill for all red. It's only going to be left up to Monty, but no! They picked up the first, and was that a down? Was that two players? No, it was a team kill for RWL. This team and this DQ's landed the C4 in the wrong position. But they're able to find it. No, can they find the defuser? No, they can't. And Roberto is winning! This is over! So, it'll be interesting to see if it does prove to be valuable for either of these squads yet. As oh my god!
Welcome everyone, I'm your caster today, Star Drago, with our lovely Erebus. This is no longer Voltage League, this is Voltage Series, the last of the qualifiers today, Qualifier 3. Erebus, you excited for this?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely excited. We have a lot of Siege to be played here today, and I mean, we have a fantastic one to kick us off, but before that, can we just get a look at the standings to see where all of these teams stand, because this is the last qualifier and the top 16 teams will make it through. Obviously, at the top, we have our winners from Qual 1, as well as the winners from Qual 2. And some of the other teams have put themselves in some pretty good positioning to actually make it through. For example, John Terry, pretty much through, just needs to make sure that they don't slip up and let anything by. But I mean, Drago, how are the standings looking? Are there any surprises that you weren't necessarily expecting to see up here, or is it pretty much par for the course?
Well, ignoring the fact that we do have a team called Unknown, as always, it always happens. Teams that I was expecting to be like slightly higher up on the list are actually the bottom that might not qualify. And that's what brings the most joy yet fear. Because if they meet early enough, they could both go out. If they meet later, there's a chance they could both qualify. So this is where it's going to have to be important. One way or another, we just need the teams to give us great, exciting matches, give us good streams, and, fight, win, call their victories, call the shots, you know, give us what we want to see. Give us some good Rainbow Six Siege. Welcome. All right, now let's head on to the map bans. Wow. That was not what I was expecting to see for the first map pick.
Yeah,
Damn.
definitely an interesting one. Going to Clubhouse. Clubhouse is a fantastic map. Personally, I absolutely love Clubhouse. I love casting Clubhouse, even though it can be a little known, a little standard. Things can definitely get interesting. It depends on how teams choose to actually innovate, what they actually bring to the table. And it's going to be very interesting, obviously, with boys band cry starting on the attack. Obviously, that means that this was kind of, I guess, what they wanted, because it ended up going to the map pick of Soul's Heart Academy. So they want to play on the attack to start off with, which is definitely interesting. And Drago, what do you think is their thought process behind picking that?
Well, for boy bands, Cry must have some sort of attack strategy. They must have something they know they're ready for. But as I can tell you now, Soul's Heart Academy, they're just playing it with their hearts and souls. They're ready to go into it. And from what it sounds like, we're heading into the match very quickly. So we're going to give you a quick rundown of the players, player cards, things like that. So just listen, enjoy my voice. We have Parsifal, Skiff, Mighty, Silence, Axel on the side of Boys Band Cry. Does sound like a boy band name. And then we have Soul Hearts Academy for GNX and Aku. GNX and Aku, yep. Cheap, Dent, Kaz, Ashposa, Casposha, sorry, my mistake. And then Stout Bark, Rexy, and Pleedy. These are the old Team Coffin roster with a couple, new names thrown in. So we'll head straight into the match. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious about what these bands are going to end up being. I think Clubhouse has a couple bands that are fairly standard, as well as a couple bands that you can probably pick and choose depending on how exactly you want to play it. For example, Maverick can be a band if you want to. Depends how you want to actually play around the map. But going to start off with Kaid and Ace. These are two of the bands I was saying are probably going to be pretty standard. Ace is extremely powerful. You don't have to go up on the wall. You can open things up from pretty far distance, as well as having a really nice gun. The Kaid, obviously, for hatches. Basement bomb site is extremely powerful on this map.
And with that, we also lose Bandit and Habana. I feel like I'm being target banned. My two favorite operators being taken off the board so quickly. But again, we get to see going downstairs in action. Thermite, Capito, Striker, Monty, Zofia. A lot of these operators do have claymores, but they also have that extra hard breaching charge, meaning that this hatch will be opened. I believe Monty is the only one with EMPs. A quick load in, and let's see how this starts us off. Yep, two impacts, 3 C4s on the side of the defense, having Valkyrie, Mira, Smoke, Goyo, and Warden. having to be a little bit more prepared for any gunfights. It looks like Soul's Heart has a plan, and they're not going to let it slide. You want to try to go for a plant, you're going to have to get through that Qualifier. If you try to smoke plant, you've got the Warden to contest. But it looks like the attacks are ready for this. They've switched to Nomad, but then they've also switched for Blitz. And the Valkyrie can't seem to put it down. There we go.
Yeah, looks like maybe they were expecting a second floor start with the Thermite hover, but swapping over to the Nomad, don't want to have to deal with any of these roamers. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that we're seeing the Capitao, considering they should know that the Warden's on the other side, and we have a down early on. And this is exactly what they don't want to happen. The Capitao going down this early means none of its utility is going to be useful, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to secure that kill just yet, so they should be able to get him up, especially with the Bandit taking all of the space early on.
You're right about that, but I think they're too afraid of going to stock, but luckily Twitch is there to res the Capitao. Here's the problem they have right now. Capitao is kind of essential, especially for smoke and fire on the side of the attack. A lot of utility, you don't want to lose that early. HP, yes, it's okay to happen, but Blitz is just face checking everything upstairs. There's a lot of time about to be wasted, but they understand there's still two dangerous operators that they know are about. Here's the problem. Whether they push down the blue staircase, drop oil pit or not, they don't have the time really to be wasting here. When downstairs is the bomb site, they know this. A new number of C4s, utility, or anything else could ruin every plan. And there's a C4 below that if the Blitz rushes or doesn't get time to check it, will be their downfall.
Yeah, it looks like it might happen. No, he's trying to bait it. They must hear it. They must know with that drone there. The C4 is going to go out, but it's going to trigger the Goyo canister. So the Valkyrie, the plan has completely backfired. Took so much damage, and this Blitz is completely safe. The Blitz didn't take any damage whatsoever and is able to take all of the space.
That is a lot of, like, just pressure on the side of the defense now being given. Because not only is that a Goyo canister wasted early, that's a C4 off the board. They understand this. And a Twitch actually destroyed that pipe. I've never realized. That's a massive thing I've just not noticed. But for now, they have to go for this drop in church, but a C4 does ring out, dealing a bit of damage, just a little chip, down to the striker. Oh, if it only could have got the Capitao, that could have been a massive pick, but for now, they have to set on clearing as much utility as possible, smokes and impacts coming out. The smoke grenade is going to end up killing the striker, actually only downing him. He got away just in time. Blitz now being finished by the Goyo. Striker somehow still alive, just barely on the cusp. There we go, finally finished by the smoke. It becomes 5v2 with 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and all of these defenders just hunkered down, ready for this hatch drop. The Twitch just spamming this Nomad eventually does have to drop, has a Pearson in the sights and able to find the kill. Looked like it wasn't going to happen just yet, but the drop comes through and the bullets ring out true, and down they go. The Twitch all that's left, but not for much longer as the Twitch falls in a beautiful round from the defense here.
Just having a small hiccup. You're gonna have to give us 2 seconds. But as you can see, we have Capitao Monty on the side of the attack, but Mute, Castle, Warden, and Goyo and Mozzie. They won the defensive half for downstairs, so now it's time to go upstairs. But they don't have an interwall denial except for Mute. So right now they really have to play with impact tricks or going for the gun skill.
Yeah, definitely interesting first round. I mean, they managed to get the Capitao back up, but in the end, they just weren't able to get any meaningful map control. Yes, they got upstairs, they got the first floor, they even got main stairs, but they couldn't really convert it into anything useful. And I mean, if we're going to continue to see this trend, Drago, then I'm going to be a little concerned for the rest of their attack. And yes, Clubhouse is quite a defender-sided map, generally speaking, but you got to be able to put up some rounds to give yourself a chance when you do end up onto that defensive side.
You're right about that, and the fact that we're in this position doesn't make it a lot better. I do like how they've set up site. It is the standard castle strat, make sure everything's opened, but it's also like they're planning to play for the aggression in the gunfight. They're not overextending, which might end up being their downfall, because they're only going to hold cash, and having those long angles in the garage could be disastrous. But Striker getting toe tapped right now. This Warden becoming an absolute menace for the defenders. It's lucky that they do have the CC control, but there's another Qualifier ringing out. Stopping the Monty, just barely pushing him off the side. For now, they have a lot of people low again.
And it's going to be really difficult for them to actually break through here. A lot of damage being dealt. A lot of Goyo canisters to actually get through here as Monty pushes up. Looks like one of those pipes going to be destroyed here as an impact going to come through. It is going to deal quite a bit of damage to that Montaigne as the wall does get opened up. The Montaigne falls by a C4, and that's absolutely fantastic. That's exactly how they wanted to start this on the defensive side for this gym and bedroom defense.
You're right about that. In fact, that we have to see this coming out. We have the Warden getting quick peeked by the Cavatar, taking off his head, making it a 4v4. I'd still say a 4v3 with the dead man walking, but for now, Goyo is still playing the aggressive angle here.
Yeah, and the Striker hasn't used any util whatsoever. Still has 2 EMPs, still has 2 pocket breaches as a kill does come through here. Silent, able to pick one up onto Zaknu. I have no idea how to pronounce that, but I'm just going with it as we go into a 4v3. So man advantage here for the side of Boys Band Cry. Still have some utility to use, has 2 smokes left on the Capitao, no charges whatsoever for the Zofia. So the Zofia is just going to have to use that fantastic gun of hers to try and cut through this defense, but nobody's really over-peaking. Nobody's overextending here as everything kind of just goes quiet as they go into Moto. As Castle's going to be the first point of contact here as the flash comes through. No, in fact, it is going to be the shotgun on the Mute, able to take down 2 players on extremely low HP. Have to try and find their way in. There's still a player over on the balcony, on those windows, trying to make an impact here off of the extraction maybe of these players over from this construction, over from this Moto. As one smoke goes out, the second smoke goes out, as well as the Castle able to win the heads-up gunfight as another gunfight goes in favor of the defense, and Dent finds the last 2 kills, and another round easily going in favor of the defense.
You're right about that. I do feel like that's just a bit of bad luck. Every round being punished by simple mistakes. But that's what Soul's Heart seems to be planning. They seem to be taking each part of the strategy and shutting down as much as they can early, then falling back to site, giving a good turtle. And because Boys Band don't attack site directly, it's slowing down and wasting a lot of time shutting them out. Yes, they're getting a lot of site control, map control, but they're not able to utilize it very well at the moment. I'm hoping they've got some sort of plan to change it up now.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, fantastic rounds out of Soul's Heart. It kind of brings me reminiscence of the 20-second meta where you burn util at the beginning of the round, you try and make it as difficult as you can for the attackers rather to get each piece of the map, and then by the time it comes down to the execute, the attackers don't have any utility to push the defense out of their power positions. The Mute was completely left alone to just sit in Moto, sit in that gold vault area, and just kind of wreak havoc on the attackers. The shotgun, if you're trying to swing that shotgun on the Mute, you are not going to get anything done. And that's exactly what happened. The Mute was able to completely nullify any kind of execute that Boys Band Cry was trying to implement.
You're right about that. And with this delay for the Asami sitting upstairs, they cannot just rush it as they've been doing. They've normally just been taking cows without worry. But now they have a different problem. Sophia's going to try to go for the charge and hopefully try to get anything on the wall just to make life even easier. But it's not going to work out in my favor. It is stopped, though, I believe, by the Jaeger, who shoots the breach charge. Yes, he was able to stop it from going off just at the last second. And now the attack has to be worried about any flanks or any shots to ring out. There's 3 people watching that window. Jaeger cannot go for this again, so utility is gonna have to waste it.
Yeah, it's going to be huge because they're not going to be able to get open the second hole. And usually the reason why you open those garage spots up is because you can actually look up towards the window on rafters as well as any possible rotate hole, as well as the bottom rotate from underneath the rafters. And it makes it extremely difficult for the defense. It puts a lot of pressure on them, but we might have a gunfight here. Monty running carelessly around, but doesn't end up getting paid. And the Jaeger actually is going to pay the price for it. A kill did go over towards the side of Soul's Heart, so it is going to remain a 4v4. It was a trade on opposite sides of the map, as a lot of this util coming through here. One of those F-Nots going to get destroyed by this Montaigne, as it looks like they might be going for a Reds push or going up underneath the rafters as the up from up top of the rafters. They saw the Frost map, but they didn't know about the holes. The Frost able to get the pick regardless of the util. An absolute blunder there, losing the Montaigne.
The fact that they have not broken the Sasami barriers yet, so that Frost is still there to help with the Fenrir and just keep shutting down anyone trying to walk through that lobby. But right now, we're gonna have a lot more to worry about, because the moment that breaks, not only does Thermite have a line of sight, so does the Zofia. They have to think about this, play smartly. Can the attackers use it to shut down? Yes. But they won't be able to stun or use any gadgets because the Jaegers are there.
Yeah, and one thing to mention, the Mute still having that C4, so any kind of smoke, which they don't even have, any kind of flash, push through, get to the server rack, and then try and drop that diffuser might just be met with an explosion, as the first kill does come through. A double kill for Skip on the round. There's only 6 seconds left. They have to push through as no, the shotgun not going to quite ring out. The diffuser has to go down. It's a 2v2, and this diffuser gets stopped, and it goes to the clock. The clock, the ultimate equalizer, and the defense ends up pulling through in a flurry of chaotic utility and gunshots ringing out. And I have a quick question for you, Drago, and I'm going to have a follow-up question afterwards. In your mind, what do you think the best way to get rid of any kind of player on rafters is? And here's a hint. If the enemy team has a dock, you have to be a little bit more careful about how you do it.
Yes, you do, because Doc can survive the Cavita fire on the bridge if he plans it out correctly. So,
and here's my follow-up question. When they have brought Capital the last 2 rounds, why did they not bring Capital on the one round where it would have the most possible impact?
Well, I'm gonna have to say they had a different idea. They knew they were always bringing the Sami, and they were worried that they might bring something else. Like, as you can see, they're hiding a Clash this time. I've noticed that Boys Band doesn't actually drone as heavily as they should, or they're not sacrificing the drone. They always have drones alive. Like, as you can see, there's one finally taken out. They know where the objective is. That's enough information for them. It seems to be the case. As you can see, all the drones are now set up upstairs around site in different places. They're not on drone sites. They don't know what operators they're up against, so it's coming out to hurt them in the long run.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Some better drone usage, maybe some better coordination with some utility burning, because, I mean, last round, yes, there was a Jaeger on the other side, and those Jaeger ADSs can get rid of those Capital bolts, but you also had a Sophia last round where you could have burned the charges of the ADSs to actually get a firebolt down on top of those rafters, as we might see a gunfight here. Ooh, the timing not quite there, but he's gonna peek, shoots the leg, not quite any damage though. So it is just gonna be another piece of information that this Blackbeard has to be aware of to actually deal with in that zombie, because that window is actually broken open, can actually peek through. The nade gonna come out. The Clash also paired up here, as it looks like they're just gonna accept. They're gonna waste both of the Blackbeard nades, or rather one of the Blackbeard nades. I'm not entirely sure where that other nade came from. Oh, the Striker, rather. The Striker used one of the nades, so they are still going to have 2 nades, but they already wasted 2 nades already, as this Clash is going to prove absolutely fantastic for this defense and waste so much time with just 1:50 left on the clock.
I also do like the fact that Warden's got the shotgun just pointing directly straight up through the floor. Anyone, especially the Blackbird, who tries to walk over that shield's still not going to be able to keep you safe. Now everyone does have to back up this. Oh, the Clash finally gets down and burns you to the fire, but they are going to try to answer back with their own. Unable to get the pick though, just because of the Blackbird shield keeping them alive. A lot of time wasted, but there's a Ying flash, rings out, does get another pick onto the Asami. That becomes a 3v5 with a minute left.
Yeah, it was a great job from the side of Soul's Heart to actually waste so much time, but they've lost so many members, 2 members, the Azami as well as the Clash, due to that. And you see an Impact go out, gonna pop the, I believe that was the pipe and not actually a Goyo canister. I could be wrong, but managing to kill off that drone. And I mean, I don't really know if that's worth it. They still have 6 drones left as a gunfight coming through here. Still a player up on this first floor, gonna distract the striker just a little bit and just make it a little bit tougher for this attack to actually go for this execute. And there's 35 seconds left and they're finally going into dirt. Yes, it has been opened up, but this flank, no, Skiff able to take down Chep, which means it's going to be a 5v2. You have that player upstairs, but there's only 1 player left towards site. That's going to be the Goyo. This gun can prove absolutely lethal if he can make usage of it, but no, the capped out fireball able to find the headshot, able to find 2 headshots, and all of the kills go in favor of Soul's Heart in a clean sweep in the 2v5. They managed to pull it back and win the round in spectacular fashion.
Oh, that was... That 3k at the end just made me think of, this is why I love Siege. The fact that, yes, he's playing the off angle, gets the perfect pick onto one of the players in dirt, sees the Blackbird, goes for the thing, just times it perfectly to clip his ear as he's trying to do the shield juggle, and then swings the Habana who's trying to hopefully go for the player at the end. That's not how it works in Siege. It's so unpredictable. There's fights you should lose, but in this case, you win those, especially having that angle, especially having the Vector. That fast fire rate is a menace, and I can't wait for it to be buffed. And the Goyo just planting another one. They're not worried about the denial anymore. I think this is specifically just, all right, we're going to have mute drones, we're going to have mute gadgets, we're going to have everything. Sorry, Valkyrie cams and mute jammers. Wow, my brain. But it's what we want to slow down the attackers, have the frost mats and off places to catch the multi if he tries to rush again like he did last time. And now they're going to hold CCTV. They're showing their adaptability and they're showing their adversities and plays. Time to be aggressive. Time to shut them out completely.
Yeah, and I can't even hate on the way that Boys Band Cry utilized their utility last round. It was a fantastic job to utilize the Firebolt to put the Goyo in a really tough scenario, but when it came down to the gunfights, to the heads-up gunfights and where that player would actually be forced to go to, it just felt like Boys Band Cry's players just weren't fully prepared for what the Goyo was going to do. And really, you have to be ready for that. You know that he has to get out of that Firebolt, maybe by jumping on top of the box or walking around towards the blue angle. You have to be ready for those angles and deal the damage to him necessary to get him down and get rid of him, as well as the fact that you were talking about it before, the drone usage. They didn't have a drone watching the flank, even though they knew that there was a player on the back, as we had a Deimos quick rush and ping, dealing a little bit of damage, but Rexy going to make it out alive, and a little bit of damage going back over towards this Deimos means that this Deimos has to back off, but no, Dent able to pick up the kill with Valkyrie on the flank, and these flanks have been absolutely devastating as Skiff goes down again. And my god, fantastic work from Soul's Heart, ready for the quick aggression as another kill comes through. And it's just going bad from worse. And Boys Band Cry in a really tough position here.
And with that, they run back. The fact that Soul's Heart understand the timing and understand what they have set, they don't have to worry. Frost still had a Frostmat in pocket and now put it in the bathroom. They've already droned it, so they know it's clear. They're just leaving the side of CC. They don't need to control it anymore. They've done their damage. A minute got left. And the attackers don't know what's clear and what's not. This is the phantom pressure I'm talking about. Nobody's droning. They're just going to have to push in, wasting utilities like flashes, and just on a hope. no one's there to contest you. They don't know this, though. So, as you can see, they finally started checking. They finally realizing they have to take pressure. But they're face checking everything. They have 3 drones and 1 still in the pocket of Striker.
Yeah, an absolutely terrifying round to be on the side of Boys Band Cry, but that drone, I believe, did spot out the mute here, so they are going to be aware that there are 2 players in this moto area, as you do have to manage to clear it, though, in this mute, yet again, with the shotgun in just about the same position as... Wait, maybe the drone didn't actually spot him, as the mute's going to swing and take down Axel as the flurry of utility coming through, but the kills are all going in favor of Soul's Heart Academy, as Silence has to manage something, able to find the first kill, not quite able to find anything else, goes down. There wasn't any time to find the last 2 kills anyways, and Soul's Heart are going to take a commanding 5-0 lead.
That is not the position you want to be put in, especially this early. The fact that, yes, that was their defensive house, so they should be able to hold it the best. Clubhouse is a test of how well do you know Siege and how well can you memorize strats and maps. But as you can see from the scoreboard, it's not looking good for them. 2 more rounds for the side of them with only 1 attack. That is not how you want it to be, because this boy band will start crying, and it's all just going to have to go one direction. That wasn't intentional. I apologize.
I see what you did there, and not a fan. Anyways, but yeah, we saw the scoreboard just a little bit ago, and I mean, there are 2 players on Boys Band Cry with 0 kills, surprisingly, both with 2 assists, however, 0, 5, and 2 for the both of them. So, I mean, definitely not a scoreline, definitely not a statistic you want to be seeing for their side, and I mean, you really need to see something out of Boys Band Cry. They need some momentum here. They need to pick it up, get this round, win it with style, win it handedly. Otherwise, we're just going to go to the next half. That is going to be in difficult straits where Soul's Heart, all they need to do is just pull a random just pocket strat out and they just win the game.
Well, you're talking about random pocket strats. How about a rush strat with the Blackbird? Maybe trying to push this player out. But for now, they have to remember that there's that Frost holding that long angle as well, as now a Legion. I do like the fact Boy Band has changed up their rotate, but it's not going to work out in their favor, losing the Grim. We have 2 donuts on the side of the attacker, and the fact that they've just now lost the Buck as well. But they do answer with their own. Axel finally getting his kill, eating his donut, and taking out the Jaeger. It's a huge flank pick, but it's not the operator they want to take. For now, they have to worry about everything in the holes above, everything in garage. But it's a 3v4 on what could be the penultimate round.
Yeah, and the holes through the floor almost ringing true as the Azami almost got her head taken off, but likewise the Blackbeard almost got his as well, as this round is just stalling out. So many kills coming through in the early seconds of the round, but after that, as we see, there's nobody in the building for the attackers. They haven't really put a dent in the defense of Soul's Heart. Yes, they've opened up the wall. They've gotten a hole open in the garage wall as they do both jump through. The goo mine is going to tick onto the Blackbeard. Going to be able to take that out. Going to spot these next 2 goo mines. Oh, not quite. Not exactly sure why that goo mine. Well, you know, sometimes Ubisoft has some spectacular things like indestructible goo mines that end up getting triggered somehow. I'm very confused about that one. Anyways, it's going to be an extremely tough push to try and get on top of red. That nade is going to do virtually nothing because this position is not going to be able to get covered as Rexy able to take down the first. It's going to be up to this Blackbeard to push up the stairs. The striker is going to be joining this Blackbeard, so a little bit more firepower coming through here, but they haven't dealt with the Frost in Garage. And the Frost is just going to peek through. Down the red stairs comes the Legion, and Rexy is impenetrable, as well as that singular goo mine that he pocketed and dropped down on that blue area in a 6-0 half. Definitely not the way that Boys Band Cry wanted to start out this qualifier.
You're right about that, and the fact that we do get to see, yes, Siege is a defense favorite game to a degree, but the attack always have a chance. Now, removing the Maverick from the board and removing the Kaid shows that they're not letting any tricks slide. They have done their research on what great utility and great operators are on Clubhouse, but they don't know how the opposition like to attack it. They haven't got that round to risk. If they lose even one attack on it, it's over. Ace and Mira now being taken off the board. Safe bans for the side of the attack and for the side of the defense, just to shout out anything they want to possibly do. But smart move. A tactical timeout, especially at this crucial moment, is essential.
Yeah, a little bit interesting to see the tactical timeout come out now after losing those 6 rounds on attack. I mean, surely you would have imagined that they would have called that earlier on, maybe after the first rotation of the bomb sites, after they went down 0-3, maybe a tactical timeout might have brought this one back, but going on to the defense, you have a little bit of a chance here. Yes, it is defender-sided, but not this defender-sided. Usually we see 3-3 splits or even 4-2 splits, but not 6-0 splits. Usually if you see a 5-1 or 6-0, the map is basically done and dusted. Soul's Heart have done a fantastic job so far of just completely nullifying everything that Boys Band Cry wants to do. They have an angle for everything that Boys Band Cry wants to push. They have utility for everything that Boys Band Cry wants to try and use their own utility for, or even push through. They've used these Goyo canisters perfectly. They've used these mute jammers perfectly. They've even used the mute shotgun perfectly. For the side of Boys Band Cry, they're not going to have the Mira, they're not going to have the Kaid. For the side of Soul's Heart, they're going to have the Hibana, so those hatches are going to get opened up. They have the Deimos to track down all of these players, and they have the Blackbeard to push in. Drago, for Boys Band Cry to actually bring this one back, what do you think the mindset has to be here for them to try and claw this one back, get some momentum rolling, and try and win this map?
Well, at the moment, from what we can see, yes, they're doing well. They've worked hard, but to claw this back, you need a flawless defense. You need to make sure that you catch off the attackers with hyper aggression in times when you need it, but then also be able to slow them. But that might not work out for them. This Blackbeard might just go for the rush. Not even worry about it, because they have 6 rounds to risk. Might be dropping in, going with the Mario and just rushing site. But at the moment, they've droned it out. They've got the objectives clear. They know where it is. They've chosen Hibana, so hatches will be open. There's no Kaid to stop them. But now, they're in the worst state they can possibly be, leaving those operators on the table. Especially for Kitchen. And Mute getting a little tag from Buxy for he's pre-placed it and wasted it. He has to pick it up, but he's risking his own life doing so. He does survive. Now we have to worry. There's a minute left. About 2 minutes left, and now they're gonna have to see what they can get away with. Sasami also bringing out shots while getting tagged.
Yeah, and the Echo drones going to give a lot of information, so it is possible to know the leg being spotted from the Echo. The Echo is taking so much damage as Parsifal almost has his life taken while on the drone. And no, he peeks it. Why do you peek it? You know that the holes are there. You know they know where you are. You need to just ask for help, as we see an Iron Sight MP7 for the Fenrir here, as we're coming down to the last minute and 20 seconds, and this is looking fantastic for Soul's Heart to close it out here in a 7-0 fashion. They already have the Echo off the board. Those drones, if up, yes, they might be able to give information out, but they aren't going to be able to be moved. They aren't going to be able to stun out any of these players. As we see, the Grimby's going to come out, not going to quite spot anybody, but no, this drone is perfect to spot out this Azami.
They go for the drop, which does keep them safe, but the Fenrir Goo mine is going to be, sorry, the FNet mine is going to be able to shy people. It does help that the Asami has been taken out early. That's a huge pick, especially the fact she still had some kunais in her back pocket. But there's a Mute Jammer stopping any plan he could have. He can set it up first, but he does not have the EMPs because he brought hard breaching tools. But now it's going to have to come up to either the Striker or the Blackbeard having nades, but he's wasted them. So now they're just going to have to walk down while this Bulletproof stares at them. See, the call out comes out, and no, does not get the kill into Blackbeard, and Blackbeard was not able to destroy the wall. Brings out 30 seconds for people going down one after another, and a third one. Soul's Heart ended flawlessly and a 7-0.
Yeah, fantastic match there out of Soul's Heart, and for the side of Boys Band Cry, I mean, they really did give it their all. They tried their best to make it happen, but in the end, it just wasn't enough. Soul's Heart was just so much better today, and I have to mention today, because any team can be any team on any given day. It just depends who is better on that given day. And for the side of Soul's Heart, congratulations, you had the quickest match possible to make it to the next round. And for the side of Boys Band Cry, they are eliminated from this qualifier, and I do believe they aren't going to be making it past the qualifiers. Unfortunate for them, but hopefully they keep it up in other tournaments and try and come back next time with a vengeance, with some better strategies, some better coordination, as well as practice, because practice is perfect, or at least as close as you possibly can be. And for the side of Soul's Heart, well, they get to wait a little bit and go into their next match as soon as it's ready. But in the meantime, we are going to go for a short break and be back with your next match as soon as it's ready. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
Hello.
Welcome back, everybody. Just a short break because we got matches flying fast and hot. Our next match is going to be, again, in the round of 64. We have Wallace and Gromit up against Rocks Horizon. Now, Drago, I know you were mentioning during the break these two teams have played each other quite a few times in the past, including a match that was extremely close, went down to the wire. So hopefully no more 7-0s on the rest of the day. And hopefully that's not a cast or curse either, as, I mean, we definitely don't want that, Trago.
You're right about that. I'd be terrified of that happening. But let's start off with map bans. Wallace and Gromit versus Rocks Horizon are two great teams, so I'm sure we'll see something a little bit more interesting. But, you know, it's map bans. When it comes to it, it's always something spectacular, and I am wrong. The first ban just had to be my favorite. Border's gone, Layer's gone, Clubhouse gone. Instead, we get Cafe. I can't have anything I want today. But
Cafe Dostoevsky.
My perfect
beautiful
box.
map. The most beautiful map in all of Siege. It is personally my favorite map, but maybe I'm a little biased towards the old Bolo TSM days, but gone are those days. But Cafe still remains, as hopefully we can get in this map very shortly and see what these two teams have on offer, because they picked Cafe for a reason. And hopefully that reason is going to be innovation, excitement, and pure, raw, beautiful, aggressive Siege.
So there's two things I want to interest you in. Do you want to hear the player lineups? Do you want to hear the team lineups, team cards? Or are you afraid? Is this something that's going to terrify you? Hearing that not only is Wallace and Gromit the old A7 roster, so you've got Solar, you've got James, you've got Ducky, you've got Runny, you have M-Tray, you have Peniche, you've got Heaven, you have Loeske, yep, who's the manager. But now we get to go into the match and see the players. We've got Rocks Horizon having BMS, Fire, Bolo, Sori, PVX, and APAC and MIDI. This is what we were wanting to see. I love Cafe. It's so beautiful, so pretty. It looks like somewhere I could live if there wasn't giant gas canisters everywhere.
Yeah, and the map, or the operator bans coming through. Monty, definitely a good ban. Pain to actually have to deal with the Monty when going down into that kitchen. Azami also an absolute pain to have to deal with in the fortress that she can build. Blitz and Clash going to be the other bans. So 3 shield bans for these two squads. They don't have to deal with it. As we see Rooney in chat, fear or respect. I think it might be a little bit of both, because you always are just screaming at Ubisoft, why are shields so oppressive? Why are they so broken? And then you have players that just somehow bring the best out of those shields and make them even more oppressive. And you're like, why? Why does this game do this to me? Anyways, to the actual match, we have Aurora. So kind of, or not Aurora, rather a Scopos, thinking of the other icon that looks very similar on the other side, but kind of like a shield, except you can teleport to it. We see the Warden and the Echo. The Echo can be very powerful on this kitchen bomb site as well.
You're right about that, and we get to see some nice upstairs plays as well. Something you gotta realize as well, when you're holding this top floor, protect downstairs, there's too many options for the attackers. You have to limit their options, limit their choices, and make sure that they can't stop whatever your plan is. And the fact that we have a perfect Blackbeard drone just sitting behind the Scopos, meaning they already know, they can see that he's there, and they have to just plan ahead. Right now, no one's going to want to destroy it.
I do want to mention, Aurora was actually brought for the attackers, so technically I wasn't wrong in calling Scopos Aurora.
Right, but that you were just talking about the attackers. You're so excited, but for now we get to see that 417 ring out. Some of the smoke utility being wasted. Here we go. They've already pushed in, taken bakery control. That wall is theirs and free. And once this war gate comes down, they'll have small bakery as well. Even more utility about to be wasted. Oh, lightly tapping a foot. Rooney is on half health. That is painful to see. But for now, they are clear. Just clear as much utility as they want to clear upstairs and push in. Look, Heavy's phone calls out, stopping any operator trying to switch, trying to make any rotates. Oh no, what have I just seen? So, Moose got a little jammer in his pocket if nobody's noticed. He's just sitting on it. He makes absolutely sure nobody can call his up one.
Yeah, he dropped it down, made sure to get rid of the phone call. I believe the Scopos was also on a mute jammer because we didn't see that phone call last for very long on that Scopos, as the defense just holding on to this onto this second floor with their lives, and it's wasting so much time off the clock. We see a little bit of damage coming through for both of these sides, and the first kill going to come through here. Solar able to pick up Fire and take him down, as Balu going to take a bit of damage as well, drop down to about 40 HP. Nitrocell going to go out, not quite going to connect onto anything, as there is still a minute left on the clock, and this second floor hasn't been completely cleared yet. This mute, the phone call is actually ringing out, but no, they aren't aware. They didn't hear it. Able to take down Solar, and that's going to even up this man count. This Blackbeard has to go hunting now, has to try and deal with this mute. The mute's going to go down. It's actually Ducky that takes him down on the Ash from the windows, going to drop down now with 35 seconds left on the clock. But no, behind the bar, the Scopos of Balu able to take down Heaven. That's going to mean there is no more Jokobi on the board. Don't have to deal with that whatsoever. But there is going to be a Blackbeard pushing down and trying to take control. Ducky able to find 2 kills. That's a triple kill on the round. Balu is all that's left. Has to deal with this Blackbeard. Gets pushed down to the ground as Rooney runs him over and cleans up the round for the attackers.
I do love that shield charge to go through walls and go through barricades, but when it comes to the time where it's time for you to melee a Blackbeard, it's so oppressive. As you said, there's some people who can just use shield ups amazingly well. Blackbeard is definitely going to have to be the next ban for the side of Walls and Grumman. So, the side of the defense, though, I'm hoping to see, since Kaid's not being used as effectively as I had hoped, might end up being Mozzie or Maestro. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the next round of bans do bring us, but we are quite a few rounds away from that. We're going upstairs to that second floor of Train and Mining, or Mining and Dining, rather. And Train is the one in between that these defenders are going to have to hold on to and make sure that they have complete control over, because if they do lose ground there, then it means it's going to be a lot more difficult. It's going to be a lot more split up to actually hold on to these bomb sites. The Maestro can definitely be very useful, but not for the defense, as the Brava has been brought along here. And so those Maestro cams might actually know the Brava's not actually going to get bringed. It got swapped at the very last second. So those Maestro cams are going to be crucial for this defense and making sure that they can hold on to the space and control utility.
You're right about that, but they still have alternative ways of getting rid of it, especially that Ash charge and an Ace canister if you want to waste it. But for now, they have to clear out as much of sight as possible, clearing as much of upstairs, just causing a little bit of mayhem and havoc. Hatches have not been opened yet, Ash, so you're going to have to wait before you try to hot drop. Now it comes out to who's prepared and who is not. Those Mozzies are going to be pests for the drones, and just got to shut them out completely. If you do not drone, you're going to be in trouble. But if it's taken by the attackers, you're in a worse state than ever. Now they're being prepared for any run-outs. They see that there is a player downstairs watching side, so they can't just go for a jump in. Somebody is watching from above. Oh, Grim has his gadget. As everyone knows, it can bounce twice now, and the long angle is opened by Ash. You can see the Kaid barely missing his shots. But there we go. They've cleared up as much as they can of red and top. A minute and a half left. Hopefully things will get electric soon, but likely it's time for a rush.
Yeah, and I'm not exactly sure what the Grim is looking at with the canister. The door is still closed as the shots ring true, as Rooney able to find the opening kill with minute 30 left on the clock. That's a perfect time. They have to deal with all of these angles. This wall being opened up means that they can hold such a long angle as PRVX able to take down the Ash, meaning those Ash breaches not going to come in handy. I know one was already used, but not quite sure about the rest, as the Maestro cam proving absolutely diabolical here, dealing so much damage onto Rooney, and another one from a different angle, the wall being opened up. That's beautiful Maestro play, as it's into a 2v2, as one kill was found by the Ace onto player on the defense, meaning it's all going to be up to this shotgun of the Mute as well as the Maestro, with all of these cams. I believe all 3 cams still up and available. Yes, all 3 cams up and available, and all of them have angles into the default plant spot, as it's going to come out and deal so much damage, as M-Tray going to get this diffuser down. Is hidden from all of these Maestro cams. No, the C4 not quite going to go through the doorway. It's going to get shot out, so not actually going to ring up. But no, the kill comes through. The Malusi, I believe, able to slow down this player. And from every angle, it's just not possible, as the Mute picks up the final kill, a quad for the round. And a beautiful picture-perfect way to play this defense, which, I mean, honestly, Drago, I've never seen it played this way before, and it's absolutely perfection, and it's what I love the most about this map. There's always these cool, quirky ways to play the map that nobody else has thought of.
That has to be now my favorite way to hold that specific map site. But now I'm learning a lot, especially the fact that I'm taking that. That's mine. Looking at how they play this out, I've wondered 2 quick things. As you can see, those Maestro cams were helping. They had lines of sight for days. But Ash didn't get rid of it. Either she didn't know or didn't see it, or did not have the utility to be able to waste it. They burned it on the wall, which ended up becoming the biggest downfall. Now, we're just going to have to hope and see they've got something for these castles. Maybe a sledge, maybe a Thatcher, because he's still on the table. You got to remember that. There's a lot of operators who can deal with gadgets at the moment, but there's not a lot of operators that you can just wildly waste.
Yeah, and the castle being brought along here. No Maestro for this particular bomb site. It is a lot more difficult to get those along sight lines, and it is more important to actually reinforce off most of those walls. We see the Valkyrie going to be brought along, so you're still going to have those cameras for information, and we're not going to see a IQ being brought on, but we are going to see this Bravo being brought on this time around, where it might have helped tremendously last round. Yes, there was a Mozzie on the board last time, but you can deal with those. You can find out where they are. You can throw your drone, your Bravo drones, past where those Mozzie pests are. And no, the Oryx going down so early as Rooney able to pick up yet another first kill. That's going to be massive. You're not going to have to worry about those hatch jump ups or anything like that from that player, as the Capitao going down early is just, or even more so, as drastic as the Oryx going down. That utility is so impactful.
You're right about that, especially when it comes to the impact from these teams. Bravo, sadly, does get shot out, but that is a smart way to counter the Maestro cams, counter the Valkyries, and especially because Bulletproofs have 1 EMP shot. It's a great help. Now they can clear this top flare hold and hopefully get this Fender out of the corner. But for now, oh no, can we get it?
I'm not quite sure if they know that he's there yet, so yep, it sounds like they do know exactly where he is, so you might see a gunfight coming through here as a flash. Gonna go down through here. The castle, though, swings. Rooney's able to pick up a kill. Solar's able to pick up a kill, as well as Ducky gets Rooney's trade onto Balu, which means it's gonna be a 3v1. The Kaid is all that's left up and available. This gun can definitely do work, deal so much damage, as these players already, but no, Solar is able to find the head. And it's going to be another round going in favor of the attack here. And just a really well-coordinated round there out of Wallace and Gromit.
You're right about that, and my heart has to work for the Kai, trying to go for the Jail Peak to see if he can bait out the first few shots. But he just lines up perfectly. As we said, here comes the ban. I'm calling it Blackbeard. Bravo, Valkyrie. Wow, they'd rather get rid of the Bravo and get rid of their biggest op. Well, actually, I guess that makes sense. They've been using Maestro a lot and Echo. This might be a gateway into leading them having to more strats. But there's always a way to get rid of more than one. There's more than one way to get rid of Maestro, and I think they've answered it with a few shorts. They know they're going kitchen. It's time for the change up. It's time for the setup. No more Valks, no more utility for audio. Let's just blow things up.
I'm very confused by these bans. I feel like the Valkyrie wasn't that impactful, and if you really think that the Valkyrie is an absolute menace and you don't want to have to deal with it, then just bring an IQ. I feel like the Maestro has been the impact operator for the side of Rocks Horizon. I feel like the Maestro is the character that you are going to have the most trouble dealing with. Yes, the Ash charges can deal with it. Yes, technically the Fuse can deal with it as well. But if those Maestro cams are in awkward positions where it's not necessarily a spot you want to use a Fuse cluster on, maybe your Ash can't actually get to a spot where you can get rid of the Maestro cam, or maybe the Ash dies early on. I feel like the Maestro has had and will have much more impact than the Valkyrie ever will have.
You're right about that, and the fact that we do get to see this time being used wisely now. We get to see the Fuse Shield, which I was not expecting, as you assume the AK, but never mind. A beautiful pick. That is the Vector off the board. No more Goyo here, but Sledgehammer can open those hatches regardless. So here comes our biggest threat. I'm not sure if you realize, but having lost the Vector, your main gunner for this team seems to be the problem again. Apex and Fire still doing anything. There's time. They have been caught out twice. Ducky's just relaxing. I think he's going to go get a cup of tea.
Yeah, Ducky taking a little bit of a break, maybe thinks that his teammates are doing fine. I mean, the Buck really not that useful in the very early stages of the round, but once you get that map control, that Buck needs to start tearing open the floor, especially on this kitchen bomb side as BMS playing dangerously here, close to the fire. A drone on him as well, so they know exactly where this player is. As we see a player just on the other side of that blue fence just has to pop up from laying down. I'm not entirely sure why the castle is still alive. It's Ducky's cam. I'm not sure Ducky's actually here. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but they're dealing with what has been given to them so far. The Sledge able to open this up. They know exactly where this castle is, but no, the floorboards, they betray as the metal railing part of it, the rebar, blocking any view of that castle as well as that reinforcement.
I love to see the castle shots coming out early, but it's always going to be a danger, especially when somebody's peeking this dark, this close into bakery. They can see that it's a castle. They know they have to time the nade correctly, but it has to bounce twice. You've got to remember, but he gets enough time and he survives and gets away. We are gonna
looks
have
like
to
Ducky
worry.
is back with us.
Vibes, and it works out with their team. Ducky is now able to play the game. No longer a need for the castle to be peeking. But they still have to watch out for this first floor player. For now, they've just got to try their best, either push into site, push into bakery. They only have 30 seconds left. Gonna get electric. They don't have the time to waste.
Yeah, the Fuse is already in sight with that shield. And no, what? The Maestro lets the camera get destroyed. Another Maestro cam, though, has to be dealt with here. And that Maestro can just sit there as long as this Fuse is looking at the Maestro cam. The Maestro can't do anything. And no, as soon as you look away, is APAC able to find a kill. Not a lot of time left as Maestro might be able to win this round. Has to stick it in. The headshot comes through. And Wallace and Gromit steal away another round thanks to the Maestro. Or rather,
right
Rocks
about-
Horizon thanks to the Maestro.
It hurts to see, but it's nice to have happen. The pain of it, though, I've got to ask you, how impactful do you think a change of a single operator would be in this occasion? Because right now, I can't tell if it's the operators or whether it's the players.
Attackers need to
I
locate.
think it just comes down to the fact that the Maestro play has been perfect. They need to be bringing something to deal with these Maestro cams. They could have banned it last round, but they chose not to. They opted to play into Maestro. Now we're going up to the second floor. The Maestro, maybe not the most impactful on this particular bomb site, so a little bit of a reprieve for Wallace and Gromit. They don't have to see that Maestro being played here, but the next round, that mining and dining bomb site is going to be opened up yet again, which means they're going to have to find a way to deal with the Maestro. Whether it be with the grenades, with the fuse cluster charges, or with the Sophia maybe a Sophia being brought on board with an Ash might be able to be the difference maker. But in this round, you have to deal with the Melusi, with the Mira, the Jaeger, and the Aruni, as well as the smoke flashes. Not going to be a factor here as long as the Warden has line of sight.
You're right about that. Just looking at how these shots come out, I'm a bit worried about these two teams. I do love that turn mechanic though as well. CJX have got some really nice features, but we're just gonna have to wait. They don't have the time to waste. The last two rounds have come very close to losing one way or the other, so I'm hoping that this Nomad can get this jammer if he can find it. There's nothing on the wall. They can just push this actually. So for now, they've just got to clear out as much as they can. They do not know about the Melusi downstairs bakery, so there could be a run out, jump out, but it might be a bit too late.
Drago, I need your thoughts. What are your thoughts on that particular site that the Melusi is running? Because personally, I hate it. I feel like it blocks so much of your screen.
Here's the thing, I don't mind it on the right operators. On certain guns, it makes it feel like there's less bounce, even though that's just a placebo effect. So I don't mind it. But there's times when it's just, I don't like it. Like everyone on the team is running that red dot. I like it with Glass, I do not like it with anybody else. For me, I agree with you, but I also like the Russian reflex, so I don't think you like that either.
I don't mind that reflex as Lucy's burning, and goes down. The crossfire is perfect as the Capitao managing to find it. Rooney as Entray finds another, as it's all left up to the hero of every round. PRVX not on his signature Maestro, does not manage to find more than one, and the round goes quickly in favor of Wallace and Gromit.
I do love to see it, but now we have a much more difficult problem coming out. Have you realized that this match is actually close? It's going one way and the other, back and forth, back and forth. We actually might get to see a round 15.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
We
they
are
can.
going back. Mining and dining, Maestro's on the board, Melusi's on the board yet again, the Mute as well as the Mira. So another round where they open up these lines of sights, they drop the Maestro cams down to be able to deal with any kind of plant pressure. Last time around, it went into a 2v2, and the Mute went huge and found a quad kill on the round, but the Maestro cams meant that it was extremely difficult for the attack to actually get in and capitalize on the advantage, because it was looking very in favor of Wallace and Gromit. They had the advantage. They found the opening pick. They found so many kills and were able to make things happen. But in the end, it went in favor of the Maestro and the Mute. And so for the side of Wallace and Gromit, they need to bring something to deal with it. They have the Blackbeard, they have the Capitao, but really they only have Solar to be able to deal with these Maestro cams. And in reality, maybe you can get a nade that sits nice and pretty on that bookcase to actually deal with one of those Maestro cams, but you're going to have to pick and choose. Which ones are you going to get rid of? Because you only have 2 Ash charges.
Right about that, but 2 Ash charges might just be enough. As long as they can get rid of the 2 Maestro cameras that can see the long angles, they can do a big pick. Oh, Mirror getting close to shooting your own Melusi's feet there. But for now, let's get out of dodge. Try and go for the swing. Somebody might go out for a jump out here. Might be able to get one of the 2 people on piano windows. Sorry, not piano, on the back alley windows. But for now, Rox has just crashed. Sadly, there's no time for rehost, so we're just gonna have to wait for him to come back into the fight.
Yeah, and that's the Maestro. That's the Maestro that disconnected. That is absolutely horrendous for the side of Rox Horizon. That was your key factor last time this bomb site was played.
It is sad to see, but for now, the attackers are taking top floor control. They actually have changed their playstyle, so here's the worst part of it. It's up to the defenders now to either get the kills, use the Melusis and the C4s in pocket. But he's joined back just in time, so he might be able to get callouts. It is unfortunate, though.
Should be able to sit on those cams, but not having that Maestro active and available. But I mean, for the side of Wallace and Gromit, they're able to find a kill as Ducky takes down PRVX. They might not actually know that it was the Maestro that disconnected, so they might have some kind of factor if they don't click on the scoreboard as another player goes down, as Heaven finds that player, and it looks like the adaptation here for the side of Wallace and Gromit was that they're going to go find these players and they're going to deal with them. They're not going to wait and rush towards the site and play for a plant. They're going to play for the kills. As Balu's the only one that's left, as the C4 might be able to connect and kill, but no, it's not quite far enough. Has to deal with this Blackbeard and not able to, as Rooney shuts him down, and we're going into the second half with a Wallace and Gromit 4-2 advantage.
But we get to see bans cleared. Yes, they have the advantage for their defense, especially on Cafe, a map where some people say you cannot enter. But when you can win. So, Rocks isn't finished just yet. It's up to Wallace and Groms to set the pace. Mira and Monty being banned out first, meaning no quick shield plants. But that also means no special mirror tricks hiding in corners, distracting players. For now, we get to see the next ban is Clash and Ram. Sadly, not the two operators I thought would be the first two bans. I do like to see a Clash ban, just because I don't like the put down pickup shield. But
and the observer, thank you for highlighting Fire Host in a donut here. It has been the PRVX show so far for the side of Rocks Horizon. Everybody else is not really performing too hot, and for the side of Rocks Horizon, they really need to turn up here. They really need to show out and show why they let this map through, because they're on somewhat of the easier side. Attack can be relatively easier sometimes because there isn't really a bomb site that is the best bomb site on this map. Some say kitchen, some say the bomb site that we're currently at, which is reading and library and dining, and it makes it a little bit tough for the defense because you feel a little bit sequestered, a little bit claustrophobic, and there are so many windows and entryways for the attacking side to get in this map that it can be a little bit easier for the attack. But for the side of Rocks Horizon, they're just not winning their gunfights so far.
Right about that, but what I'm hoping from these guys is going to work out in their favor is going to have to be the fact that they drone. We haven't seen an attack yet, so from the best I can say, they have something planned. I don't think they know what the enemy's defense is. They don't know about that Scopus, which might become a problem. Actually, IQ might be able to spot her, so they might not have to worry too much about where her placement is. But it sounds like they've droned out where the Valkyrie is. Yes. So it's now up to the Blitz to give that call out and hopefully go for the dive in.
Yeah, and 6 drones already being destroyed for the side of Rocks Horizon. They have 2 minutes left in the round. These players on the defense can go anywhere, and the shot comes through as BMS able to take down Solar, as Solar was going for a very aggressive swing here as Blitz going to come through here, going to flash this Valk and take him down a little bit later, but finds it in the end, and that's 2 quick kills already for the attacking side. And this goes to what I was talking about. The attackers have so many entryways to actually make something happen. They still have to deal with this pulse on this second floor. 3 drones left to find out exactly where all of these players are, as a lot of them find themselves here on the second floor with no vertical. Is Ducky able to take down Fire, however, is a little bit of damage maybe coming through there, but not quite able to find the kill. Has some damage coming down onto the Grim. This Pixel peek here, no! Dealing a little bit of damage onto the Blitz, but not quite able to find anything more than that, as they're just going to back off towards this site. They have the feet holes to be able to see in towards dining, but all of this control over towards Train has been completely given over.
Gotta say, it's very strange the fact that we get to see these shots ringing out from both sides, very close. It's now a 3 versus 4, and we're just gonna have to wait to see the mute go back to side. Hopefully he can land this pre-play C4, but for now that Graham's gonna give away his position for the pulse. It's up to him to try and get those kills, but Scopo still down to his own, getting refragged though, immediately shutting them down. A C4 does ring out and gets the IQ, but there's pulse being taken out as well. IQ does answer with their own as well, so it does not end any way better for them. Their attack just as strong as their defense was for Wallace and Gromit. Sorry, for Rocks Horizon.
Yeah, Rocks Horizon with a fantastic round there. They were able to clear out the roam, push those players back towards that second floor, get them back to site, and then they were able to just push in with the blitz, find the kills onto the Valk, get rid of her C4, which didn't land onto anybody, and then they were able to just kind of wait it out, find where those players were, push them back, get the utility down, get rid of the Wallace and Gromit utility, and then push through and find all of the kills. And it was a picture-perfect round for the side of Rocks Horizon, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Multiple players getting kills there. PRVX didn't get a single kill in that round. Instead, it was the likes of Balu and BMS to pick up the slack, find the kills, and try and get some momentum rolling. We see a couple drones getting rid of 4 drones, 4 drones gone for the side of Rocks Horizon, the exact same amount of drones that were killed in the prep phase of last round. So, 6 drones dead? I'm very confused by that. I'm not exactly sure how they have 6 drones dead. I think the graphic is just bugging out a little bit as it is just 4 drones dead. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this Echo ends up being utilized here in this round.
Well, for now, the Echo's going to be used as a spawn peeking device, which I do like to see. And if you haven't noticed, that drone hole, like Echo drone spot, has actually been changed so you can no longer set your drone in it like you used to be able to. Now it has to come all the way in past the sandbags. But for now, calls are coming out. IQ's spotting all of the Valkyrie drones, spotting the Echoes, giving his teammates calls. If they had a Deimos right now, it could be destructive. But for now, their main focus is to get as much utility, get as much information as they can. They cleared out upstairs, they cleared out the second floor. But there's still one player hiding. They haven't cleared out the Goyo, who, if he's not spotted, would be a menace for them. That looks like it is going to end up being the case. Default camps have been taken out. Valkyrie counter, nope. There we go, finally. But there's the Goyo getting the IQ, getting another one. That donut is going to last to the end of the match. He will not get to eat it. But for now, Solar's still there. Flashbangs ring out. There's still 2 people now upstairs. Valkyrie rotated out. Ducky getting a perfect shot. Taking off the head of the Habana. Here's the problem now. There's still the Echo drones alive, giving calls for the teammates. How you're being the ones hunted. This fuse is not going to be safe no matter how much they try.
And player just playing around in freezer, and that's 1 Echo drone being destroyed there. Still 1 left up and available for Rooney. But losing one of those Echo drones means that it's going to be a lot more predictable, especially when there's a very predictable place for those Echo drones to actually be in. Still, you have the advantage here. Fuse gonna start dropping those Fuse cluster charges as BMS able to find a kill onto Solar. That's gonna be your Goyo down. That's gonna be the best gun available getting destroyed. As Goyo canister is going to be down on the map, so not going to really lose out on too much utility there, but it looks like this execute is going to come through. Still 2 smoke canisters left in pocket, going to be able to drown out a lot of this time, especially if that Echo drone can actually manage to stall and find one of those knockbacks as down the white stairs as things come through. The C4 going to come through. It's not quite able to kill off the fuse. With the fuse on such low HP, meaning they're now going to fall as Ducky able to find that kill, finds the 10th kill for the match as Rooney able to find a kill as well. As no, the spot was footed, but the foot was spotted, but didn't actually see it as turning around and around and around as Rooney cleans up the final kill of the round as the buck goes down. and a bounce back for the side of Wallace and Gromit.
Bring around the rosies, no pocket, no posies. For now, it's going to come out to 5 versus 3. 2 rounds left from Wallace and Gromit's victory, or 2 rounds left for Rock to tie up the game. Or 3 just if they want to try and take it and win the whole game. For now, we have a Frost, a Goya, Rooney, Legion, and Warden on the side of the defense.
Attackers need to locate
And the attack can be
defuse
switched, but now they're going to have to try and attack the second floor. Again, this is one where they've had problems. If it wasn't for the Maestro being delayed, causing trouble for the side of Wallace's attack, we're not going to have to know how their defense of Wallace is going to come out for this. They've got the Goyo, so maybe they're planning on just stalling out for time, burning the last couple seconds. But there's no smoke on the board, so right now it seems to be top floor hold, go for kills.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see exactly how this defense lines up, especially with the Goyo, with that Frost, with that Rooney. Rooney playing a Rooney, definitely an interesting one, making a Starfish on the wall. And this vertical control is definitely going to have to be maintained for the side of Wallace and Gromit if they want to find themselves on match point. The spawn peak not quite lining up exactly how Ducky wanted, but not going to give away his life just yet, as this wall being opened up is very interesting. Solar going for a peek. No, he doesn't spot him, as BMS is the one to find the kill onto Solar, and that's going to be devastating as Solar goes down very early in back-to-back rounds. So that's going to be a massive advantage here for the side of Rocks Horizon.
You're right about that, and the fact that we do get to see the slow down, it's not what you want to see. Solar being taken off the board is painful. That's a huge gunner and a great operator gone early. Luckily, his utility's already put down, but they're just going to have to worry. If they can hold this top floor, they can hold it downstairs as well, or go for the post plant, which seems to be the case. But the blitz drops into red. Hopefully going to be able to rush into one of these 3 players and take out a shot. For now, they can't move without calls or information.
And the blitz might get cut out here, and he does. Ducky able to find the kill, not quite able to land the headshot on the pixel, but no, does find the kill onto Fire, and Fire yet again still on that donut. There is no food. He is not hungry at all because he does not want to eat that donut.
You're right about that. That donut is not going to be eaten again. I do feel like this is just bad siege timing, punishing the poor chap, but for now, it's a 3v4, minute left. Site is still held. The attackers can't just rush it because they know there's players above. They really have to clear this out or try to rush and maybe try and go for a smoke plant. But for now, Grim is going to get caught out. Unluckily, Rooney getting the shots. That's why the namesake comes out. But Habana answers with her own shots, taking the head of her. But Ducky gets his own and gets the diffuser held upstairs. Only one operator left. Buck has to go for the swing on one of these 2 players, but he does not know about the player in freezer, but doesn't matter. Ducky answers him in a direct gunfight challenge.
Oh, and the timing completely betraying the Buck there as Ducky finds the quad kill on the round, and Wallace and Gromit find themselves on match point. Up 6-3 on their defense. We're going to have the next set of bans coming through. Give me a... oh, I don't know, maybe a Fuse Blitz span, something like that. Don't want to deal with the shields. I think you're going back down to that kitchen bomb site here. So Fuse might just prove to be lethal. But no, it's going to be the Blitz that goes to the wayside, as well as that Valkyrie.
We have a few problems we're going to have to see, because they're going to have to switch back and forth. Grim, Habana, Captel, Bravo, Blackbeard on the attack. But we've lost Valkyrie and Blitz. So it is, if they switch again back to Shield, it's going to have to be either Blackbeard or Fuse. Blackbeard now being safe from any bans is an option for them, but it might cause them problems. Yes, as I could say, Blackbeard's being brought, so it's probably going to be a bit more aggressive. The Frostmant's being brought just to stop any jump-ins without looking. So no quick plants, no smoke plants. For now, we're just going to have to hope for the best of them. I've got to ask you, when it comes to your worst shield to go up against, who is it?
Definitely Monty, because Monty, you actually have to get up close and personal with that Montaigne to actually melee the shield to try and disrupt, maybe clash as well, but I feel like a lot of people are just so overconfident with the clash that you can kind of bait it out, and if you're good enough, you can win the gunfight with Blitz. I mean, one player can play Warden and you're completely fine. You just have to win the gunfight. Whenever that shield drops, you put a bullet right where that head is going to be, as well as the fuse is just kind of not really used too much in ranked in terms of using that shield, as well as the fact that he's just really slow. And, I mean, you can just shoot him. Find a way to outmaneuver him and things like that. But Blackbeard's definitely an interesting one because he's kind of in the middle. He has a good gun. He can have heads-up gunfights, especially if you run the what's it called? The no sight, the iron sights gun on the Blackbeard. You can actually ADS fairly quickly with it and can make it a little bit difficult to deal with, but in the end, I mean, shields are always just really annoying to go up against.
You're right about that. Having the shields come out is not what you want, especially for the fact that we have fire. We have him trying to use his utility to help his teammates. But the fact that Blackbeard was switched from Bulldogs does cause a little bit of problem, especially when you have an operator like Ducky, sorry, a player like Ducky, who's hyper aggressive, likes to shut them out. He can win shield fights. So the fact that you have to play the long angle means you also have to play the aggressive one, which isn't always favorable. They have time to drone, but a minute and a half's already wasted. Oh, and the drop shot keeping fire alive when he just barely ducks below the shots.
Yeah, this pixel angle for Ducky is going to be extremely powerful. The flash is not actually making through, and he still has an ADS, but no, Balu wins the gunfight, able to shut down Ducky, and you would have had to imagine that Ducky definitely favored himself in that gunfight, which means that star player for the side of Wallace and Gromit is going to go down extremely early on here into this execute, but Heaven able to even this one up onto Fire. Fire not able to find the first kill, but PRVX able to take down Solar, meaning I think we're going to have the advantage here. 40 seconds left is still plenty to play with, but Rooney on the Rooney able to take down Balu, taking a lot of damage from these spikes as PRVX shutting down Rooney. That's a double kill for him on the round, which means they still have the man advantage. 3-2 situation. We're going to see some drones coming out here. They're going to try and find out where these players are. In the bathroom is one of them, as Evan playing up here with this angle, sees the arm, maybe just sees the arm, but doesn't want to go for the shot, gets the headshot. The patience paying off in spades. Is Heaven able to find another headshot, a triple kill on the round, trying to go for the quadric, but no, M-Tray shuts him down. GG's in the chat, and rest in peace for Fire. Does not manage to pick up a kill on the match, and Wallace and Gromit move on to the round of 32 as they did a fantastic job on Cafe, and congratulations to them making it through.
Right about that, seeing those beautiful plays, beautiful shots, did worry me, but the fact that we got to see that makes me so much happier because that was a great match. Not only did we get to see just smart, interesting new things, we got to see how gun skill affects the match massively. Wallace and Gromit walking away with a win, we love to see, but also something we needed to know. They can play, they can make it to tier 2, and they might be able to make it to tier 1 if they win enough. So I'm going to ask you one question before we take our break. What are you wanting to see in the next match?
I mean, honestly, I could watch Cafe all day long, but let's get a little bit of mix up and let's see a map that we have not broadcast yet today, which means no Cafe and, yeah, no Clubhouse. So hopefully we get an exciting match up next, an exciting new map that we haven't seen yet. Maybe we get a streak of seeing completely unique maps all day long in all of our matches, but that's going to be a very big ask from our teams. But until our next match, don't go anywhere. We will be right back with our next one.
Nutrition HQ. XXL Nutrition is the most popular online supplement brand in Europe. Our proteins, pre-workouts, dietary supplements, and of course our sportswear is developed with the greatest possible care. We are known for providing the highest quality products and the best service. Daily, we are working with a motivated team on new developments, promotions, and quality control to serve our customers in the best possible way. XXL Nutrition is an established name in the B2B and B2C market. Therefore, we can also be found in many gyms, supplement stores, and supermarkets. Offering the highest possible quality is the foundation of our brand. Only the best ingredients and materials are used for our products. Everyone at our company has passion for health and fitness. That's why we want to provide our customers, and of course ourselves, with the best products. We prepare all orders in our own warehouse, which has the capacity to process more than 10,000 orders daily. Thank you for supporting XXL Nutrition. We are XXL, the most popular brand in sports nutrition.
Shuts you down. Left champions with 20 stories. Owen goes down, and the defense is holding on to Rodney and Giovanni have to try and pull the plant down, but the cover won't last. All on the shoulder shoot right now.
Really, the drop is going to come through regardless, though. Oh, what a shot there from Marat, and what a second one as well. Turned around. Well, no choice but to rush on in. Choose against one, unaware of the Pro Queen 2. What the Devils do? Trajano. Got a bit of the one time, makes the hot down, trying to catch this player, misses the shots on to Rooney, finds them eventually, and that's a man advantage that's much needed for Diaboli right now. RWL goes up.
But it's not in front of their twice control. That's the last time Boston was a lot of pressure on site. Neon going down. They get Raxo out. It's going to be last for Mark forever. That is exactly. Here comes the corner swing, and wow! Perfect time coming in from MP. Onto the Monte is just so menacing as he walks up the stairs. The boss G will pick off Headbanner, and he tries to pick off Monte. That's down, which is huge. That's going to be already all but one extra off the border. Holy crap! The swing! That blunder, just got the comms, but that's not going to be the case. Big Steve is going to kick us off.
We cannot choose enough view that there will be no unfortunate chain link of events. And just as we speak of those stands another challenger, the floor is drawn there, the Rotero gonna be popped. And the Legion looking for some trouble, and Donkey.
Staircase being swung from both sides. Just has to be prepared, pushing the blue, getting timed bit by bit.
McCain
goes down. Oh no, and Legion gets two places as well. Now it's
Need to be in a tough spot. Look at this, they've got the players on the free, but here's the Hopping, finds the shot.
3v3 minutes. Two defenders like B side. 3v2.
early C4 pick if this gets anyone.
No, they haven't looked for it. No. They They're coming forward to double kill for all red. It's only going to be left up to Monty, but no. They picked up the first, and was that a down? Was that two players? No, it was a team kill from RWL. This team and this defuse landed the C4 in the wrong position. But they're able to find it. No, can they find the defuser? No, they can. And what they're going to do is winning. This is over. So, it'll be interesting to see if it does prove to be valuable for either of these squads yet. As oh my god.
Welcome everyone. So just saying welcome back. I hope everyone got some tea, got some water, got some crumpets if that's what you're into. But for now we have a great match to go back to. I'm gonna say one team, you say the other. Diavoli. No fun.
Team Leto? Is that how you say it?
Letum. Yep. Letum. This is not a Latam team. This is not a Letum team. This is Letum. So these are two great teams, which Diavoli have always come back to Voltage, and it's always good to see a friendly face. We've got Devils, but then we also have Letum, which is a team I don't know very well. So it's a full German roster. but I'm hoping to see some amazing plays from them. So let's go on to map bans. Let's hopefully see something weird, strange, or funny. For now, what is it? Oh no.
And it looks like we have a new map, so we're continuing our streak of not playing the same map in any of our matches so far. We have Night Haven Labs, which is a very interesting map. It's definitely a map that Divoli absolutely love to play. We see him play it so often. And here they are yet again playing Night Haven Labs. And it's going to be interesting to see how Team Ledham actually shows up on this map, because they perform exceptionally, or rather, Divoli perform exceptionally well. And it's going to be interesting to see if Team Ledham has a very similar approach to this map. And it's going to be interesting to see exactly if they can actually show up against this team.
Right about that, there's something I'm not realizing, or you might not have realized either, is the fact that this is the Diavoli roster, just a couple small changes. It's still the full Russian stack, sorry, full Ukrainian stack, with a nice Italian man thrown in of Ariel. But then for Team Latam, it's changed entirely from what it was for the last qual. So we have Natrix, we have Vino, we have Necro Prime, which I'm probably going to butcher and just call Core. And then we've got ABX, we've got Rolly Joyce, or Rollo, and then we've got Original, but with a Q instead of the A, because sometimes people just want to be cool. No O's, no A's, just Q. So this is something you have to realize. This is a team where they're known for their aggression. If Latam can't match Diavoli, it's going to become painful. We're going to show you quick the player cards, and then we'll head into the match. So, give us 2 quick seconds. Let's see. Player card 1 for Diavoli. Love him so much, but it's the same stack, so it's just going to be terrifying for whoever you're up against. And, okay, we're going to have to go see Team 2. I'm hoping they've got something stacked, bricked, and ready to fight. So, let's begin. And let's see. Tell me what you know about these players. Tell me what you don't know.
Well, for the side of Divoli, I do know them quite a bit. I've watched, casted, observed them quite a bit. So they can definitely be an extremely powerful roster, especially on Night Haven Labs. I don't exactly know why teams keep letting them get to Night Haven Labs, because they play it so often. They are a well-drilled, coordinated team on Night Haven Labs, and especially Marats popping off every now and then, as well as Devils doing a really nice job. And for the side of Team Ledham, I really don't know that much about them. I haven't seen them or really heard of them at all. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly what ends up happening, as it looks like we're just trying to figure out how to get this last player in the lobby before we can get this map up and started. A couple issues here and there, but hopefully we can get it sorted out extremely quickly.
Right about that, but I actually just got a note passed across my desk from our producer. I've got some interesting news for everyone, which I hope everyone's going to be happy about. We've got 9 players in the lobby waiting for the last one, but it actually seems like when it comes out to who's going to be playing the aggressor or not, Divoli's on the defense. When it comes to the attack, Latam's chosen to be the one to set the pacing for the first couple rounds. And I have a feeling that from what this note says, they chose this map. They've done their research. They went through all of the VOD reviews. They're here to punish Divoli at their own map, which is funny because Night Haven Labs is a map that tests how well you can play the game. As I said with Clubhouse, it's Clubhouse, but different. It has a warehouse, but it also has a garage because it's the same thing. It also has 3 floors with lots of angles, lots of crazy soft flooring. So certain operators such as Goyo are gonna be menaces, and then so are Bucks. So we might be able to see some interesting bans, some target bans. But actually, I'm gonna ask you, what do you hope to see most of all?
I hope to see a close match, because we know how strong Divoli is on Night Haven Labs, but we really don't know how strong Team Ledham is. And like you mentioned, they have to have had prep against Ivoli on this map. They had to have looked at the VODs, like you said, and tried to figure out a way to combat what Divoli actually does well on this map and what they don't do well on this map. So I'm interested to see how close it's going to be. I'm excited to see the Deimoses, the Bucks, the Clash if it gets brought out, the Blackbeard if it doesn't get banned. And it's going to be interesting to see how these operators combine with each other and clash against each other and bring out the best of both of these squads.
You're right about that. And the fact that we do get to see the best of both these squads from these players tells me that this match isn't going to go anywhere without some sort of upset, some sort of disappointment, some sort of punishment. Because either way, both these teams had to fight hard and fast. The 3 other qualifiers and get so close. Now they need the points to qualify this time. Because there's a lot of strong teams making their way through this. Remember, all 3 teams can qualify for, all teams can qualify for all 3 days. Even if they win the first one, they can still play to make sure that their path to victory in the end, going all the way through the playoffs, is so much easier. So for now, take out your biggest opponents, win the matches, shut down as much as you can. Oh, do we have some good news? All right, so the players will be coming in soon. We're just going to have to sit and wait on our hands. So, Erebos, I'm going to ask you a question. It's simple. It's lovely. How do you set up when it comes for this map? Do you set up for aggressive? Do you set up for objective? Or do you set up just to, waste as much time as possible?
I think personally, I feel like it's a little bit of a combination of both. For example, if you're on that top floor bomb site, and I'm assuming we're talking about the defense here first, you have to set up for the electrical control. If you have control of electrical, you can deny any kind of swings in towards the site. You have an extra line of sight that you can hold a crossfire with your teammates. Maybe it's behind a mirror window. Maybe it's just head holes in a wall. You can set up a crossfire across the site. Then you need to hold Raptor's control for a little bit of time, try and delay for long enough, draw out utility, stuff like that to make the electrical control a little bit easier to actually handle, as well as you back off, don't give away any kills, things like that for the attackers. Electrical control is the biggest part of that attack, because if you have electrical control, it means that the players on the other side on defense cannot play comfortably. They have to be watching the head holes. They have to worry about rafters. If they didn't manage to close up the rotate hole in the wall, they have to worry about from the breach out on platform and things like that. And then you also coordinate it maybe with a shield pushing up towards blue, back behind the site, which pressures the players there. And you kind of just sandwich the defense and make them extremely uncomfortable and have to worry about every possible angle all at the same time. Going down to the basement, get the verticality, get the roam clear out, and really neutralize how effective that the defense can play the map, play the verticality, get sightlines closed off using smokes, maybe candelas or scents, get in, get the diffuser down. Maybe you find that all of the players on the defense are roaming. They don't have the proper verticality controlled. And so you play for a fast plant. You thermite open the wall, you get a shield in, you get that diffuser down, you have somebody watching for C4s, things like that. And that's kind of pretty much the basis of how the map is played. When you go to the extremity sites, the third favored bomb site, it's all about the verticality. Get open the top floor, try and root out the defenders, make them uncomfortable, make them play those horizontal angles, use things to block off the line of sight, or go hunt them down. And that's kind of how this map is played. It's about how to make the defense uncomfortable for the attacking side. And for the defending side, it's about making sure that you waste as much of the attacker's time so that they can't get verticality going, they can't get map control going, and you kind of suffocate them out by the clock.
Okay. I can say I understand that, but for me, when it comes to playing any map, it's swing or be swung. I have great gun skill. I don't. I have great utility. I don't. I have great intel. I don't. I don't have callouts. I don't have teammates. I think it's just a 1vx army at this point. But For some reason, it works. So I can understand when you're planning to hold electrical, when you're planning to take it. I mean, I'm trying to hold the entire building. I'm bringing the bandit to hold and electrify the wall. I'm making sure that if somebody tries to get into my building, there's a C4 waiting on the door, or I'm going to pre-fire them. I've got to ask you another question, just because it's simple. You brought up sites before. When it comes, what is your favorite site? Not just like operator site, map, bomb site, gun site. I also want to know that.
It kind of depends on the gun, but usually any of the reflexes I really like. The Hollow B I really like. I mainly use the Hollow B. I think is probably my favorite gun site. But when I hear my favorite site, overall, when it comes to the maps, I think Coastline. I miss Coastline. That Hookah site, definitely my favorite site. Has to be. I do enjoy me a good coastline, either on attack or defense. Throw on a Wamai, throw those magnets all over the place, and boom, hold cool vibe stairs, and I can kill the entire enemy team just like that. Just put me there with some magnets, and I got you.
Chat, he's wrong. I'm sorry. I love Coastline as much as everybody else, but that is not my favorite site in the game. My favorite site in the game is the Reflex. Reflex base, so that's the Russian Reflex. But then also having House. If you've not played House in a long time, go play a casual, go play a custom. It's so much nicer when you're on it now. And the fact that we have all these different operators, it's completely different. I think it should be brought back into ranked and to esports as a whole. If you argue with me, that's fine. Put it in the comments, put it in the chat, just be as rude as you want about it. But my answer is still going to be House will always be my favorite map. Well, yeah, no, I'm going to go with House is my favorite. And then Upstairs is my favorite map as well, because it's the first place I got a Tachanka ace, except for Old Oregon, but that's gone now. They've changed it too much. But for now, we'll hopefully be able to go into this match in a second. I do believe the last players are finally getting in. He's just crashed on one of the other team. Okay, we're going to go to a quick break. Give us 2 minutes, so you'll come back to our lovely faces in a second. So, catch you in a second. Welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back.
So we have Diavoli's bans and La team. So Diavoli's on attack, actually, and that was my mistake. So let's see how this plays out. Oh, hold on, never mind.
We might have another issue, maybe, but
The team might just take it out. They're just gonna play it. We're good. Kaid and Maverick banned, so you don't have to worry. So here's the thing: if you actually use certain tricks like Bandit and Kaid now both being gone, there's still Habana on the board, and there's still an ace, so meaning that they can get the top and bottom of the walls, opening them. So it's gonna be very hard for the defenders. They're gonna have to play aggressive.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Both of the electrical boys completely gone. It makes sense for this map. Kaid can just be extremely annoying to actually deal with, and Bandit, you don't have to bring in Maverick, which it was banned, so you can bring Maverick. The Bandit is definitely a prime ban to get rid of, especially when you have to get this wall open over here on this second floor. The Azami makes complete sense being brought on by the defense, as well as the Goyo, like you mentioned in the pre-game. Goyo is definitely a nuisance on this map.
Right about that, and the fact that we get to see what I'm going to call a change of pace, because every setup we've seen here has always involved the Clash the last couple of seasons, but the fact that Clash is still on the board, not being brought, tells me that I don't have to worry about her. I've got to worry about who's going to play aggressive, who's going to bring the Goyo, and how the Saruni is going to set up. I love the Jaeger EDS when it's got the Elite. It looks so much nicer.
Yeah, and it's definitely interesting that Mira's not actually being brought here. Mira is extremely strong on this particular bomb site, and it's definitely interesting to see exactly what they want to do here. We see a run out from the Aruni, not quite able to capitalize on anything just yet, but gonna have a hard time getting back to side as ABX able to take down Allred already. That's gonna be the buck completely gone. Goyo taking a little bit of damage, not exactly sure what that was coming from, but Ariel able to take down Rolo, so that's going to even this up, but without the buck, it's going to be extremely difficult to actually get open this flooring, make a nuisance towards these players that are holding on site. The Monty taking a gunfight with the Azami and taking the worst end of that trade, taking so much damage. The Nomad going to make it? I mean, not really make it hard, because the Azami can just shoot that out, and the Nomad just completely wastes one of the 3 air jabs. But the Azami has to be careful now with this wall being opened up. It's going to be extremely tough for this Azami to actually get back on site. Still has 2 impacts in pocket, so can just open up this wall behind her to actually get back into sight.
Yeah, but that close range, you're going to take a bit of chip damage. Monty just getting peppered little by little, getting pushed back, trying to go for the Asami, go for the fight, but she can't win it. Asami gets the headshot onto him, taking him out. But now there's a Keeper Fire stopping her own retreat, but it actually uses a second shield. Asami has the fuser on the staircase of warehouse, being able to keep that while having long range.
Oh my God.
Taking off the head of another operator. That's Devil's out as well. That's Ace gone. Now has to be used. Goes for the Nomad. Can pepper, but cannot get the kill. Sadly, Asami loses her life on warehouse rafters. Now it's a 2v3. Rafters has to be open, but there's a lot of utility there to stop them from just trying to rush through. Here comes a bigger problem they have now. The timer's ticking down. 50 seconds, that rafters is open now. Nomad could possibly go up to get it, but she does run the risk of any other player, such as this Valkyrie, getting the headshot, taking her head off, and now becoming a 1v3. They know there's one player downstairs. So this diffuser is not safe. Ariel has to sing to her heart's content and hopefully not sleep with the fishes right now. Goes for the jump down. Ariel's going to have to go for the flank. Jump in.
Choosing to jump down, going to take the gunfight. ABX wins it, takes down Ariel, and there is no happy ending for that princess here on this round. As I mean, Drago, the Azami plays on rafters, just proving absolutely lethal. Layler just absolutely, or rather, not Layler, but Layler was the one that shut down the Azami. But the Azami taking down everybody that challenged her up to that point. And the Monty, that has to be a massive fumble. You have the diffuser, and you take a gunfight against an Azami with an Azami barricade in front of you. Like, what are you doing? Just stand up there, pressure the Azami, force her back, and make her worry about all of the angles. Have to make her use one of her impacts to retreat back to the site.
You're right about that, and that's the worst part of the fact that they couldn't push her out of that utility, force her into those disadvantageous positions, is really what hurt them, especially with the Nomad, as you said, wasting her charge. But now Mirror is being brought. They're going downstairs. There's no Maverick, so there's no choice of Swiss cheese. Walls are going to have to stay close by this 2-Brow and 2-Brow alone. But it doesn't look like the attack's going to worry about that. They're going to bring in Ace, but they're also going to bring some frags on Sledge. The main point might just be to take upstairs with Buck, force all the operators into the open, and may hopefully try and take the turtle. But here Sledge is rushing on through, wasting no time at all. He does get spotted by Cam because he does not ADS fast enough to shoot it. Now they have to clear this person top floor. Buck is also going to try and push in and help, but they know there's one person upstairs. Solus here has to be shut down one way or another if she is not taking the 417 rings out for Twitch. But there we go, they're coming back to the site. If they don't know about the Jaeger and the Asami, though, that could be a huge falter for them.
Yeah, really good job there for Solus, wasting time, not managing to kill any drones, however, but escaping with her life is extremely important. And we see no drones being spotted yet again. And if they can manage to hold on to this map control, stall out for another 40 seconds, a minute longer, then maybe, just maybe, they'll be in a fantastic spot to win this round.
Right about that, but there's Jaeger finally getting taken out. Painful to see, but the Sledge does get his pick. A nice shot through the floorboard, even have to compliment it himself. But for now, they know no one else is upstairs. They just have to worry about the second floor, and then he late rotates. Solus is still hiding here, waiting with the Asami as backup. The attackers aren't even concerned about that. The opening hatch is being prepared for a drop. Ram getting lightly tagged. I do believe that was by the Ace charge, so he's not upset, but now more operators trying to rotate upstairs if there's no cams, no drones, and no one upstairs. But Ace is actually going for the plant. As long as there's somebody else to cover, the C4 rings out. Does get traded out for the kill, though. Ace gets another one, downs another person. 2-Brow getting tagged, cannot be finished. Last man standing is 2-Brow on site while the flankers were caught off guard. But there he goes. 2-Brow versus Ace. 2-Brow does land the shots but cannot finish. He can heal. There's another player there, just dropped as well. He is hunted and shot out, but R4C doing work. How do you feel that Ram has the R4C?
I love the R4C. It's a fantastic gun, and for a long time it was only on Ash. So it's nice that another operator actually gets to utilize that gun. And in quite a drastic difference from the Ash, the Ram is a lot slower. Can't really go in and use it to its pushing, just no skill or no brain rather ability. It's more so Ram sitting with that 2x, holding down long angles with a fantastic gun that deals quite a bit of damage, feels fantastic to shoot. And yeah, I think that it's definitely nice that another operator gets to utilize the R4C. And I mean, we didn't mention it before, but Team Diaboli bringing the triad of soft destruction. They brought the Sledge, they brought the Buck, and they brought the Ram. They really wanted to make sure that no matter what, the flooring was going to get opened unless they lost the round in the first 40 seconds. They were going to open everything up, and they were going to cause havoc, and that's exactly what happened. They did a fantastic job creating that verticality as we move to a different bomb site now. We're going to the first floor, which means more verticality. This thermite going to be extremely important. Get this wall open. Make sure that this warehouse control goes in favor of the attacking side so that the defense can't really sit comfortably in this warehouse area, can't sit comfortably and contest the plant that might be going down on that default spot right underneath that window. as the next thermite going to come out on this platform wall, which is the next step. And now thermite is a walking gun, a walking drone magnet, just going to make sure that his teammates can get in, get favorable gunfights, and go in himself.
You're right about that, but as you can see, there is a couple problems ringing out for the side of the attackers. They can't get too far into it. They're getting pushed back. They're trying their best to open it, and a minute has been wasted. They haven't even cleared the whole top 4. This is a very slow push now. Walls are getting open. Impact does not get the wall, sadly. So they can now take pillar control, but a Fenrir mine is going to slow down the attack of the pushes even more.
Yeah, but already able to pick up a kill onto Venu. It's going to be the Azami going down. The Mira might join her extremely quickly, and yes, it is going to be a down as Marat takes that kill, is already able to find one as well, and it all goes in favor of Divoli as the Flawless comes out and just a flurry of kills. And this is kind of what I was talking about in the pre-game, where this bomb site is all about making sure you clear out the roam, and they did exactly that.
You're right about that, but all the more so, here we go with the bans. We finally get to see who's going to get taken, who's going to stay. I'm hoping Divoli understand what this risks for them, because it's 2-1 to them, and they're still in the attack. If they can win every round between now and then, they'll be in the perfect position to just close this out for Nighthaven. But if not, it's up to Latim just to stop them and shut them down. Box, Striker, Monty being brought, Ace brought, Mira and Ram being taken away from the side of the attack. Well, Mira for the defense, though.
Yeah, the Ram makes complete sense. They were utilizing that very effectively, but it was really just that basement bomb site that the Ram is extremely powerful on. For the other two bomb sites that they've played, the Buck is pretty much the only one that is extremely necessary. So definitely an interesting ban, definitely situational. Maybe the thought process is, we can win this top 4 yet again. It doesn't matter what they bring to the table. We can win it. We just have to make sure we win that basement bomb site, and we can win this match. Now, is that actually going to happen? Who knows? Maybe Maratz doesn't make a mistake on this Monty like the Monty made last time around. That diffuser stays in the hands of Divoli, and they manage to snowball it and gain the map control they need to actually pull this through. But maybe Team Latum actually makes it through, finds the kills they need, and secures this round.
You're right about that, but there's something that even terrifies me now. The fact that Divoli isn't running out of steam, they're realizing that the first floor is not even that covered, so they're just going to walk in and face check everything. No need to worry about drones, just worry about getting below and maybe causing some havoc. Buck, shotgun in hand, ready for any setup, any changes. A lot of utility. If a defender is able to hear it, they can cause a lot of hassle, because Goyo's down here. He actually has the Hollow B that you love so much, but he's not going to stay on the first floor. He's going to move up to the second, go for an early pick maybe on somebody on the balcony, but nope. He's just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, as gunshots coming out, gonna make sure that they can get that wall open. The mute jammer should be destroyed by now. Yep, you hear it now. The ace charges going off. Interesting that they're not bringing a thermite here. They just want those sightlines open on that wall, cause havoc on these rafter players, and we see it already coming into fruition as AVX goes down. That's going to be the mute down, and the Azami follows. The Azami is so impactful on that first round. When this bomb site was played initially, not going to have any impact in this round, and it's not looking good for the side of Team Latum. They were really banking on the fact that they could win this bomb site, and another falls as Devils with a double kill already. The shot's not quite timed perfectly for that Vector, not quite going to be able to find Devils, as Nikori Prime is known exactly where he is. This Selma going to make it extremely tough. The smoke's coming through to allow this Monty to gain all of this control of the fire. No! And he's able to find a... No, he's not! It's just a down as the kills come through for the side of the Holy, and it goes in favor of them as a WTF is right, Maratz. That was a wild finish to that round.
He almost had it, just not enough damage to pierce through both operators. A painful thing to see. If I remember correctly, there's only 2 operators that can actually pierce One being Glass, the other being Kali. It's like that Goyo's Vector just does not have enough damage to make it through. But now it's looking like Diavoli might run away with their attack. But this is a map which is quite balanced for attack and defenders. You just got to play it who is a better operator, who's a better player.
Yeah, and we're going back to this second floor bomb site yet again. It's going to be interesting to see what they actually change up. They're bringing the Jaeger back. They're bringing the Warden. So they want to be able to deal with these smokes, with these flashes that might be being brought by Divoli.
The fact that Divoli have this planned out is hopefully a better case scenario than what I'm thinking they are bringing. But I know these guys. It's not. This is just them warming up. You have to be able to catch them off guard. You have to be able to play aggressively and shut out them as much as you can. You got to close the door in their faces. But for now, we get to see the rush strat. We get to see the big brain plays. We have the Ace. We have the Grim. Do you believe that's an Aurora being brought? So, no, sorry, Striker being brought.
There you go. I just want to mention the symmetry, the beautifulness. Look at the top left. All of that utility. 2 claymores, 2 flashes, 2 EMP impacts, 2 nades, 2 hard breach gadgets, and 2 smokes. They're bringing everything, but they're not bringing everything they need for that specific gunfight. A trade coming through that's going to be the Jaeger down, but it's also going to be the Monty down.
That's not the trade you want. They do know the Goyo's there, so they go for the swing and get the pick. Alder? I was gonna say ARD finally gets the shot, takes off Goyo. That's a huge pick again. But utility is down for these 2 operators, so losing the multi is a bit more of a destructive punishment to the side of the attack. But they don't have long left, a minute and a half to go. It's a 3v4. They're just reinforcing. They're not gonna keep trying to attack walkway, protect rafters. I mean.
And the ADS catching that first nade. Another one going to come through the head of the Azami spotted. Not quite able to find it. It was Ariel, as these players keeping their lives so far, as the Azami barricade going to go up, just make it a little bit easier for the Azami to actually play this angle. As Venu over on the Warden on those stairs, going to be able to hold on to this for quite a while, not having anything to contest him just yet, as it looks like all of the attack is going to be coming from the other side of site.
You're right about that. With a minute left, we have a 4v3. Everyone's set up downstairs, but nobody's actually been able to push or take B side. But one tries and gets shut down. Striker being taken out. C4 rings out, but cannot find its mark. He knows this person's slipping that window, but Grim actually now taken out by the Asami. And there's Ace gone as well. Up to the Buck downstairs. Has to push up rafters, has to get this diffuser, but also has to go for the kill. Ball is open to his left, so he can't just forget about it, which it looks like he might have.
Does shot, no! He can't quite find the second one, as Azami able to shut him down as the Buck with a really nice shot, but the defensive setup there in that 3v1 was fantastic for the side of Team Ledham to actually secure that round. They didn't play their solos, they played together and played off of each other perfectly.
I'm gonna say gobsmacked. The fact that that was so close to being in both their favors and then also almost taken away from them is not how you want it to go. I can understand it. I can see the vision, I can see the plan. But for now, they're gonna have to go with something else. They're gonna have to bring some bigger strats, bigger plays. But we're not gonna know until the fat lady sings. Or in this case, we're not gonna know until the Goyo ends this match or wins it. So as you can see, the lineups have changed on both sides. Goyo has been removed, 2 Brow Legion, Solace has been brought back with a dog this time and a Vigil. That's suggesting heavy roaming presence. For the attackers, if they know about this, it could be good, otherwise it could be huge. There's not much denial, so site is easily pushed. We have an Ace, we have a Buck, we have a Sledge. Realm has been banned, remember, so a Twitch and IQ all being brought in for stead.
Yeah, and an interesting mention is that there's only 1 C4 on the side of Team Ledham, which means if any kind of rush, throw out the smokes, there's no Warden on the other side, toss out the flashes, you might actually be able to, for the side of Divoli, to just rush the site, Get that plant down. All you have to worry about is coverage for one singular C4. And that even depends on exactly where this Tubrow's playing. But the Murat's able to take down ABX. And, I mean, definitely deserve the Vigil running that horrid slug shotgun on Vigil. Definitely just put that gun away. Maybe you win that gunfight next time around, but we see Vino playing with fire there, able to just escape with his life, not having to actually take that gunfight with the player that's out there on the balcony.
You're right about that, and the fact that we do get to see them playing this close and tight makes me kind of concerned, especially with the sledge being upstairs and above. I mean, that C4s are going to be a problem, but there's only one in the hand. They want to save it. Impacts, none. Already used. Just have to be worried about everyone upstairs and try and go for the fight for it, which is not a risk you want to take. You're already disadvantaged. You're already down a man, so I should say. You're losing the Vigil early.
Yeah, and Ariel's looking for some players. Twitch drone coming through, trying to spot out these players, see if there's any util to get rid of. But no, the Twitch drone didn't spot him, but the Solus gives away her position and backs off. That means Ariel has the space to actually take and move forward. As it looks like Vino gone where they don't actually know. So Vino is a little bit of an unknown here. The Twitch drone coming through. They do know where the player is and able to take down Vino, but only as a down. Morats goes down on the other side of the map as Rollo able to take him down. No, the swing, not quite able to find it. Was the Legion. The drone gonna spot him out as Layler wins the gunfight as Ariel gets the finish on to Rollo, and it's going to be a 4v1 here, all up to the dock on 0 kills, has this hatch to contend with, has these footholds to contend with, and Devils takes it. And it's going to be another round going over to Divoli on this attacking side, and they move on to their defense now with a significant advantage.
I've got to say, is this the position you want to be in? A 4-2? Yes, it's great for the side of the attackers, but on Nighthaven Labs, it's not something I can say one way or the other. You prefer to have an even split. But Divoli have the advantage now, and I'm wondering how they're going to hold it. Are they just going to get rid of all thermite breaches, all ward breachers entirely, just to shut them out? But this last time's not something they have a lot of information on. So they don't know what tricky plays could come out. Yep, it does look like it might be the case. No thermite, no ace, only Habana and Maverick being left on the board.
Yeah, and both Vino as well as Nikore Prime both on 0 kills. I feel like that's kind of a trend today. There's been a lot of donuts going into the second half in all of our matches, and I feel like maybe it's our fault, Drago. Are we making them a little bit nervous?
You'd say that is the case, but I'm also just not sure, because seeing how these guys are playing it, it might just be the caster's curse. You called them out. You said they were going to win. I said Diavoli maybe. But now, I'm not sure. Because at the moment, it seems two great teams are playing. But they're playing two different strategies. Whether Diavoli's playing fast and aggressive and trying to protect themselves, or Team Latam being able to shut down with one lucky character. I'm not sure whether it's better players or better operators. But we'll see. Defense is easier, apparently. Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, and I just want to mention real quickly, there is a little bit of a trick you can do with the Hibana now that the, or not now that the Ace and the Thermite are out, but now that Hibana is pretty much the only thing you can bring, you can actually do the same thing as a Maverick trick on the walls, where you put 4 pellets, the middle of the top middle of one of those panels, as well as the bottom middle of one of those panels, and it makes it completely soft. And it makes it extremely easy for a character like, oh, I don't know, Buck or Sledge or even Ash, if you want to open that wall up completely. It's going to be interesting to see if they do utilize that effectively, and if they even opt to, because we've seen a lot of these teams, especially when it was on the other side, as we see, yep, here we go. Let's see if it works. If he did it correctly, we should see that wall completely soft, and there we go. Trick right there to use in your ranked games. You don't have to utilize anything else other than Hibana, who has a fantastic gun. There's a lot of damage coming through here for both Alred and Layler.
I do like the fact that was a good change brought. brought by Ace and Hibana, but as you can see, it's not always perfect. You have to get it dead center. So for now, he's gonna have to wait for those holes. Somebody has to open it with a hard breach tool, but here comes a bigger problem. Somebody is peeking that mirror. They know somebody's close to it, but the D4 barely misses, taking half of Ayana's health.
I'll grab us some intel.
And now
Looks like
here
Ayana's
comes the fake.
gonna push in with the clone, trying to get some information here, but does get shut down. No more information gained from that.
They still know one person's watching that mirror, so they can't just go for a push-up. Van still has pellets left. She opens this side as well, and that leaves 2. That means that they can open that mirror and cause a lot of havoc. They won't be able to open a rotation hole. They can do a lot more.
And it looks like that Twitch drone able to pop this mirror open over by rafters, which means it's going to be a lot more difficult for this defense to actually hold on to it. Even if you reinforce off the other side, it's a little bit too late now, but Layla able to get a kill, but no, going for, I'm not exactly sure what she was going for, but gets shot in the head and puts down. And that's going to mean that it's going to be a little bit easier for the side of the attack, but no, never mind. Another kill going in favor of Divoli as Vino able to pick up Aerial and shut that mute down, as Rolo able to shut down Allred with a beautiful shot onto the Goyo, meaning it's going to be a little bit more even here. 3v2, a little bit low health on the Yana as well as a little bit low health on the Azami. The Azami's peeking her head out, not quite getting cut off just yet. But with 20 seconds left, it's going to be extremely difficult for the side of Team Ledham to actually push up through here. And Layler, oh my god, what a shot as Marat swings as well and takes down the last remaining player. In another round, a hot start for the side of Divoli on their defense.
So I'm not sure if you noticed, there's sometimes where Unites don't like completely pop up the Kiva barrier. That's the problem they're having right now. It hit the mirror, it didn't detonate to Kiba, so she went to pick it up, and her hands were shot forward. It's painful because it does change your hitbox and shows your hands, which can be shot as a limb, and it did down her in the end. She was able to get up and get the kills to save the round. But you gotta always be careful when something doesn't detonate quite well. You have to think ahead of time. And now I've got a weird question for you. What do you think of Rolo's Candy? Because at the moment the player is on a rock and roll.
I absolutely love Rolos. It's a little bit different. I've had some in the UK where you are from. Personally, I'm in the US. I'm in Florida, so they taste a little bit different. Personally, I like Rolos more in the US. I think that over in Europe and the UK and those areas, the chocolate overall is definitely better, but I don't think the caramel inside is quite on par with the way that we make it over here in the States. So in general, yeah, I do love me some good Rolos.
For everyone in EU who just had a shivering shake because of the sacrilege that he just spoke, I need to know, caramel. How do you pronounce it? Is it caramel?
It depends on the situation. There's a lot of times where you use one over the other, but you don't use it all the time, right? So sometimes it's caramel, sometimes it's caramel. It really just depends.
Producer, can we turn his mic off for a bit? I'll do the whole cast myself. It's a 5-2, don't even worry about it. He is not allowed to speak for the rest of today. Buck and Blitz pushing in through cafeteria, just trying their best to hopefully create a line of sight into this first floor. And hopefully get one of these downstairs defenders. As you can see with our lovely outlines, they are just pushing downstairs. They're not even going to worry about the people upstairs if they can go for a quick smoke plant maybe. But right now they can see that there's a Legion on the backside. Legion, oh sorry, Castle gets taken down from upstairs. Legion's still pushing down the Blitz. Castle is taken out delightfully by the sledge. Now you gotta worry, Grim. Bees are coming out. There's still holes in the bottom of the floor, so they can't just mindlessly walk through. A lot of rotates have to be done. There's still a smoke above who could go for the flank. But she's not alone. There's still his brother Mute as well. If he can get the nice long angle, might be able to take off another one. But there's Martz getting one. That's Blitz off the board. That's a huge pick, taking out the shield. Smoke canister. First one rings out. Smoke's fighting for his life. Could be able to back up. But Mute's watching for the flank. He can hear somebody destroying the barbed wire. Goes to the swing. Mute gets to the sledge. Sledge misses into SMG-11. But another one from the Gore through the floor. Sorry, but then they're getting one through the floor, and Buck getting his own, being able to answer back. Haban and Buck, last two standing. Buck's watching from above. The hatch goes for the drop. Now has to decide whether he's going to go for the player in the wall or go for B site. A ping comes out, try to give him intel, but they know there's still a player above. Banner has the defuse, but can't push across just yet. But can see somebody above, can't see exactly where. But Banner also gets a pick, taking away Devils. That's Legion off the board. Buck goes to swing, but gets taken out by the mirror. Coming at 2 versus 1. Havana does have defuse in hand, can go for the secret pump, but he knows there's still an operator on site close. Sees him, goes to swing, cannot land the shots. Now the other player has been alerted, she has to move, but gets taken out by the mirror. American chocolate's too sweet, you've got too much sugar in it. Rollers are great in the UK, all sugar in the UK or in any part of Europe is great. It is caramel, not caramel. They are 2 different things. Caramel popcorn is fantastic, but that's all you're getting.
Exactly. You said it in the right circumstance. Caramel popcorn, caramel in other circumstances. So you proved my point right. And I'm back from my hiatus from my not being allowed to talk because my UK compatriot is a little bit salty, you know, about my pronunciation of certain things. But in the end, I am proven correct as in most scenarios. Anyways, that round was really solid from Divoli. Yes, they lost players early on, but the dynamic duo of the SMG-11 boys up top on that first floor just proving too lethal. You can't just forego that first floor. You can't just rush down and hope everything goes well because that verticality is going to bite you in the butt. They're going to hold from above. They have the long angles. You have to push in through their territory, and you're just not going to have success if you do it that way. You have to be able to get the information needed to determine exactly how you're going to push it. If you're going to push straight into sight, then opening up the wall and pushing in with coverage, with smokes and things like that, where it's a little bit more difficult for the verticality to actually come into play, might be your better option. Otherwise, you need to clear out those roamers because they are going to kill you. They are going to hit you in the heads with their guns and put you down. And that's exactly what ended up happening in that round. The SMG-11 is so extremely powerful when taking on those 1v1s.
You're right about that, and the fact that we get to see the R4C on Ash as well, just so they can get ready, get everything opened. And here's the trick with Habana again. This time you get to see from Habana's perspective and how it's supposed to be done with an Ash opening the wall. Its intended use effect is to open up as much as you can. Ash gets the nice long angle, but can see that there's a player down below. Hopefully this person below might be able to get a nice sturdy angle upstairs and take out one of these players. But as you can see, there's somebody on drones watching ahead. Benner hears somebody on the phone call down below, but I'm still not sure.
Beautiful job opening up that wall. They're opening up another wall as we saw as the cans got flicked through. The Hibana performing exactly as expected. Doesn't have any more pellets left in pocket though, so all of these angles that are going to be held, the rest of these walls are going to remain completely shut out, which has to have been planned by this team of Team Ledum, as they just want to make sure they can get in the building, get these angles, get these sight lines opened up, and then deal with the roamers with things like the Grim, like the Dokebi, like the Nomad to get rid of these positions. But they need to be able to clear this out, otherwise they have no hope of getting a plant down.
You're right about that in this final penultimate round, with a minute left to decide who the victor is, or if Latam can keep themselves in this round. They understand that there's a lot they have to do. They have to get in, have to go for the plant. Otherwise, they're going to be shut out. There's a player below. The C4 rings out, downing one, but cannot finish it. Latam still isn't finished yet. They got to push in. The smoke on the electric door shuts them out, keeps them away for longer. They know as a person watching from walkway, they cannot hold this out. They've got to push into side. They don't have the time. There's 40 seconds. Still 2 operators upstairs. And there's 1 kill on for getting that one. But Martz and Ariel answer with their own. There's another one going down. And Diavoli shut them out. Winning the round. Winning the map. And saving it. GG's.
Yeah, fantastic round there out of Divoli. And really showing why this is one of their favorite maps. This is one of the maps that they perform exceptionally on. And really showing why, because they had the ability to find all the map control. They held it down. They won their gunfights. Yes, there were a couple hiccups every now and then. There were a couple really nice rounds from the players on the side of Team Ledham, but in the end, Divoli was just better. And I mean, a little bit of an expected outcome given the map pick. But I mean, kudos to Team Ledham. They chose to come to this map, even though they knew that Divoli loved this map, and Divoli do move on to the next round. And I mean, Drago, what a fantastic set of matches that we've had so far.
I can say I was not expecting that. Divoli, yes, they won handedly, but that was them teaching a class. That was them correcting their opponent's mistakes time and time again, punishing them. Yes, they were shut out by the Asami in the first round, but wasn't enough. Now, here comes the problem. We already know our next match. Would you like me to tell everyone, or should I keep it a secret for now till after the break?
Keep a little bit of a secret. We need to keep a little bit of suspense going on. Everybody can try and guess which match we're going to next. But until then, we're just going to head to a very short break, and we will be right back with our next match very soon.
Nutrition HQ. XXL Nutrition is the most popular online supplement brand in Europe. Our proteins, pre-workouts, dietary supplements, and of course our sportswear is developed with the greatest possible care. We are known for providing the highest quality products and the best service. Daily, we are working with a motivated team on new developments, promotions, and quality control to serve our customers in the best possible way. XXL Nutrition is an established name in the B2B and B2C market. Therefore, we can also be found in many gyms, supplement stores, and supermarkets. Offering the highest possible quality is the foundation of our brand. Only the best ingredients and materials are used for our products. Everyone at our company has passion for health and fitness. That's why we want to provide our customers, and of course ourselves, with the best products. We prepare all orders in our own warehouse, which has the capacity to process more than 10,000 orders daily. Thank you for supporting XXL Nutrition. We are XXL, the most popular brand in sports nutrition.
Shuts you down.
Left champions with 20 stories.
Owen goes down, and the defense is holding on to Rodney and Giovanni have to try and pull Clark down, but the cover won't last. All on the shoulder shoot right now.
Really, the drop is going to come through regardless though. Oh, what a shot that from Morats, and what a second one as well. Turned around, well, no choice but to rush on in. Choose gets one, unaware of the Pro Queen 2. What the Devils do? Trajano got a bit of the one time, makes the hop down, trying to catch his player, misses the shots on to Rooney, finds them eventually, and that's a man advantage that's much needed for Diaboli right now. RWL goes up.
But it's not in Project X West control. That's the last time Boston was a lot of pressure on site. Leon going down. They get Raxo out. It's going to be last to Mark forever. That is exactly. Here comes the corner swing, and wow! Perfect time coming in from MP.
Onto the Monte is just so menacing as he walks up the stairs. The boss G will take off head banner, and he's tries to pick off Monte.
Down, which is huge. That's going to be already all but one extra off the border. Holy crap! The swing!
That blunder, he just got the comms, but that's not going to be the case. Big Steve is going to kick us off.
We cannot choose enough view that there will be no unfortunate chain link of events. And just as we speak of those stands another challenger, the floor is drawn there, the Rotero going to be popped. And the Legion looking for some trouble, and Donkey.
Staircase being swung from both sides. Just has to be prepared, pushing the blue, getting timed bit by bit.
McCain
goes down. Oh no, and Legion gets two places as well. Now it's
Need to be in a tough spot. Look at this, they've got the players on the brief, but here's the hop, he finds the shot.
3v3, new defenders like B site, 3v2.
early C4 pick at the skets anyway.
No, they haven't looked for it. No. They they're coming forward, double kill for all red. It's only going to be left up to Monty, but no! Able to pick up the first, and was that a down? Was that two players? No, it was a team kill for Arga because this team and this DQ's planted the C4 in the wrong position. But they're able to find it. No, can they find the defuser? No, they can, and what they're going to do is winning! This is over! So, it'll be interesting to see if it does prove to be valuable for either of these squads yet. As oh my. Welcome back, everybody. We have our next match up and coming, and we have Ryujin up against Myth Esports. Two fantastic names to be going up against each other. Both sound very mythical and old-timey samurai type stuff. And yeah, Trago, I'm excited for this one. You mentioned before we already knew which one we were going to, which meant we had an extremely short break. We've been blessed today with very quick breaks in between our matches, and hopefully, I didn't just jinx us.
If you start, I'm going to cover you in caramel. But for now, we get map bans, as you can see. Oh, we get to go to Clubhouse. Almost a consulate game, but we finally break our streak, sadly. We're going back to map we've done today, the first one. So let's see if they can teach us a masterclass on it. We need to know more interesting chip plays. There's 46 operators in this game. I would like to see some Kavira. I would like to see some Visual Boss G, Tachanka plays. But now we're going to go to the team cards. Let's show you Ryujin stack and then myths. So Ryujin, which is named after the mythical beast, aka the great dragon that I love so much, is...
Yeah, and unfortunately, we can't go back and tell the players that you can't play Clubhouse. We can't just auto-ban for them, unfortunately. Otherwise, we would have, to make sure we keep the unique map streak going. But yeah, like Drago said, wow, we got some great teams up here.
So, as you can see, you've got Zest, the Irish coach. We have Sky, North, Hoxley, yep, Pozo, YMK, and then you've got, I'm gonna say Nizo, or it looks like the Yu-Gi-Oh card's name Neos, so I'm gonna call him Neos for now. And then we go over to Myth's stack. Let's see how much more stacked or punishing Myth is, because Myth is an old roster now for me. Oh wow! So we've got some phase members as well. We've got GBW or GY, Coco, Alex, Tom on Job, Ollie My G, I do say, respect, Stim1, and Domastis. So if I remember correctly, Choco, Thomas, and Domastis were the 3 myth players I used to see a lot more on their stack. And we have Alex now being added to the board. So I've got to ask you, how do you think this is going to play out? We've got the British boys for the Netherlands team, and then we've got the French Riot Stars run by the Irishman.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be interesting to see. Hopefully we see some innovation, a little bit more coordination than we saw earlier on Clubhouse, which were later into the bracket. So definitely should be. These players are definitely primed and ready, and it looks like the match is about to get up and underway. So hopefully we see something interesting. We see some aggression, we see some coordination, we see some crazy clutches, some crazy plays, things like that. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what ends up happening on this map.
You're right about that. The fact that I do love Clubhouse, but I also know how the bans are going to work. If Habana's not banned first off the bat, then it's going to have to be an ace. Let's see how this goes. Oh. Ace and Kaid.
Definitely expected bans there, Hatches, like you were mentioning. Kaid just is a must ban in this meta, especially on Clubhouse. Ace, extremely strong right now, so makes sense that he gets banned. And the next 2 are gonna be Maverick and Bandit. So it's all about those hard breaches, all of those hard walls. It's all about making sure that they are comfortable, don't have to deal with them being opened or getting opened as easily for both of these squads.
You're right about that, but as you can see, the stacked teams on both sides, Capcan, Scopus, Malusi, Goyo, Sami, Dokebi, Blackbeard, Ash, and Deimos, and Habana being brought. That is a rush strat if I've ever seen it. Having Deimos, Ash, and Blackbeard means they're planning on joining as much as they can, having Deimos go below, and then shut down. Sorry, actually. Deimos might just be shooting down through the floor. This might be a time to switch, but we'll just have to wait and see, especially with Dokebi and Deimos' synergy.
Yeah, the synergy definitely going to be useful, especially when there's no mute up and available for the defenders. So a little bit of an advantage in the operator pick for Myth Esports so far, at least. Not going to have to deal with any kind of mute for those operators.
I'm going to ask you a simple question. Just because we now see that the Habana is being swapped, so do you think they have a plan? Or is this just rush meta galore? 'Cause I think that might be the case.
definitely interesting. They do have 2 hard breach gadgets, so they will be able to get these hatches open as we see a hatch getting closed extremely late on, but no. Domantis just going to go straight in through dirt. They did not reinforce it. I think that's what garnered the hot swap there at the end, is they noticed that there was no reinforcement there, as a lot of damage coming through here for this Blackbeard, but he's already inside. That's a clash down. That's one of the Melusi gadgets down as well. Another Goyle canister down, and the Ash fires out, downs that one as well, as the Blitz is going to go in. A kill comes through for the defense, but it is traded back as well. 2 kills in favor of the defense, and this rush is not going the way they had hoped. The defense responded perfectly, as it's a 3v2 now, as kills are going back and forth. This Deimos has to do it all, as the Ash gets completely obliterated as YMK shuts him down, and what looked to be a fantastic start to the round for Myth Esports is horrendous, and a little bit of a maybe joking, I'm not entirely sure, as it looks like a tech might actually, yes, a tech is going to come through for something after this round, but still up to this Deimos, minute 30 left, probably going to delay for as long as possible, try and wait for his teammate to join back.
Right about that, the chat is still questioning. Deimos still has a minute and a half left. This player is probably going to get back in time, but he knows that there's players watching from both sides, but he cannot peek the angle, gets his head clipped off just by the Melusi. Something you have to be understanding here is that it's just not working out in their favor. It's come out that, as you can see, they're having to go. We're going to pause the timer quickly to see if he can get back within the 15. If he cannot get back in lobby, we'll have to do a rehost. But Tuberao, Sammy, Mira, Maestro, it looks like the top floor is going upstairs. But that's just not how it's going to work out. It does look like it's being saved. There we go.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an interesting round there. They went straight in through the barricade. Yes, the Goyo canister got popped, but Lucy made it a little bit harder for that Blackbeard to actually get around the corner. But once he did, he was able to find a kill onto the Clash extremely early. But unfortunately, he was kind of alone. The Goyo canister being popped meant that the Ash could not join him. Down blue stairs went the Bandit, but there was another Goyo canister. There was another Melusi gadget that had to be dealt with by the Ash. And the Bandit, there was just nobody there for the Bandit to deal with. So it ended up being they couldn't get the case down because the players were off-site, but they also couldn't do anything because the players were off-site, because they couldn't get the kills, which they wanted to, and it just kind of all went downhill from there, even though they did manage to get that opening kill.
Right about that, but also just gonna have to wait here. I'm thinking 2 questions. Would there be anything you change on the defensive lineup? Because as we've seen, they won that, but the offense almost had it. If they'd just chosen a different point of entry instead of blue stairs, they probably could have won the match easily.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting round going to this top floor. I do like the bringing of the Mira, as it was not banned. The mute also extremely impactful. We saw in that the first game of the day, the mute having such an impact on this specific site in shutting down the opposition. And the Maestro being brought on is definitely an interesting one. Let's see if they do end up sticking with the Maestro, but can definitely give a lot of information towards that defensive side. Make sure they're not doing a sneaky plant in a smoke or anything like that in gym, or making sure that they can get rid of those players, make it so that it's extremely annoying. And the Tuberao is a little bit interesting. I guess it will help them keep the jacuzzi wall closed for a little bit longer, but I'm not really sure if Tuberao is the right play here, but we're going to just have to wait and see once the round actually starts if the Tuberao is going to have a lot of impact here.
Just looking at this, I'm wondering 2 things, because as we know, and well, what we've seen now, they have problems, yes. They rushed in, didn't communicate with their teammates, didn't get into sight quick enough. But when they were trying to get into sight, they ended up getting shut out. Hold on. Yeah, it's a bit weird. I'm just getting told Maya that the player is going to have to restart again. It seems like it's a proper bug. So he should be able to join the lobby. So we'll wait. You'll hear the siege noises going on in the background. But for now, 2 quick points for you. I need to know, are you ready to go for a break? But also, are you ready to spawn peek?
Well, it looks like the player is back in the lobby and we can get started. We can go back into the match as it's going to be a little bit of a rough start here for the side of Myth Esports, having to wait after that player had the technical issues. But we are back in the game and ready to go.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
You're right about that. So we're back into it. Now we get to see a different site from them. Going upstairs in the gym. You like this site. I want you to explain to me how they should be setting this up and how it should be set.
Well, especially when you have the mirror or the bathroom wall, the right side, you wall it up, place a mirror there, place a vault prompt hole on the left-hand side so the player inside can actually get out, contest over towards gym. Castle is extremely useful on this side, especially when you have the bandit available to keep that jacuzzi wall locked and closed. It makes it extremely difficult for the attackers, waste their utility to try and get that wall open. Otherwise, you extend out towards cash. You don't necessarily extend in towards CCTV. Maybe you can have a player on rafters, maybe a player playing red stairs for a little while, just to delay for a little bit. But in general, you kind of just play over towards the cache area and try and just stall, try and delay for as long as possible. As we see, this wall was left soft, so just going to take that super shorty and open that one up. A little bit interesting that we have a collie being brought along here when you're not really going to have to contend with any kind of wall denial. A nade through the hole would have gotten rid of the mute jammer, so maybe they just want to be able to deal with this mirror window.
Here comes the breach charges ringing out as well, making sure they can open up construction, but they haven't opened up jacuzzi. Actually, sorry, my mistake. They have opened up jacuzzi. Now they've opened up construction as well. Just got to worry about the players. They don't know how to protect them. These so many barricades being used to slow down the push even more. Only a minute gone, and they've already cleared as much as they needed to. The Cali as well, opening up long angles, side to sides, destroying mirrors. Great pick and a great time.
I'm not exactly sure if that actually got rid of it. It didn't break it, so that's going to be another one coming through, and I'm not sure that one got it either. I'm not sure what the collie is actually getting caught on, as the Savannah looks like wanted to go to open up that wall, but these mute jammers are being extremely pesky, not quite able to deal with the wall just yet, as it's just going to delay and delay and delay. But these walls, the jacuzzi wall, the flat wall, getting opened up extremely early on is extremely nice, and we see that this 2-brow is actually being brought to keep hold of cash, not used to actually slow down anything jacuzzi side, but actually to slow down everything on this cache wall.
And you're right about that, especially with how this is going. An impact, not going to be able to stop the wall, but the 2-brow does freeze it, tries to go for a poke, but the nade is at his feet. He's dancing on top of it, gets it blown up. That's a 4v5 to kick us off for the last minute.
Yeah, 40 seconds left, and the 2-brow did a fantastic job of wasting time, but wasn't quite able to get any kills, any damage done. But a lot of time being wasted means that there's still 25 seconds left, and they still haven't made it into the site. They haven't exec'd yet, and they have to contend with this utility, with this Maestro. The bees are out, they come in, the kill comes through for the Maestro, another kill comes through for the Azami, as the Maestro is going massive here, and it's all left up to the collie. Has to deal with the Maestro cams in the bathroom in every possible angle, and gets absolutely obliterated by the amount of pixels you have to hold.
I've got to say, I love a Cali. I don't use her like that, though, when it comes to this site. I am happy to see her. So, it is nice to see a different change. I've just seen something else as well that I'm not going to like. The fact that we get to see a Jaeger Sammy two-barrel clash, but we get a clash versus Monty. Okay, Monty did switch, luckily. So we get the Flores change of attack. The attackers are always bringing something different each round this time. They're not keeping it to the same plays.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Gonna see. If we need to, we could probably switch out a few more of the players on the side of Myth. And they'd probably still cause trouble and havoc. Looking at how they're playing this out with the two-barrel, looking at how they're bringing the Asami, I'm wondering if, you know, the mirror play is just to be aggressive here. They might try to spawn pick, but I don't think it's the case. I think that's just audio cues, because they're not even worried about bringing mute. The two-barrel is just how they're going to slow everything down anyway.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they intend to use one of these mirror windows on the hard breach wall to try and deny any thermite charges to actually come through here, as the classic fortress upon the rafters is formed for the side of Ryujin. They want to make sure that Myth Esports cannot come slay this dragon as they go over to this cache CCTV bomb site. So one of these mirror windows dropped over here on this red side to make sure that they can hold any kind of push, as well as the Jaeger going over towards this gym bedroom area to try and hold down, delay, stall out, as it looks like, yep, this mirror window's going down on the breach. Gonna make it a little bit tougher for this thermite to actually get something done on this wall.
Looking at how it's playing out, this drone is just going to be able to call out clash in the assignment of the barrier. And as you see, Ash does have the long angle, hopefully trying to pick anyone who tries to peek that red stairs door. Question for you. With how deep this Jaeger is roaming, do you think he's hiding or just hoping to try and catch somebody like this Ash off guard?
Well, I would say if he's hiding, he's doing a fairly bad job of it because he was spotted by a drone. I don't think he actually notices that, as the Dokebi call going to come out. They know he's downstairs in the basement. This Ash going to clear out this first floor. Has to be aware of any possible angles coming from this rafters area. And we know that this red control is going to be extremely powerful for the side of Ryujin, because they decided to opt in to place that mirror window on the top of red stairs, which means if they do end up losing it, then the attackers are going to have that mirror window to play off of. They're going to be able to use it to look in towards cache, and that's not going to be a good thing for Ryujin if that does end up happening.
I don't like two plays that I'm saying right now. The IQ is, sorry, the Ash is now in the basement while the IQ is now still repelled on the outside. The Ash has pulled out her gun instead to fight. A Gone 6 or an Ash Charge could end up being Havoc. Or, there's the Flores drone. If she puts it down again, she's going to lose. There's a nade as well being brought. Goes out but does not land the shots. Jaeger, not even concerned. She's looking for the eyes below to see if there's anyone there, but she's not. She just throws the pre-fire. IQ does get her own pick, taking off the Asami off the board. Becoming a 3v5 with 30 seconds left. They can't rush because of the electricity. They gotta wait and see.
Yeah, the flash is coming through. Going to be absolutely perfect for this cache push. As a Dokebi through the clash, completely blind, but stays alive for so long. Does end up getting a kill, but this top red position so strong for the side of Ryujin. But the attackers, Myth Esports, flooding the site. An absolutely beautiful execute from every possible angle. And, I mean, Drago, I have to wonder, why did Clash go and opt in towards the site instead of holding down on rafters? Because there was a crossfire angle you could have held from the rafters over towards that entry for cache.
I don't think of how they could have improved that. But right now, that isn't their concern. They know how, they need to know how to fix it. They've decided to ban Clash, which is probably the right move. Taking away the Thermite, though, as well, means that there's no Ace, there's no Maverick, there's no Thermite, there's only an Albana. Which, yes, she's useful, but she can't help as much or be tricked as well when it comes for anything other than hatches. So, it's now going to come down to the side of the defense. Whether their Mirror Valkyrie Warden setup is going to be enough to stop any post-plants, while the Goyo and Smoke are going to have to slow down time.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely interesting to see, because that round was so fantastic out of Myth Esports. They need to be able to compound on that advantage, that momentum that they were gathering there, and they need to be able to punish the side of Ryujin, but that was just a tertiary bomb site, so they have to make something happen on this basement. The last time around, it was a little bit of an ambitious push, rush of sorts, and this time around, I don't really see them doing a similar thing. No shields being brought on. They're sticking the Deimos. They have the Dokebi for the roam clear. So maybe they might have a better chance in this round when they're going for something a little bit more standard.
Looking how this is coming out, the pre-fires are just ringing out bit by bit. I'm wondering something. As you can see with the Valkyrie's sight, and we've brought sights up a lot today, what do you think of this Russian red dot?
I actually don't mind it that much. I've used it quite a bit. I usually flip back and forth between quite a few sites, just depending on if I'm playing well or playing bad. Obviously, if I'm playing well, I'm going to play with that site on every gun. If I'm playing poorly, I might swap it up, change things up. It's all about the mental game in the end. Every site is basically just the same. It's all about preference.
With that, but there we go. We do get to see the hold up and setup. But a lot of times been wasted. Nobody's had an exchange yet properly. There's setups coming out, but there's no C4s wasted. There's no barbed wire destroyed. There's no bulletproof taken out. Side of the attack is just trying to clear this first floor as much as they can. There's the first Habana pelts ringing out to open up hatches. Just gonna have to wait for everything to drop. They've cleared out the top floor, meaning there's no bullets and flank them, but they now have to worry about all these different operators causing trouble.
And what a beautiful spot for that Valve cam. You can place it on lights and it kind of distracts away from the shine of the actual camera. And this Valkyrie might prove to be extremely monumental in this round if they can utilize that information to their advantage. So far, just opening up holes in the floor, opening up that verticality, trying to deal with these mirror windows as it wasn't actually banned in the map phase or in the ban phase. But this Valve cam might be able to catch somebody out if a C4 can actually come up and through. They still have 2 in pocket, and it looks like the Valve is going to opt into launching it if somebody just pops through here. Mirror window gonna get popped, or broken rather, not popped, but that does mean that the attackers can push down here, try and find a pick. The C4 is still in pocket, so this Ash has to be extremely careful about this Mira. Just hear it rip, and it comes through, but the kills also come through for the Ash, walking past the angle, able to find the third. No, it was actually Demontis able to pick up the kill as all of the kills going in favor of Myth Esports, and it's a 5v1. The player in dirt goes down, and it's a flawless round, and that's exactly what we want to see out of Myth Esports, bouncing back in the last 2 rounds after losing 2 in a row.
Gotta say, that was a nasty play. That's a great way to start the round. But as you can see, it's almost a perfect split. 3-3. This is the kind of round you want for your attack, especially on a map like Clubhouse. But you'd always prefer an advantage, of course. Valkyrie, Asami, Mutant, Mira, and Maestro being brought inside of the defense. Habana, Ash, Ying, Grim, IQ being on the attack. Ying being brought shows more adaptability, shows more aggression, and shows that they don't care which side it is. They might just go for a pocket shot for a hot plant. Oh no.
Yeah, definitely an interesting setup here for the attacking side. It's going to be interesting to see if they do end up sticking with it. The Mira, as well as those Maestro cams, can prove absolutely fatal here if not properly dealt with, but we saw in the last round that they were properly dealt with. The Ash able to find all of these mirror windows. Last time around we saw a little bit of an interesting strat coming out of Myth Esports, using the Collie to try and deal with those mirror windows. Didn't end up going particularly well, but in the end, this is a new round, and we gotta see exactly how Myth Esports is gonna play this.
Right about that, and it goes down another charge. So it's now a 5v5. I'm wondering something that you might not have noticed as well. After they've set up all these footholds, they've set up all these rotates, it looks like they're not that worried about CC. Like, yes, they've set it up for the aggression, but for now, construction wall's just going to open. They didn't bring any hard breach except for the mute. That's not going to be anything to stop these guys. Ryujin's just going to run straight in, clear as much as they can. It might not stop them at all. It might just be the same distance as walking in through the front door. There's that banner charge about to go off. Can he get the pre-fire into the Asami? He thinks she's on the red stair, but she's actually on the other side watching the rotate. But there's the pre-fire. He does see him, backs off, does survive. But the C4 rings out, taking out the IQ. Balky gets perfect pick as well. But now it's no longer on the board.
Yeah, and the IQ going down that early means that all of these Valve cams are going to stay up as long as they don't actually get spotted by these players. And no, they didn't open up the wall correctly. And there's a hole it can be crawled through as the shotgun being brought on the Ying means another C4 comes through. And Ryujin are absolutely devastating with this. The shotgun push gonna come through, gonna find 2 players as 3 players go down from the side of Ryujin. The pistol gonna come out, not quite gonna be able to find anything, but that's complete control over to the side of Myth Esports for the side of Cash in CCTV area. And it's just gonna be up to this Mira, to this Maestro. Are these Maestro cams going to be useful? And are these Mira windows going to get shut out by this Ash?
I think that it's going to have to be the case right now. The fact that we can see them getting ready, Maestro cam just pre-firing Sprague. Yeah, it's a 2v3. Maestro has the Older, which has enough bullets for anything you could dream of, but also having Ying shotgun, something I only see on console. As Cries would have told me, it's a great weapon, but for now, they're going to have to play for the aggression. He can hear something traveling to the top, but he knows there's one more person in construction. He can't just forget about it for now. He needs to make his wise decision. Oh, pre-fires. Here comes the Candela. Does not shoot it in time. There's still another operator close. They have to think about this. 20 seconds. Mira can hear it, but Mira actually does get... No. Oh, Maishu gets the turn on, getting the other operator. Now it's a 2v1 versus Habana. They have the man advantage, but they cannot land it. Runs back, tries to reload, but gets tagged in the arm by the Mira. Quickly working against them.
And what a duo there of the Maestro and the Mira. Even though the Mira window didn't prove to be that useful, they just won their gunfights. And I'm not entirely sure what the Ying was doing. Tossed the Candela down, but didn't drop the hatch, had the pistol out, and tried to win a gunfight against an Alda and a Vector. That's just not going to happen. It's not going to work. And Ryujin, what a comeback in that round, especially being down 2-3 in man count, 2-4 maybe at one point, and they were able to win that one out. And just a fantastic job of just holding down on that position and making sure that the side of Myth Esports just weren't comfortable enough to push up an exec.
I'm just trying to think of how to correct the mistake, because there wasn't many. Myth, yes, they got shut out bit by bit, but as you can see, there's a lot of utility to be used. I do believe Dirt Tunnel was reinforced there, but I'm still not entirely sure. But you can't adapt to this sort of complex ingenuity, I'm going to say, because I've just seen double cap cans on a window, which I hope it catches off someone, but if it's not somebody like a Blitz or a Blackbeard, most people are going to see that.
Yeah, especially when you hold that angle down towards the bottom of blue, which is usually the case, you should be able to see those. But then again, that's usually when Capcan is at the most finest, as one of those already got shot off and it was completely accidental. So maybe on the other side something can happen, but not going to be the full kill there, as I'm not even sure that the Grim even noticed that he killed one of the Capcan traps, as this Twitch proving to be absolutely amazing here, getting rid of those Goyo canisters, making sure that it's easier for the attack to get down there. They don't have to worry about the stall potential of the Goyo canisters.
You're right about that. The 2 Goyos are already gone. I think there's only a third left. Oh, sorry, it's only the third one that he set is left now. I do believe she's just gotten the last one as well. So now here comes the big brain plays. They have the Legion above, which I don't think they've checked enough. They know he's up there. They know someone is close to that angle, so they're gonna have to push him out. But it's gonna work out in their favor or not. He does get a wall bang onto the Ash. Qualifier lights her up, but does not kill her. She shots back, doesn't get the kill, lands the shot. But as you can see, Capcan is there. Might go for the long angle, but no. They now know there's only one player upstairs, not two. Otherwise, they probably would have pushed site. There's the Twitch Endure as well. Gotta be careful of this. It's gonna get electric in here in a second. Twitch goes down.
Yeah, and the TCSG on the Goyo is going to shut down the DMR as the push going to come through, going to find the Ash as a beautiful swing there out of the Capcan. Now trying to make it back to site, and no, the smoke should be able to spot out a player as kills come back and forth. It's 3v2 advantage. The drop of the hatch going to come through, but the Habana goes down, and that's it. That's the round, and an advantage being maintained here for the side of Ryujin. They're going to be up 4-2 going into the second half.
4-2 start as well. That's a painful way to start, but it's the fact that now we get to see Ryujin's attack. Myth's defense might be stronger. We're just going to have to see how these teams are favored each side. High and ace band, it's going to be a repeat of the same time. I know it is.
Here it comes, the Maverick and the Bandit band. We already see into the future. We know exactly what's going to happen, but joke's on us. It's going to be something completely random, like, I don't know, maybe an Azami and Brava band or something, which is a little unlikely. And it's going to be the Mirror Maverick. Definitely makes sense, especially the Maverick ban when you want to bring the Bandit, and the Mira is extremely powerful on a map like this. You can use it down in the basement, which is the first site we are going to be seeing here. You can use it upstairs on either of the top floor bomb sites, and it is extremely powerful and extremely annoying to have to deal with.
Not sure how I feel about seeing the Monty and the Scopus. Yes, there's a lot of changes. Ryujin's defenses were quite adaptive, but Myth's attacks were always changing. Whether it was for the better or not, it still needs to be shown. So maybe we might see a Ryujin rush. That'd be nice.
And I don't know if you spotted it, but it looks like they're going to opt not to actually reinforce off dirt. They're going to save those reinforcements, maybe go upstairs, maybe play more of an extended roam here, but they're just going to barricade dirt off, place a Goyo canister on top of it. Not going to see a Twitch hovered just yet, so looks like it's not going to be an easy way of dealing with those canisters just yet, but the Scopos on the top floor definitely rings out quite a bit of a roam. Maybe play over here above the kitchen hatch, a classic ranked, throw a vigil upstairs, just block off the hatch, make sure they can't actually get it open. But going to be interesting to see exactly how they play this one out, as Warden taking a little bit of damage. Sounds like that was maybe from a gas pipe getting exploded.
I'm seeing something strange. It's not something I like. The fact that we do have the Scopus hiding upstairs, I'm sure the second body is down. It looks like the plan was just to bait somebody, but I'm not sure. There's the drone. He does get spotted. Whether he's going to be using his body as a bait or whether he's going to try to go for this kill here, but he's going to get shot from the staircase as well. Flashed by the Blitz. He has to run for his life. He's not going to get time to change. Oh, but he does get the kill on the Blitz. That's a fair equal trade, but smoke is also taken out across the map. Not something you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Scopos a fantastic job to get rid of both of those drones, as well as manage to find your own trade. Was a fantastic job, just kind of wasting time, wasting drones, wasting bodies. And, I mean, losing the Blitz is definitely going to hurt this attack when it comes to the raw aggression. This Ram going to open up this flooring, going to get this verticality coming through. Still a C4 in play here, so this Warden might be able to find a pick if used in the right way.
Here's the thing, I don't like this for two reasons. Now that we get to see the ram being used, as you said, opening up as much as possible, all of those doors are going to get opened, all those lines of sight, and Grim's still trying to come down that main staircase. Ram is getting burnt a shot just before she can drop down the hatch. It's not the position you want to be, but it's still safer than being actually in sight. But there's another line of sight getting out the Dokebi. Now, Ram has to be res, but she's only going to have 20 HP in the dream. But Dokebi, sorry, Habana answers with on kill, taking out, and the flank from Grim, luckily getting Warden.
Yeah, really good round there out of the attacking side. They were able to just isolate all of those players, and even though the Ram ended up going down, it was virtually a trade and landed on the piece of flooring that wasn't actually torn up, so was able to get picked up in the end. And Hibana just through the hatch, able to find those kills. And Drago, was it just a little bit of an over-aggress from the side of Myth Esports to just kind of try to peek through the hatch and contend with all of those weird angles that you can hold in kitchen, through the hatch, through those cabinets, and the centerpiece where all of those pots and pans end up being? Or was it just really good gunfights from Ryujin?
I'd have to say it's better gunfights because every utility was burned very quickly, and seeing as they couldn't shut it down as quickly as they wanted to, when it came up to the guns and just, let's say, better plays when it came to turning, there's nothing that could have stopped them. Even when they tried their best, they got shut out way too quickly. So I'm just gonna have to say it worked out better in their favor, sadly. It was just down to gun skill in this one.
And we see a little bit of a switch up here. Going to reinforce dirt. Hopefully doesn't get caught out while actually reinforcing that. Going to off the hold for dirt. Used a lot of those oil canisters for that moto drop. And, I mean, they're opting for a little bit less of a roam here, it looks like. At least so far. Just with the Azami on this first floor. The Scopos opting to play down towards site. Maybe using the clone actually for the shield properties rather than for, I'm going to play upstairs, get a pick, maybe waste some drones, waste some time, and then swap back down to the basement, because last time around it didn't quite work out as intended.
You're right about that, and the fact that they're still pre-firing, trying to get this player, and they don't see anything. Now, Asami's just going to have to waddle her way back down to site, Scopos as well, trying to hide. It's dangerous, but it makes sense. 2 minutes remaining. I've got a question for you. How close do you think this is you're gonna have to go? Because right now, they don't have a choice. They have this capital. They have to push site. They can open up the hatches with Habana. But to do it safely is not what's gonna ring out. A C4 rings out from you, but does not land. Now the Scopos gets to see the Monty. You're afraid it's too much time?
I think it's just going to come down to the adaptability of Myth Esports. They have adapted fairly well in all of these rounds so far. What hasn't worked, they try something different. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. It needs to work in these rounds. They need to make this round work, because if it doesn't, they're up against match point and they have to win 4 in a row just to send it to overtime. We have this kitchen hatch open. We have a lot of this flooring getting destroyed. And so far, so good for the side of Ryujin. They have a lot of map control, but for the side of Myth Esports, they haven't given anything up. It's a minute left on the clock. So they definitely have the potential to stall this one out and win this round. We see the Grim with the bees in hand, ready to push down, ready to take this execute in stride. The Azami definitely going to be a factor here, playing this power position, going to get spotted out by the bees likely because it is such a commonly held position. Habana ready for this moto drop. The oil canister should be prepped and ready as the Montaigne actually going to push into sight. The Cavitao goes down and so does the Azami. The Montaigne going to start this defuse here on the ground. Has to be stopped. There's one C4 that the swing comes through. It's not able to find the kill, and the kill comes forward for no. The counter defuse has to come through here, but this hatch is just proving absolutely lethal. Nope with the triple kill. It's all left up to Alex. Still has a C4 in pocket, has to find these gunfights. Maybe, just maybe, if he can get underneath, he can pop that C4 through. Maybe he opts to use the C4 for the Monty. It's going to come through. It's not quite going to connect. A little bit of damage, but not enough to actually manage this. And it's going to be a Ryujin round unless something crazy can happen, but it has to happen now. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds dead as Ryujin take the round, head to match point, and look absolutely devastating on this map.
Okay, so as you can see, this is not what I was expecting. Good tactical timeout needed to be called. 6-2. Bans have went through. Gotta say, they should have probably called this a bit earlier. They put themselves on the back foot now. Ryujin is just shutting them down. They've been an absolute menace all match. As you can see, they've lost only 2 attacks. They've not lost a single one yet. Sorry, they've only lost 2 of the defensive parts. They've not lost a single attack. There's 21 seconds of the timeout. What do you think they're saying?
It definitely has to be about the adaptability, because what's been happening isn't working. They tried a heavy roam, it didn't work. They tried a bunker setup, it didn't work. They need to go for something a little bit different. Maybe a smoke, maybe something to just kind of throw them off, because right now they're playing exclusively towards that kitchen hatch. They need to try and break up the successfulness of the kitchen play. They need to be able to deal with the ram, deal with the Hibana, deal with that hatch actually getting opened up so early on, and those angles being utilized so effectively by Ryujin, whether it be something like impact tricking the hatch, or not peeking the hatch and just playing off of a smoke, or Goyo canisters or something like that. And we're still talking about the basement because, yes, we are on this top floor, but with 6-2 scoreline, they have to win 4 rounds in a row, so they have to end up going back to that basement eventually. We're going to go up to CCTV cache, which is a little bit different. Usually we see the gym bedroom bomb site being the chosen one when it comes to that secondary bomb site, or even sometimes it's opted into for the first bomb site. But CCTV cache, going to have to see something different out of the team of Myth Esports. We have to see a little bit more aggression maybe with their teammates, playing off of each other and winning these gunfights.
Looking at how the shots are ringing out, I'm always scared, always worried. As they always set up so differently. Each team has different ways. One had a Frost hiding with a sign barricade holding rafters. Now we have a castle shutting off archives and just holding angles. But as we can see, we have the Capital being prepared. Thermite's here and ready. Especially with Monty having impacts in hand, that wall will get breached, even if Bandit's checking. But it's just a choice between who's better. Thermite, Bandit, or Monty. Monty has to bring out a C4 impact, but no, it gets stopped, they get strict.
No, it was just a little bit of a bait. Thermite opted to remove the breach charge and opt to just kind of bait out the bandit batteries, as it's going to be interesting to see exactly how Ryujin deal with this. They need to try and go underneath or use these charges to effectively get rid of it. And no, he's opting for the wrong side of the wall, so it is actually going to get open. Thermite ends up winning in the end, and Nolf ends up getting a kill onto the bandit. It's just salt in the wound. Absolutely devastating for the side of Myth Esports.
I've got to say, it's not something you want to see, hear, or feel. But it's working out in their favor. They're able to push in quickly. Bandit might be off the table, so that wall breach is possible now.
It looks like Flores is going in. Some damage done onto the player top red, and absolute devastation for Myth Esports. It looks like it might just be done here. A 5v3 for the side of Ryujin. They're opening up this construction wall. They're getting rid of these Azami barricades, and they still have so much utility to use. They have this Flores drone. They have one more left in pocket. They still have all of Capital's utility, as well as an impact from the Zofia. as looks like a little bit of an aggressive swing out here for this castle. They realize that 2 players are sitting on top red that they have to be able to deal with. We see that the utility is flying, the nades coming through as the kill. Alex with the almost run out, able to find one as Choco, able to find one as well. It's into a 3v3. Wait, how are they doing this? This is entirely possible for the side of Myth Esports, but no, Neos does not want that to happen. Takes down Alex, takes down Ollie. It's all left up to Choco on the smoke. Has to do it all. The diffuser's going down. 1, 2, 3. It's done as Choco has to find this retake. The smoke canister coming out, going to do a little bit of damage onto this Montaigne. But surely this is impossible, especially with all of the information. You can't even get through the doorway. Has to be able to get this Montaigne, but it's just not going to happen. This round is over, and this is why shields need to be removed from the game. And oh no. Why do you have to do him like this? Gonna get shot in the back by the Monty, no. Spinning around in a circle, gonna get bashed and finished, and no. Oh, Ryujin take the match and move on to the next round.
That's heartbreaking because I had a miss, but I can't say it was a bad match. It was entertaining. It showed off a lot of good grit, but as we can see, 2-7, something that we did want to see, coming out in our favor, showing us better plays, better work. But as we can see, that's only round 32, right? We're about to head on to round 16, then the semi, and then the finals for today's call. So we don't have that many matches left. I hope you're understanding what I'm saying by this is only a few more streams left, then you can go off and nap. But I need to know, are you ready for the next match?
I am definitely ready. But fortunately, we have to head to a short break, and we'll be back with our next match very soon.
Nutrition HQ. XXL Nutrition is the most popular online supplement brand in Europe. Our proteins, pre-workouts, dietary supplements, and of course our sportswear is developed with the greatest possible care. We are known for providing the highest quality products and the best service. Daily, we are working with a motivated team on new developments, promotions, and quality control to serve our customers in the best possible way. XXL Nutrition is an established name in the B2B and B2C market. Therefore, we can also be found in many gyms, supplement stores, and supermarkets. Offering the highest possible quality is the foundation of our brand. Only the best ingredients and materials are used for our products. Everyone at our company has passion for health and fitness. That's why we want to provide our customers, and of course ourselves, with the best products. We prepare all orders in our own warehouse, which has the capacity to process more than 10,000 orders daily. Thank you for supporting XXL Nutrition. We are XXL, the most popular brand in sports nutrition.
Champions with 20 stories. Owen goes down, and the defense is holding on to Rodney, and Liam only have to try and pull Clark down, but the cover won't last. All on the shoulder shoot right now.
Really, the drop is going to come through regardless, though. Oh, what a shot there from Murat, and what a second one as well. Turned around, well, no choice but to rush on in. Choose against one, unaware of the pro queen two. What the Devils do? Charges it. Got a bit of the one time, makes the hop down, trying to catch this player, misses the shots on to Rooney, finds them eventually, and that's a man advantage that's much needed for Diaboli right now. RWL goes up.
But it's not in Project X control. That's the last time Boston was a lot of pressure on site. Leon going down to get Raxo out. It's gonna be last for Mark forever. That is exactly. Here comes the corner swing, and wow, perfect time coming in from MP.
Onto the Monte is just so menacing as he walks up the stairs. The boss G will take off head banner, and he's tries to pick off Monte.
Down, which is huge. That's gonna be already all but one extra off the border. Holy crap! The swing!
That blunder, he stops the bombs, but that's not going to be the case. Steve is going to kick us off.
We cannot choose enough view that there will be no unfortunate chain link of events. And just as we speak of those stands another challenger, the floor is drawn there, the Rotero gonna be popped. And the Legion looking for some trouble, and Donkey.
Staircase being swung from both sides. Just has to be prepared, pushing the blue, getting timed bit by bit.
McCain
goes down. Oh no, and Lucy gets two places as well. Now it's
Need to be in a tough spot. Look at this, they've got the players on the breach, but here's the Hawkins finds the shot.
3v3, two defenders like B side, 3v2.
early C4 pick if this gets anyone.
No, they haven't looked for. No. They
They're coming forward, double kill for all red. It's only going to be left up for Monty, but no! Able to pick up the first, and was that a down? Was that two players? No, it was a team kill from Arda because this team and this defuse planted the C4 in the wrong position. But they're able to find the kill. Can they find the defuser? No, they can't, and Roberto gets the it's winning! It's over! So, it'll be interesting to see if it does prove to be valuable for either of these squads yet. As oh my god! Welcome back, everybody. We are ready with our next match. We have Oblivion Gaming up against Project Zero. And Drago, this one's definitely going to be an interesting one as we move forward into the quarterfinals. So all of these teams vying to make it out of the qualifier, go through to the next stage, and this is really where it comes down to the wire, because if they make it through this round, then their points go up dramatically and they have such a better chance of making it through.
So, what I've noticed, what has terrified me most of all, is the fact that you may not have seen it, but if we go to map bans, I'm just gonna have to quickly explain this. This team, Oblivion Gaming, has been absolute menaces, taking their opponents to what seems to be different maps every time, but is just Chalet with a skin on it. These Hungarian Oblivion destroyers have taken off some really good teams so far, and now they're against Project Zeros. Project Zero just defeated Diavoli, the ones who we got to see on stream a minute ago. But it happens. It's not something I'm going to say is happening often, but it happens. We've got two great underdog teams coming up for this. Let's go to the team cards. And hopefully we'll see some names we recognize. If not, we're going to just be surprised for days. So, first team's up. That's Oblivion Gaming's roster. Dodo, Hudsit, Atiz, Joker, Fantasy, maybe not Lucifer, maybe it is. He might be lying, he might not be. You just have to wait and see if he spawn peaks or not. The biggest that we're going to have is going to be the Project Zero. Their team cards are going to show up, and I'm going to tell you, you might be surprised at who you're looking for. Oh, wow. Just, I'm surprised hearing that the players are almost ready. It sounds like they are. So, as the players are Dalvi, Skeptic, Picto, Riaz, Skippy, Sass, and Flexi. PG10 as well as a stand-in. I don't know if he's playing today, but we'll have to wait and see. The problem is, we have Skippy, who we've seen in previous qualifiers. He was a complete menace, taking them to the captain's lounge and just destroying them. I do believe he was their manager at the time. So, we're just going to have to wait and see. We're going into game now, I believe. Yep. See you in there in a second.
Yeah, and map of Chalet, we are restarting our streak of unique maps. Yes, we got Clubhouse twice, but overall we have been blessed today with not a lot of repeat maps. This time around, Chalet, a little bit of an aggressive map, which definitely going to be interesting to see how both of these teams utilize it and how these map bans, or rather these operator bans, really try to augment that. The Azami and the Blackbeard definitely makes sense. Azami can just make a fortress out of any area with the Kiba barriers. The Blackbeard is extremely annoying to have to deal with. Obviously, the shields. We saw last map how it ended with the Montaigne shield completely blocking off the smoke, and just not how you want to go. This time around, Malusi and Grin as well. Definitely interesting bans, Drago. What do you think about that?
So, when it comes to interesting bans, I've got to say that's completely off the wall, except for the fact that Grimm is such a great post plant. So, they've done their research. And Malusi, having Malusi banned out is something that we don't get to see often, especially with the fact that the Wub machine are so. The Banshee Screams hold you in your place. They're so good on certain maps or certain rotations. We don't know yet. So for now, we're going to have to wait and see. The attackers are Ace, Ram, Nomad, Twitch, and Buck. I do believe all those are going to be 6-pick though. Mute, Kai, 2-Bar Legion, and Goyo on defense. Chalet is a map where downstairs is hard to take even on the best of days. But not having a Sami, they may have just made it easier for themselves to attack.
Yeah, going to be interesting, especially with that Goyo canister set up on the wall there. They're ready for whenever that wall opens, just to deny any kind of rush. The Legion, I really like on this map in particular. There's a lot that you can do with Legion. The goo mine's extremely powerful in finding out where these attackers are actually coming from.
I'm just looking at this now. I'm wondering two things. So, they've completely given up garage control, so the attack have a lot more room to work with. But since they're focusing so heavily on second floor control, they might be able to just push right up to the windows, right up to the wall, and just take it quickly. They know that there's one player up there if they're checking for drones, but Goyo might be an unknown unknown. It's all going to come out to this Kaid, how well they can attack.
Yeah, and in the early seconds, not really much happening here. Just trying to feel out the other team, get some map control, get some information. It looks like the gridlock just going to try and make sure that these rotates are a lot more difficult as we see the tracks going down, but destroyed very early on. They're not going to spread all that far, so these stairs are going to be free game for these defenders.
You're right about that, but I do like to see that just perfect throw right through the window, perfect landing. Those traps should be able to cover everything on the top floor, well, just everything on the staircase. And now they need to know what's coming from behind them. They have the 2 rows set up, but they're not even going to worry about the back wall anymore. They're just going to try and trick the wine wall. They know where their operators are coming from. They're being prepared now to set up as best as they can, stop any second rush. This might actually get a thermite charge.
It's gonna get it! Oh, the timing! He was completely blind. He threw it, and it just so happened to be timed perfectly with the thermite actually going for it, because it does take so much time for the claw to actually trigger that you can't really trick it when there is a thermite on the board. But it just happened that the timing was beautiful.
You're right about that, but for now, we're gonna have to see this pushing. But he gets flanked. Dyer gets taken out early by the Ash. Sorry, the Ram. But now, the wall is gonna have to get open now. He does not have a second trap, but he does have a 2 brow to slow it down. So unless this Capital can train this exactly right, that thermite charge is gonna get destroyed. Here we go. Time is now. Is it gonna be able to get it? Yes, it will go off. And the Kaid will not be able to stop it.
Yeah, and the Gon 6 gonna get rid of that BP. No, there we go. Kills coming through, the thermite down. Fantasy getting a Capitao bolt kill with the fire, I believe, and thermite's gonna get picked back up. But no, it's the Tuberau going huge. It's gonna be a 1v2, but no! The defenders end up taking the round as the flank through blue ends up proving fatal as the defenders take the round. Project Zero coming out huge there with a little bit of good timing in some situations, but the gunfights ended up going their way.
Gotta say, we're just gonna have to wait and see. We've got Scopus, Legion, Ella, and Fenrir coming out now for Barhold, which is a bit different than what we're used to seeing. The ending of that round has still messed me up quite a bit, but now I get to see Warden be added. It looks like the defense have a plan in mind. They're just wondering what the 5th operator should be.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And the Scopos being brought for this bar gaming defense, definitely one you don't usually see. So it's going to be, I'm curious exactly how they intend to utilize the Scopos. Maybe Scopos is going to be the one up in the up in library playing the spots by the bookcases and just gonna play there for a while and eventually back off and go to her clone, or maybe she opts to do something different, but definitely not something you typically see on this bomb site.
Just looking at how it's going on, we've got a different problem. We've got runouts coming from Fenrir, the hyper aggression. Now I think it's finally put a little bit of fear into Oblivion's reign. They've been working really hard, but this isn't Morewood. This is Scopos hiding in a corner, might be able to get a run out, or just, you know, cause a bit of havoc. You can hear the windows opening, you can hear the person running. He's just waiting for that repel sound. He hears it. He'll be able to go for the impact and gets the kill on the striker. Beautiful pick, becoming a 4-5. Just gonna have to wait and see how this lines up now.
Yeah, beautiful pick there with the run out, and I mean, I guess this is what they intend to use the Scopos for. Just run around, try and find picks, find the gaps to find these kills, as looks like nobody's actually playing too deep in library as another kill comes through. Riaz able to take down Joker, and another kill comes through as Deli able to take one down. The Blitz, yes, does actually manage to find that kill in the end, as we just have shields left, and they're both gonna get punished as Riaz on the Ella with that Scorpion finds both of their heads. And another round goes in favor of the defense, and when you forget your Warden and don't have to get blinded is definitely not the way you want to end up going down, but I guess that is what ended up happening.
They still won the round, so it's okay. He didn't have to tell anyone that. He could have just said he ran out of juice. But nope, that is not the case. For now, they have a different problem, a much bigger problem. This castle, same site downstairs, they've not been able to push it yet. It's now Kitchen. Kitchen is still held from second floor with a lot of utility, so you can't just be burning it as much as you want, and that 6-pick timer operator is going to shut them down. I have a question. How do you like to defend... Sorry, I've asked you before, but how do you like to defend Kitchen? Do you like to be the one upstairs or the one in sight?
Personally, I like to be the one in the basement with a C4 playing Valk, ready to lob something up through the hatch, or anything like that is personally my go-to, or just really anything where I can just take a heads-up gunfight.
So, I'm a bit worried. We get to see this element coming out. That means they know there's an Ella. They know she's playing aggressively. Yes, it's an operator that's great for aggression, but if they know what's coming with this force, they can take it.
Ready to push them out.
Down the air jab, going down there. Just going to be all about this early control here for this side of Oblivion. They really need to make something happen here. The nade should be able to catch out this shield, and it does. The Grisma Mine can go out there just to make sure that Ella can't get snuck up on, make sure that I can be able to deal with anybody pushing up, as this top floor control really proving vital here, as they just want to make sure that the attacking side can't get in and get an early plant down.
Gotta say, as you can see, lines of sight coming out. The castles are being destroyed bit by bit. They can't just forget about this top floor. They need to clear as much as they can, but also stop any rotates. Gridlock's, I gotta say, her spikes work fantastically to shut people out. You either have to use your auto, use your gun, or use whatever you can to clear them. But now, though, this Fenrir is just waiting next to the window, hoping to try and get this flourish drone, but he does actually shoot it in the end. And here comes a Sophia with a nice flank up blue. If no call comes out, she could actually get a really nice early pick on one of the operators. Does not see any cameras or drones, gotta be worried, but there's the Fenrir might, goes to the pre-fire, gets the Fenrir, but Fenrir did take out one of his own, taking out Flores. She knows the 2 bars above now as well. How are you gonna play this?
Definitely gonna have to find these kills very quickly here. A minute left on the clock. Sophia has a very nice point of pressure to try and cause chaos here as the Gridlock. It does end up going down to Skeptic as this gunfight coming through here, and it's going to be a trade. The down, the finish ends up coming through as from this repel, this Twitch has to find something here. Nomad from behind in the bathroom takes out the pistol, can't quite find anything just yet. The player just running away, and the player that's still upstairs deals a little bit of damage. Nothing quite concrete happening yet, but it is going to be a man advantage here for the side of Project Zero, exactly where they want to be here in this position with this top floor control in hand, as the flank coming through. This Ella might prove to be the winner of the round, but Dodo ends up finding a kill onto Pukito as from the top. No, how does Twitch find that kill? It's all going to be up to the Ella, up to Deli. Has to find these kills here as the defuse going down in the corner, and no, not quite able to find the kills just yet as the shots ring true, but not true enough as Fantasy ends up winning the round. As the first round going to the side of Oblivion is in round 3.
Gotta say, the fact that they all had the option, but chose to go for the fighting attacker, it hurts, but it makes sense. It's gonna come out to if they can shoot, if they cannot. It's working out in their favor, yes, but it's also not working out in their favor. I'm not sure if that's come out to too many choices, too many options, and they just couldn't figure out where to stick it. But for now, Ella's gonna have to work out better in the long run as a different operator, because I don't think she should be brought again. Bring Goyo, Legion, Clash, Jaeger, Mutant is a much better lineup, especially for a defensive hold like that. I understand Ella was a comfort pick, or they had the aggressive strat. Yes, it worked out a little bit, but in the end, it cost them it just because not having that firepower, but also not having the ability to help passively with the team as well. You're always active.
Yeah, and the Blitz being banned definitely going to be one that Warden was definitely wanting to happen, because he doesn't want to forget that he's playing Warden again, and not having to deal with the Blitz definitely is going to make that a little more helpful, because one part of the Blitz that nobody really talks about is the pressure that it creates. It's not just about the flash, but it's about, when is the flash coming? Oh gosh, there's a character with a shield that has a blind running at me. Oh no, it's about the chaos that operator can actually bring. So getting rid of that, definitely going to be helpful here. Kaid makes sense. Going back to this basement bomb site where the Kaid definitely had a lot of impact. We saw that timing play come through where that Kaid was able to keep that wall closed. This time around, Thermite, boom, wall open. Doesn't have to deal with anything at all. There's no mute jammer on that wall for some reason. I guess they want to use it more offensively to try and stop this Deimos play that could be coming out. Not that they know that there's a Deimos here, but yeah, they just didn't really care about that wall getting open.
I have a feeling you might be right, but you also might be wrong. I have a feeling that this has come out too. We know the wall's going to get open one way or another. Let's make sure it's the wall we want to get open. Now they focused only on that wall, so it's up to Clash. But as you said, having this mute jammer spread downstairs towards Wine is probably going to make sure a lot easier for them to hold. But still a Valkyrie who Deimos keeps trying to track. Oh, Valkyrie getting shot, has to go for the wallbang. Does tag Deimos in the back as well, but the Deagle does not win that gunfight, sadly. Deimos has his first pick. Now he's going to go for his third.
Excellent kill there for the Deimos. It looked like the Valkyrie was going to win that out in the end, but didn't end up coming to fruition. The Deimos still on very low HP. One bullet will do it, but it looks like Monty is pushing up quite aggressively. I'm not entirely sure where that Monty is, but saw it through the floorboards maybe, or maybe it was just the Clash tricking me, as this Ram going to make sure that the attackers have this line of sight to stop anybody pushing up those main stairs, make it a little bit easier for the attack to actually come through here. But this impact, no, he doesn't win it out. The Vector betrays him. He couldn't control the recoil and goes down to the R4C, or rather to the Thermite. It looked like the Ram for a second, but no, ends up going down. Looks like aggressive play for the Clash up here. Two shields butting against each other.
You're right about that. They know the Deimos is tagged, and they know that the Thermite is also tagged now as well. But in a 3v5, yes, this class can be an absolute menace, or the Jaeger can, getting a nice pick on the Thermite, just has to wait. He knows there's still two more operators upstairs. He knows that the flanks have to be covered. He can hold the angle as much as he wants, cause as much trouble as he can. They know there's only two on site though, so they can't just push and go for drops here. There's the first smoke bringing out, but a lovely shot by... Oh, Clash getting another one, going for the third, stops it, gets all three of them, triple kill to start. Only the Ram left alive upstairs. Now it's a 3v1. And completely punished from this. Not what you want to play, but can get one, can't get the second one. Gets shot in the back, tries it, standing directly above the defender. Oh, but he does see Clash standing behind the shield, but gets tapped in the head at the end. Unlucky.
A hectic round there, and it just came down to the coverage just wasn't good enough. You can't be playing that breach so aggressively when you have a surefire plant in the corner behind the bookcase. They can't stop the Monty unless they kill you. So you have to play an off angle. You have to play where if they swing wide enough to be able to fight the Monty, then you see them and you're able to get them because the player has to swing you first. But they play out in the middle of the breach where the Clash has the opportunity to get rid of you, and the Clash does exactly that. And I mean, fantastic gunplay there from the Clash to actually find all of those kills, including the case. And in the end, it's just too hard for the Ram to actually find all the kills, and it goes in favor of Project Zero yet again.
I've got to say, Project Zero are really showing the metal this time around. And it's really showing how much they've improved in just, I'd say, a week, but it's only been a couple of days since the last time we've seen them play. But now, we get the double cap gun on the walls, hatches being opened. Sadly, no orcs, so nobody's going to be jumping through them. But they will force the attackers to waste enough time, which can hopefully help save them in the long run.
Yeah, and it looks like maybe a spawn peek gonna come through here for the Warden. Hopefully he doesn't forget that he's playing it, because there is a Ying on the board. So definitely have to be careful here. Careful of the rush. There is a Glass as well as the Capitao, so might see something a little crazy. But looks like the first kill is actually going to be a Claymore onto the Legion, going down the Glass with the smoke. The Monty's going down as well as the Ying, so a fantastic start here for Project Zero, but they're in the site. They need to find these kills, but no, they do! Project Zero ends up finding all of the kills. I'm not even sure how that happened, how these players went down. What happened?
So, I'm going to give you a quick recap of the last 50 seconds. First kills coming out for the Monty and the other person who jumped in. Both taken out by beautiful sprays through the smoke and a little bit of damage. Worked out really well for the defense, but Warden was actually EMP'd, so if they had got the plant off with Ying, it would have worked as well. Because they had EMP'd his Glass, it takes so long for the Glass to charge back, it didn't work in their favor. Going on to the next two, Thatcher trying his best to try and repel in, maybe trying to get that early pick onto the Fenrir upstairs so that nobody could hold above, while one of the two operators jump inside. They go for the jump and get wallbanged by the other two, watching the oil site, but it just didn't work on that. It just didn't work on their favor. I gotta say, that was a much better defense of Project Zero, but it all came down to how badly a rush can go wrong if you're not paying attention.
Yeah, for sure. And Project Zero guaranteeing that they win this first half is absolutely massive for them, because this map has for so long been very attacker favored, or at least even. So managing to win out on the defense is a spectacular showing from them so far. Going back to this kitchen bomb site for the last round of the first half, and for the side of Oblivion, you have to win this. This is a necessary round to win. Otherwise, when you move over to the defense, it is going to be one mistake and you're done. One mistake and the other team goes to match point. And that is not how you want to be playing it.
Right about that, just looking at the Nomads trying to set up as much as they can. Here's the thing, I like Clash, but having Nomad as a direct counter is perfect. Especially when you just don't want to ban out Clash and waste it when there's more oppressive operators. But now I'm just trying to figure out what the plan is here, because they're leaving a hatch soft. They haven't opened it yet. Maybe it's a second pick. He is telling his teammate to do it, but they know it's too dangerous just yet.
Yeah, I think the one issue with Nomad versus Clash is the fact that Clash can now put down her shield, take out her gun, and shoot the air jab out. So it's not as much as it used to be in terms of a counter, as these the tracks somehow managing to go outside of the window. The Ying gonna push it in, have to win this gunfight on the stairs. Does end up winning that, but gets shut down by Deli inside of sight. And another jump in gets shut down as well. It's a 3v2 advantage, though, for Oblivion Gaming. They've managed to find all of these kills with these pushes from different sides of the map, as Danya has to go up these stairs or back down them. Just has to worry about this verticality. But this bomb site is on this first floor. Yes, the top floor has been given over, but you've lost a lot of members to actually take it. And last time around, we saw an almost clutch from the Ella. This time around, it has to be the clutch from the Legion, from the Clash, which is a pretty good duo to actually make this happen. They have to contend with the fact that SRAM is still alive, tearing up this flooring, getting this verticality in play, but this verticality could definitely come back to bite Oblivion in the butt if Legion can manage to find something through this rotate hole. Running, oh, the Gridlock was not actually looking through the flooring there, so the Legion gets away with one. The Flash going to come out, get eaten by the ADS. Gridlock's going to come over the flooring, and Legion dealing a little bit of damage. The jump down coming through from the Gridlock hits a Gumine, does manage to take out Plagito, and not quite able by the Clash, and the knife ends up coming through the blind, the flashes, everything coming through perfectly. The shield disappears for some reason in a replay, but it was definitely still there, and Drago, what a round.
Gotta say, I did not like to see that happen, but it did work out in their favor. The fact that they turtled. How would I put this? It became a hodgepodge very quickly. The two defenders were trying to get upstairs to try and get that upstairs manhill advantage, being on the high ground, but it did not work out in their favor. Getting choked off by the Gridlock as intended ended up costing them the round. Now it's a 2v4 for Project Zero. They've shown that they can defend. Now we need to see if they can attack. Bravo being switched and Gridlock and Blackbird being taken, Clash and Blackbird being taken off very early. Asami being taken just because she's way too strong on this map. I'd say that's a perma ban needed.
And some more interesting bans coming through. The Clash going to the wayside. I guess Project Zero just didn't want to have to deal with it after showcasing how much they relied on it in that first half. The Brava being taken away definitely shouts Maestro to me, but not going to be brought along in this first round. Still some great gadgets that the Brava could have stolen if left up and available. The Melusi as well as that Fenrir. But Brava being banned definitely shouts gadgets, gadgets, gadgets. So the Twitch going to be brought on board for the side of Project Zero. Definitely going to be useful if utilized properly. Going to this bar gaming bomb site to start off, we have 5 swaps already for the side of Project Zero, and they want to completely change it up, change who plays what, and try and deal with these roamers.
I think you might be right about dealing with the roamers, but I have a feeling they're planning to go for a plant. Having the Capital with the smokes and fire is going to help amazingly well. But then you've actually got the Grim, who's a perfect post-plant operator. If they're kept, he's a perfect attack operator. So now we get to see how they take top floor first and then immediately rush for site window. I'm calling it, that's probably going to have to be the play.
Yeah, the library control is definitely going to be useful here. Capital excellent at actually getting rid of any players in library. So looks like nobody is actually playing in that position just yet. So might not even have to burn those fire bolts for this position.
You're probably right about that, but the fact that they know upstairs is so reinforced, so heavily droned, they need this person on the office balcony to try and get a pick, or at least cause some havoc so someone else can rush them. Now, it's a minute left, 2 minutes left, and they still haven't decided how they're going to push this. They can see somebody's holding the top of Aqua, but there's the Flash, does not have the gun out on time, but has the frag. Shield does not get destroyed. That is a massive waste of utility then. But I believe that also destroyed her drone.
Yeah, the nade got hit by the window, just backed up as he threw it, and not quite going deep enough to get the shield. So gonna have to expend another nade if he wants to actually get it, but doesn't even have one in pocket, so there are no more nades left to get rid of that shield. So it is gonna have to be a push. There is no utility to get rid of it at all. So the Fenrir just going to be in prime position to deal with any of these players, but the first kill is going to go over towards the side of Project Zero. Not entirely sure how that happened. The flash going to come through. The push, you would imagine, comes through next, but the F not going to come in clutch to save his life. The 2 kills go in favor as the Legion on the flank, able to find 1 kill, not quite able to find the Legion was the attacking side, but Deli able to take down the Mira, and this round is all but done and dusted, and there it is. The attackers, Project Zero, find another round and go to 5-2 on the map score.
I've just got to say, that's harsh to swallow. Especially if you look at the replay now, you can see tried his best. He got back, got out of sight, but there's not that many options of getting back to Game Spar. So for now we have to go to kitchen. Maybe this can work out better in Oblivion's favor. Also, question for you, Deimos. Have we seen Deimos shoot through the floor yet? Yes or no? Because I don't believe so.
I don't think we have from our point of view. I think that it's mainly just been the Deimos on the roam clear, trying to find these players, but I haven't really seen a lot of tracks, a lot of floor banging coming through here for the Deimos, but there hasn't really been that many opportunities, as that was just the first round for Project Zero with the Deimos. If they even brought it, I don't think they brought it last round, did they?
I believe you're right, they switched the last time, but Oblivion did have it for 1 round, and it did not work as well as they wanted it to. So for now, we have a knock. No, never mind. Switch back to the Kebby. We do have a Captel, and Deimos was just a lie. It was a ruse for an Ashe. Ashe or Deimos, which one would you prefer on your team?
I mean, I guess it really just depends on what you want to do. If you want to be able to deal with a lot of this utility, like the castle barricades, the Ashe might be the better play. When Deimos, yes, is decent for the roam clear, but I mean, they have the Dokkaebi, they have the Grim, so maybe it's just a little too many eggs in one basket.
You might be right about that, but and they're still bringing a similar operator set. This time, because Blackbeard is not here, they've brought Monty. I have a feeling that that's probably not going to be their play meta. For now, it's waste as much time as they can. Oblivion's much happier just letting this time slowly tick away. Don't know what their play is going to have to be here.
Yeah, they need to clear out these roamers, as Fenrir just holding up this top board, getting on the cams, making sure it doesn't get flanked, know where this attack is coming from, because they know it has to come up top. If not, a rush plant through smokes and whatnot. The Warden not being available means that is definitely an option, as the Ashe getting in a gunfight here, just able to win it out against the Kapkan. They know that this Kapkan is a possibility now, so they are going to get rid of these Kapkan traps. Monty not going to lose his life to those explosives just yet. Finding these bulletproof cameras, this diffuser going to start to go down here with the Monty going down through the hatch. They weren't prepared for it, as the diffuser is still going to get stuck, but all the kills going in favor of Oblivion. It's in a 3v2 man advantage, but that case is down. The timer is now in favor of the attacking side. This verticality not quite working out in either player's favor, as both taking quite a bit of damage here, as it looks like they're both going to opt to go down these stairs, which is going to play into perfection for Riaz. The counter diffuse coming through. Riaz has to swing, finding the first headshot onto the player. The diffuse is off. It's all left up to this Capitao. Has to protect this Legion, goes down, has to win this last gunfight. The swing going to come through, and he wins it! And we're going to match point for Project Zero. A fantastic clutch there for the Capitao and the Ashe, as they manage to make miracles work and win the round.
I've got to say, every time it's come out to the peaking, sprinting power, just trying the best to quickly around corners to try and win these. But this is also another good team. They know how to do all that as well. So you have to think outside of the box. I've got to say, bringing Bandit, Frost, Fenrir, Souls, and Lucy now to kitchen shows that they're changing strat entirely. No longer bringing a Legion, no longer just hosting for time. This time, it's about keeping them out of sight. Yes, they were able to take it last time. So, change it up. Bring the different play. I would have probably brought Marina just so they can't hack it. Well, so it's no Brava anyway. But just so that they can't just walk straight into sight without taking a bit of damage or without alerting someone. But now, headphones needs to come on, earphones need to open. It looks like they've hopefully changed their plan. Project Zero only lost one John, know where the site is now. It's all going to be up to us how they want to hold upstairs. They brought the Fenrir, brought the Frost, but that may not be enough in the long run.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and we see 4 swaps coming through. The Sledge actually being brought along here, as well as the Maverick. So a little bit of an interesting composition here for the attackers. It looks like they're going to go for a more roam clear, second floor focused kind of attack this time around, instead of bringing in the Monty, getting that diffuser down nice and quick. Don't want to have to risk it when it worked last round, and the defenders are probably a little bit more prepared this time.
Well, as you can see, it's ringing out for them. It's hopefully going to work out for them, but we do get to see something I actually like. So, have you noticed what Solace's primary is this time around?
Yes, it is not a shotgun, which means it is not the correct gun.
It is the correct gun. This is how I play it. It doesn't matter. This is my favorite SMG, especially for Doc and everyone else. You gotta love the P90. But it's hopefully gonna work out better in Lucy's case with the MP5K. She might just try to go out. Sorry, that's just the P5. She might be able to go out and get a nice early pick on with one of these people on the roof. But now they have to wait. They do not have a lot of time to waste. Apatow's already in the building, so they've already got a good step to start. Wall open. But I know they haven't cleared it yet. They have to walk through directly. And oh, there's the first 2 picks, actually a trade as well. Fenrir taking off the board and Sledge. Losing an active ability like Fenrir and Sledge is so detrimental to the team, especially with a minute and a half left. But then there's the P90 coming up and getting Capital. That's a huge pick, especially for post plan.
Yeah, some nice kills coming through from the side of Oblivion, taking down the Sledge, taking down the Capital, which means this attack is going to be a lot more difficult to execute, especially with a minute 15 left on the clock. This Frost holding this position, going to get flashed, but not for very long. Going to swing out, though, and does go down, but Dodo able to take down Deli with the run out through Garage. Able to find that kill, absolutely massive to find a trade, keep the man advantage in favor, and Joker able to find Danya means that it's all going to be left up to this Maverick. Has to find all 3 members, 48 seconds left on the clock, has a diffuser in pocket just in case he does end up making it into a situation where he can get that down. But the Solace, with the ability to spot out that diffuser when it's being planted, means that it's going to be extremely difficult for this Maverick to actually get into such a scenario. 25 seconds left on the clock, 20 seconds drained, has to kill this Frost Mat, has to find these players, but they're all just sitting in sight. They don't want to give away a free round. Just so long as they play together, they play off each other, and don't let this Maverick get the 1v1s. Gonna drop down the balcony, has to make a swing here. The hole through the wall ends up being the death of him as Dodo manages to find the kill, does get down, but not finished, so it is going to be another round win. Not a death on the Solace's card there for that round, as Oblivion fight back.
I've got to say, I do like it when those trade like this, where it works out showing that it just came out to bad timing, poor planning, but they still have the ban left. This ban can be so impactful to either side one way or the other. You have to understand that it's 6-3. They do have 3 rounds to waste, 2 rounds to waste, and then 1 to take it to OT. But they need to win this as quickly as they can. Kaiden being taken off the board now. Whose bans are better in this case? Because I feel like Oblivion's bans this time around have been a lot more safe.
Yeah, the band's definitely interesting. Seeing the Grim being taken away, the Kaid makes 100% sense here. But, I mean, I feel like maybe another shield, maybe the Monty that has been fairly impactful for the side of Project Zero might have been a better band, but not going to see the Monty being covered just yet. Maybe the Twitch would have been a decent band, considering you are running the Mira, you are running the Fenrir quite often, as well as this Legion. Could have been a very useful ban, but I guess we're going to have to see exactly what ends up happening. Looks like Bar Gaming is the choice. Downstairs in this basement is where this Legion is going to try and protect. Going to try and see exactly what ends up happening. Is a lot of these doors getting barricaded off, which is quite interesting. It looks like Legion is just kind of barricading himself all the way in, or maybe just making it extremely difficult for this entry to come through from the basement area. Gonna see this library position being held, and no Capitao on the side of Project Zero.
You're right about that. With no Capitao brought, it's now going to have to be focused on heavy stuns and using smoke grenades. I mean, those Candelas are more important now since there's not a lot of cover they have on the side of the defense. Yes, Twitch has them, but Twitches are most likely going to be burned first. Here we go, first set. No, they're being prepared for this person holding the door. So, I have a question. Do you peek this or not? If you know there's somebody on rappel, do you peek it or leave it?
I mean, this is just an impossible angle to actually swing and win with the rappel, with anybody could be holding like on the ground level. It's just not an angle that you peek because you will get killed. There's no way to know exactly where this player is holding from. See the drones coming out, see that the hatch is actually open, so there could be somebody playing down in this basement, especially with all the barricades that the Legion made. The basement is definitely a thought in the mind of Project Zero that they have to be wary of. They don't know if somebody's down there until they've droned it. So it looks like this library clear might be coming through here as they start to drone. If Being's drone gets shot out right away, and they know that they have to contend with somebody playing in this position, and it is Warden, which means, unless they forget, this Candela is not going to have the impact that maybe this Ying is hoping for.
You're right about that. Ying being brought is always a great pick, especially for a late rush of sight. But if there's too many utilities and a Warden on the board, gotta worry about a lot more than you think. And especially if you know there's a Warden on the board, but you can see somebody peeking as well. When you're thinking of a Legion does get taken out, though, by the Twitch. A beautiful pick, but Offender answers with his own kill, taking out Striker. Another pre-fire, but cannot land the shots, so Kebby walks away with half health. Warden's still upstairs trying his best, waiting after the flashes ring out. It's a 4v3 with a minute left.
Jumping coming through the swing, and what are you doing? You have the case that's down. It's now in the hands of the Warden. You're not even using any utility. You're not using teammates. What is that swing? What are you doing? This Warden now has the ability to win this round single-handedly. All you have to do is just make sure you don't give up this case, or even just waste a lot of time and drop the hatch, as Twitch downstairs, all these players downstairs, other than this Dokebi, and they have to try and go for these kills. It looks like they're not even going to go for the case, which means you can't win the round because the Warden is not going to give up that spot. As one player goes down, Joker, the Malusi, getting taken down, but a trade kill coming through, and there's 3 seconds left. You can't kill all of them, and it's just going to be another round win for the side of Oblivion. An absolute blunder for the side of Project Zero.
I've got to say, Project Zero, that was not the round to play. Yes, you were messing about, that's fine, but now it's time to take them out. You've paid, you've wined and dined, but you cannot be the one being punished now. Malusi and Fenrir have been just so oppressive. What? Oblivion pull out the timeout. Yes, that's one way of doing it. I would have said because of their strats and the timing they might have. Maybe they have something in mind. Maybe there's a strat they want to use, but they have to talk it out first in greater detail. But for now, Project Zero, this is your best time. Use it. They've used their tactical timeout. Don't need to use yours. Just talk it out. Give yourself the best chance you can. But looking at the kill stacks, you can see who's carrying and who is bottom fragging.
Yeah, and I do like this timeout coming through from Oblivion. You've had a couple rounds where you've managed to win, but you can't let it slip now. You have to win 2 more rounds to send it to overtime, and you might as well talk it out because the bomb sites that they have played have been first floor, first floor, first floor, first floor. It has all been first floor on their defender side, and they've won 2 and lost 2. They need to make sure that they are well and prepared for this basement bomb site, find out exactly which bomb site they do end up wanting to go to, which they do opt for this basement, and they need to make it clean. They need to make sure that they keep on the momentum. They keep winning these rounds. Otherwise, they are out of these qualifiers.
Right about that. Looking at how they played this, I'm honestly shocked by the support they've got, but I'm also shocked by the lack of team coordination I'm seeing from them. But now, it's just going to have to come out to who is the better team. This round is the decider whether you end up going to OT, because I feel like at this point their morale on Project Zero is on the cusp of breaking. They have to decide how they want to win this. Hatches need to be reinforced. Smart plays have to be done, not too aggressive. But here comes the attacker lineup. You have Sledge, you've got IQ, you've got Ace, you have Capital, you have the Twitch. But you also have the most aggressive mirror I've ever seen who can get shot from the doorway because there's no castle on her team. But then you also have the rotate hole for Wine Cellar Door. I am shocked, surprised, and in complete awe right now. I do not understand the strat, maybe you do.
It's definitely an interesting one. They want to show something a little bit aggressive, but I mean, they had that timeout to talk it over, so it's definitely not something just out of nowhere. They've definitely talked it out. They have an idea of exactly how they want to play it, and I mean, I guess we're just gonna have to see what happens.
Loading new mag.
Right about that, but for now, we don't have a lot of options. The round starts off early. They know that there's a Legion watching it, so they can't just go for the jump into the window. They know there's people upstairs as well. This whole map is now being held. It's gonna have to come out to this. Capital can get the Legion, or somebody can go upstairs and clear it as much as they can. They probably could just rush site, but IQ's already jumped in, looking for the Legion, but can't find him just yet. Spots him going for the kitchen, gets the wall bang. Beautiful tip pick. Project Zero answering with their own, saying, yeah, we're done playing games.
And the G8 being brought by this IQ, a wonderful gun for these kinds of engagements, but does end up getting down the Fenrir with some beautiful shots out of Joker. This Sledge. Oh no! He stayed in the hatch. Joker takes down Deli. Joker, a one-man wrecking crew here for the side of Oblivion, taking down all these players. The Ace has to get the Gumine out of his foot. Gonna pick up this IQ, so the G8 will ring out yet again as Pukoto taking down Fantasy. So it is going to be a man advantage here for the side of Project Zero, but a lot of blinking health bars over on the side of Project Zero, as the Doc just going to be able to pop a stim, get back up to full health, as the Capitals inside, the smokes are going down, the diffuser you'd have to imagine goes down as well, but no, has to cross this. Trade kills coming through, as another kill coming in favor of Oblivion, as the finish comes through. Doc should be able to heal up yet again as another kill comes through for Oblivion. Project Zero, what are you doing? You have to be able to find these rounds. You had the advantage. You knew where these players were residing. You have to be able to find this. 20 seconds left. It's all up to the Capitao. Has to know that there's a player over towards this blue area. Not quite sure if he knows exactly where this last player is, but the player is up on this first floor, so has to go for this diffuser. But this player's being watched. This diffuser, no, he's getting run away from. It's impossible to try and win this. And it's not going to happen as Doc just runs away, survives, and the round goes in favor of Oblivion.
This is their last round of stop overtime. If they cannot win this, we go to OT, and Oblivion have a chance of winning this in a complete reverse sweep. Round 12, which should be the penultimate round, or everything in the past should have been. The moment they are cursed. They are trying the best, and there's the tactical timeout they needed. Thankfully, this does hopefully open up the time for Oblivion to talk. Their plans are working. Those weird strats are catching me off guard, as well as their opponents. But Fantasy getting shut down early in that previous round is something they're going to have to talk about and discuss. You should not be wasting your life that early. I'm going to ask you a very simple question. Is the Kaid ban the play here? Because it seems to have shut down Project Zero completely, even though he wasn't being brought.
I mean, the Kaid ban, Project Zero banned Kaid, definitely interesting. I feel like it really hasn't had the impact in terms of a ban as they would have hoped for, but their attack just hasn't seemed to find any kind of footing. It really was just that one round where they had Monty go in, they had the clutch end up coming through for the, I believe it was Captown Ash that ended up clutching up. And I don't quite remember how they won their other round on attack, but they need to find some footing here. They need to find a way to deal with this aggression coming through from the side of Oblivion, because they just haven't been able to get inside of the map and feel comfortable. They've brought out such strange and unique strategies from the side of Oblivion. Their favorite bomb site is this kitchen and dining bomb site, which used to be a very strong map a long time ago, or bomb site a long time ago, but a lot of teams managed to figure it out, and defenders didn't necessarily want to opt into it when there was the strongholds of Bar Gaming as well as the basement bomb site. And for the side of Project Zero, all they need is one. They have to do it now. They have to do it here after those 2 rounds of losing, and it just hasn't quite worked out the way that they had hoped.
You're right about that, but hopefully they have other answers to solve their problems. Because for now, they have 30 seconds gone in the round. They haven't droned as much as they would have liked to. There's still 3 drones in people's pockets, 5 are up on site. They know the top floor is being held tightly. They do not know about the Fenrir downstairs. But there's only one person on site one way or another. And there's the Fenrir now being spotted by a drone, meaning they finally have the intel. A lot of picks to tell them that nothing's on site except for one operator. So Wallbang's coming out from the 417, which slightly falls off. But now it's the Ash hunting this Fenrir, trying to see what she can find. He understands that he's not still going to be here. But they can take West Main, but Ash gets tagged from upstairs, top floor, meaning that the footholds are going to be a bit of a problem. Gotta ask you a question. We've got a minute to go, and I'm saying this Twitch has become more of an issue than anything else right now.
I mean, it's been interesting as a lot of gunshots ring out that sends walls going up. As Fenrir ends up winning the shot, Dodo has been so extremely good here, but the Joker ends up getting cut out. No, how? The DMR ends up ringing true through the wall, completely blind, able to find that kill, knows that a player is in this bathroom area. The Ying Candela is coming through, and it's into a 3v3 scenario. Monty just gonna push this castle off of this angle, the wall over there in the closet, not being opened up, but no, Fenrir, Dodo able to find a kill yet again, and Dodo is single-handedly carrying his team across the finish line here. It's just up to Deli and Skeptic to manage to secure this in regulation, as Fantasy drops on a site, and no, you have to check your corners. You know that that's the site, as it's all left up to this Ying. Has to find 3 kills in 30 seconds to manage to secure this. It's looking likely we are going to overtime here, as Deli has to find all of these, and all of the information is known for the side of Oblivion. Has to be able to get down to this first floor. We've seen this story before in a 1v3, dropping down these stairs into this crossfire. It's not happening. 10 seconds left, and this Ying is just running in circles, awaiting impending doom. The Free Fire not quite able to connect, and Headset cleans up the final kill. We're going to overtime in what looked like a surefire Project Zero win.
Just replay that round in your mind. They had 4 picks. They were a man advantage, losing it 1, fine, trade. But then equalizing it again, becoming a 2v3. They know there's players upstairs flanking, rotating. They have the drones. But I'm not sure if it's just no calls are being made or what the situation is. I'm genuinely confused with what's happened to Project Zero. Maybe it's just that they're feeling like they're getting caught out. Their answers, every question they ask is being answered rhetorically, and it's just gonna have to wait and see. For now,
Defenders, protect your
it's up
bombs.
to them how they want to play this. So going to Kitchen again, a site they've lost 3 times in a row. At this point, I would probably try to switch back to one of the other two that you can win.
Yeah, but unfortunately they can't tell the defenders to go to a different bomb site, as Oblivion has proven to be extremely successful when defending this bomb site, and Project Zero just haven't managed to find an answer. Yes, they start out on the attack, the side that they have played for the last 6 rounds. Is the answer finally solved? Have they finally found it? Or will Oblivion Gaming just keep on rolling just as usual and clean up this first round of overtime?
Hoping they do, because for right now, we have a much different problem to continue with. The fact that I'm calling it, this sledge might just try to go for a quick push through library, picking up that early space. If they do not join it, it could be massive for them, but for now, they're opening up games, we just have to wait and see. Okay, there's something I've noticed. When it comes to Chalet, everyone seems to choose windows, shoot them open quickly, push through. This sledge is now choosing to go in downstairs. He's the first one who's taking that early time to go through sites. But do you think they understand that, yes, site is first floor, there's nobody on the room, they've taken up so much utility, finds the castle, cannot go for the kill, but actually gets Pixel Sweep and taken out. But Monty does get the revive onto castle, takes him out by the jump in. Waiting to see if there's anyone else going for the above. Nope, gets the wall bang, finishes them off. Now it's up to the 4v3.
Yeah, they have to manage to find it here. They do have the Monty, so should be able to deal with these roamers. Down a member, though, is definitely going to be an advantage for Oblivion, especially when it was just the castle that fell. You lose the sledge, you lose the gridlock, which means this upstairs roam is going to be extremely hard to deal with if you do opt to go for a plant towards the site and don't opt for an actual push towards the site, or rather, if you do opt to go and push into the site and try to get that diffuser down without dealing with this verticality.
You're right about the verticality that has to be dealt with, but so does this Monty. The walking mountain has to be shut down as well, because if he's able to just walk through piano, he can give out enough information to call it that's going to help his team to win. Seeing that the Fenrir, seeing that the Legion's upstairs, and the Mute, they don't have a lot of choices. They know site is first floor, and they know there's only one person on it. They can hear him. They're trying to catch anyone trying to go for the rotate. They can see or hear it. There we go. Tells the shot, but only one taps and does not get the kill. Fenrir makes it back to site safely. That's unlucky. But now they go for the jump in. Sophia might be able to get a nice pick on one of these two players down here now, but they know there's still players upstairs above. But they don't know that the captain's actually switched places. It's going for the long flank. Sophia trying to go for the one tap to get the Fenrir, but cannot land the shots again.
Oh no, you knew the wall was open. Why is your back there? C4 able to find one as well as the captain. Traps finish him off. And oh no, disaster of a round for the side of Project Zero. They've gone from having a 4-2 lead to being down 7-6. Up against the match point as they swap sides to the defense where they were very strong, but they haven't had the momentum here. All of the momentum is in favor of Oblivion Gaming, and everything points to Oblivion Gaming managing to close this one out, as Project Zero had so many opportunities to do so, and they just completely botched it.
You're right about that. The fact that regardless of what seems to be happening, Sophia and Ash and Striker, Monty and Capital on the attack of Oblivion have shown that they know how to work it when they're on the defense. They know how to win it. But Project Zero shows that they're better at defense earlier, so maybe they can clutch it out. Has been coming down to a 2v3 most rounds for the side of Project Zero, regardless of attack or defense, so maybe they can have something else. But now, using the Royal Trap to hopefully block the fire, but if that's detonated by anything such as a Twitch drone or a nade, that's just not going to work out in their favor. I'm hoping they understand that that nade will have to come through one way or another, just try and open that, because they don't have the time to watch. The drones can't get past there, but if anyone shoots it, there's more hassle than it's worth right now. It's better just to keep the drones there and let them stare at you.
and it looks like they're going for a pretty extended roam here, playing this top floor, playing in library, opening up those hatches. Both of those impacts used for that. As the Deimos being brought on board, the Mute is going to be the direct counter here in this round. So Deimos has to be careful exactly when he chooses to use those scans.
You're right about that, but with no Kai Bandit... Sorry, Kai's banned, but Bandit isn't. They probably still could have brought it and tried to get wall, but now here comes a thermite charge. It's going to get the wall of A, and it's going to cause a lot of hassle. Mute jammers have been placed, yes, but only on the other two walls. But now, they don't have the time, they don't have the choice. They have to get these kills, the wall's going to get opened, and they're prepared. But Valkyrie gets a nice little tap onto the Nomad, causing a little bit of havoc, hopefully enough where Goyo can hide in plain sight.
Yeah, Goyo playing on these stairs, not having too great a game, 7 and 10. Couple players on the side of Project Zero with 7 kills. In fact, there are 5 players in this lobby all on 7 kills. A little bit interesting there, as we have had quite a kill-heavy game so far. As I don't believe there were a couple of rounds where not a lot of kills or not all of the kills actually came through, but it's been quite an aggressive game in this one, and definitely a good showing for both of these teams. As Drone gonna spot out a player playing in blue, this shotgun gonna prove absolutely devastating if they do opt to push into it, but Monty is the one player that might actually be able to deal with this shotgun up close and personal.
You're right about that, but the Deimos having 4 people on the defense scanned is bad enough, especially knowing that the only one they're missing is the Clash, I believe, and now they've got so much more trouble coming out for them because they've got both walls open, hatches open. They can safely go for B plant while being covered from above, but everyone's holding angles. 48 seconds. They do not have time. This 30-second meta will come out to bite them if they cannot get those kills to start swinging. But here we go. First one, Valkyrie's tagged but not finished. Another one coming out from blue. Striker does go down to the 2 players in blue. Clash swings and gets Deimos as well, running it out. And another one for Skeptic, coming that 2v2 that is needed. 30 seconds, plants going down. Monty's arched up, goes for it. Cannot get the kill, but faces him directly, goes for the kill. But cannot get it. Mute gets the round, evening us up, taking us to round 15. As a good caster man says, let's get ready to rumble. It's gonna get electric and put a shock to your system. 7-7 final round.
Mind blown. Why is the Monty taking that gunfight? All you have to do is stand there and be a nuisance. You have your teammate getting that diffuser down. Just wait for the diffuser to go down, and then you have an extra gun to help you. But taking that gunfight, dropping your shield is not the play, and you end up losing that round, likely because of that situation where the player with the case has to worry about the time, has to worry about both players swinging, as well as that Goyo canister that wasn't popped previously. Now, for Oblivion Gaming, you definitely have to be licking your lips here. You were down and out, but now you are on the defensive side, the side that has been the most powerful, the strongest side on this map so far between these 2 teams, and you get to be the one to close it out here. If you don't manage to close it out, then you're definitely going to be hitting yourself because you have had every opportunity. You have both of the defensive rounds in overtime, and they've looked extremely strong, especially on this first floor, which has been the bomb sites of choice here for the side of Oblivion and for the side of Project Zero. This is do or die. You had the advantage all throughout this map, and you let it slip away. You have the opportunity now to close it out.
You're right about that, but the spawn peek from Warden tells me otherwise.
No
but
way.
Melusi gets taken out as a wall bang rings out as well. The pain just barely seeing the slit in the bottom of the window catching Melusi's eye. Not what you want to see. Luckily for us, Melusi's gadget is passive. But a 4v5 is not how you want to start this round when it's the final round of the match.
And Warden almost catching out a player there on the rappel, jumping in onto that balcony as this Warden has to do everything here in this position. Already lost his mate over there by the window. The Melusi going down. And there's a Capitao this time around, as well as the Sense. Sense got changed a little while ago, so Warden can no longer see through, but the Capitao goes down. And the run out coming through from the Legion, able to take him down. And that's going to be devastating for the side of Project Zero, because they can no longer easily take this control in library. This Warden doesn't have to worry about anything at all. Flashes, nope, don't care. Smokes, nope, don't care. It's just going to be the Sens to contend with. But you really don't have to worry about it, because all that matters is the hatch control. As long as you're in that position, you can see down the hatch and kill anybody on that default plant position.
Having them go back to the one side they've lost quite handily a few times, but also won as well, is not what you want to be the starting play. They know they have to walk up close. He knows that the Warden's in the cover, but the C4 rings out, gets the Monty as well. A huge pick. Now it's a 4v3. There's still 2 people upstairs. You don't have the choice. The default camera was not gone, so the caller probably called him. But now they know there's a Fenrir. They don't know if someone's upstairs, but Fenrir actually does get taken out. Now it's up to the Sense to go for the Warden. Can't get it. No. Warden stays alive and gets the kill. We're only on half health though. But Striker is now worried for his own life. He's getting Fenrir mined and also stuck. He's just got to try his best to go for this Warden. He's too oppressive upstairs. He actually drops back to site, giving him a huge amount of opportunity. And 30 seconds. The exact time they need to either go for this plant or to go for the kills. But they don't know where the operators are, so they have to pick one.
Yeah, and Legion hiding away in the kitchen could be able to get a pick here, if not droned, as a lot of the drones getting destroyed here. This mirror window might actually get destroyed as it does, but no! The Warden able to kill everything he sees. GG's in the chat. Oblivion with the comeback of the century, able to win this map in spectacular fashion off of the back of a incredible defensive showing. And I mean, for Project Zero, that is not what you want to happen. Absolutely horrible way to end their tournament here in this qualifier. I'm not sure if they've managed to qualify yet to the next stage, but for the side of Oblivion, I mean, that is a momentous game to win, and you have to be feeling yourself after that. You have to be riding the momentum into their next match, and they have to be feeling good about their ability to come back, win in dire straits, and their mentality is through the roof after that one.
I'm sure you're right about that, especially for this qualifier. I'm not even sure how to count it, so if it comes to it, they went out early on Qual 2. They went out late in Qual 3, just doing a momentous run, as you've said. So, points don't matter right now. It's about getting through this lot. One way or another, they have to make it right to the end. The semi-final is the next session we're going through. This was the quarter. We have good news about the other matches that are going on. You have Ruijin versus Team Valor, but Team Valor 8 actually won. But you have Sacrifice versus Turks still going on, about to finish, and Kudor versus Wallace. Whoever wins between Wallace and Gromit and Kudor is going up against Oblivion in the semi-final. Whoever wins between Sacrifice and Turks goes up against Team Valor 8. So, only 2 more matches basically left on the board to be streamed. So stay tuned, go get a drink of water, go get whatever you need, and we'll see you guys in a second.
XXL Nutrition HQ. XXL Nutrition is the most popular online supplement brand in Europe. Our proteins, pre-workouts, dietary supplements, and of course our sportswear is developed with the greatest possible care. We are known for providing the highest quality products and the best service. Daily, we are working with a motivated team on new developments, promotions, and quality control to serve our customers in the best possible way. XXL Nutrition is an established name in the B2B and B2C market. Therefore, we can also be found in many gyms, supplement stores, and supermarkets. Offering the highest possible quality is the foundation of our brand. Only the best ingredients and materials are used for our products. Everyone at our company has passion for health and fitness. That's why we want to provide our customers, and of course ourselves, with the best products. We prepare all orders in our own warehouse, which has the capacity to process more than 10,000 orders daily. Thank you for supporting XXL Nutrition. We are XXL, the most popular brand in sports nutrition.
Shankers with 20 stories. Owen goes down, and the defense is holding on to Rodney and Ian Bowley have to try and pull Clark down, but a ton of weight last. All on the shoulder shoes right now.
Really, the drop is going to come through regardless, though. Oh, what a shot there from Morats, and what a second one as well. Turned around, well, no choice but to rush on in. Shoes gets one, unaware of the Pro Queen 2. What the Devils do? Charges it. A bit of the one time, makes the one down, trying to catch this player, misses the shots on to Rooney, finds them eventually, and that's a man advantage that's much needed for Diaboli right now. RWL goes up.
But he did not hit Project twice before. That's the last time Boston was a lot of pressure on site. Leon going down. They get Raxo out. It's going to be last for Mark forever. That is exactly. Here comes the corner swing, and wow, perfect time coming in from MP.
Onto the Monte is just so menacing as he walks up the stairs. The boss G will take off head banner, and he tries to pick off Monte.
Down, which is huge. That's going to be already all but one extra off the border. Holy crap! The swing!
That blunder. He just got the comms, but that's not going to be the case. State is going to kick us off.
We cannot choose enough view that there will be no unfortunate chain link of events, and just as we speak of those stands another challenger, the floor is drawn there, the Rotero gonna be popped, and the Legion looking for some trouble. It's okay.
Staircase being swung from both sides. Just has to be prepared, pushing the blue, getting timed bit by bit.
McCain
goes down. Oh no, and Legion gets two places as well. Now it's
Need to be in a tough spot. Look at this, they've got the players on the free, but here's the Hawkins behind the shot.
3v3. Three defenders like B site. 3v2.
early C4 pick if this gets anyone.
No, they haven't looked for. No. They
They're coming forward, double kill for all red. It's only going to be left up to Monty, but no! Able to pick up the first, and was that a down? Was that two players? No, it was a team kill for Marga because this defuse planted the C4 in the wrong position. But Marga will find the kill. Can they find the defuser? No, they can't. And what Marga does, it's winning! It's over! So, it'll be interesting to see if it does prove to be valuable for either of these squads yet. As oh my.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a bit of an upset for everyone, but a good one. This will be the last match of tonight. The fact that we're at the grand finals of Qualifier 3 is all because of something spectacular. A double forfeit, one on each side of the bracket. So we have one team forfeiting because they don't have a player or a sub. We have another team player stopping because they don't have an entire roster at the moment, because they need to go off and do their own things. They have lives to live. It's Sunday night. People need to go to church. So for tonight, we have something a bit unexpected. We have Oblivion Gaming, the people who are honestly making an underdog run of this. And sacrifices Ventus, another underdog team who did it yesterday. Two underdogs who've decided to come through this and absolutely dominate. So, for now, we're going to map bans. Herbos, you prepared for this?
Oh yeah, this is going to be exciting. We are continuing. No duplicates. Yes, we had a duplicate of Clubhouse earlier on, but that is going to be the only duplicate we see for this entire qualifier on stream, which is absolutely fantastic. And I mean, Consulate's definitely going to be a fun one to actually see. So much aggression is the possibility of this map, and surely we will be seeing it from both of these teams, with Oblivion showing that they can adapt. In that previous match that we witnessed them on, they adapted extremely well and really showed that they belong here towards this grand finals of the qualifier. As Drago, let's go ahead and take a look at these player cards. Already we do know for the side of Oblivion, but we haven't been introduced to Sacrificius Vinicius, or however you want to pronounce their name.
Okay, let me give you a quick rundown of Oblivion, if you've forgotten. We've got Dodo, somebody who absolutely destroyed on Chile. Hudson, or Hudset, as I've been told to pronounce it correctly. I apologize. We have a Tease. He just makes it look too easy. We've got Joker, who's just here for the bounce, and, you know, he likes to leave a smile on your face. With Fantasy, and sadly Lucifer's not here today. He might come in later on, but Fantasy's here to make your wish come true. Let's head on to the next team, Sacrificius Ventus, or Visicus, which, if I remember correctly, means farmers. Remember, it's the farmland. Plow the land would be a better case of saying it. But we have Nortic, Chinny, Tits, Elites, Sue, Big B Life King. That he wasn't there before, but he's now the new captain with JR7, who was there before. And then we've got Down and Days Alpha. We've got some great teams. I'm looking forward to seeing some great plays. We will not let this stop, and I will not let this shut down. So let's head into the match in a second. We'll see you there.
All right, Drago, what are the bans going to be? What are we going to see here from these teams to be gotten rid of, not to be seen for the rest of these qualifiers?
So, for the bans for qualifiers, I'm expecting them to have seen each other's matches, but also not. So, for now, Grim and Clash. Hopefully, Monty will be banned next. I'm not sure. We've got a Kite or Blitz, maybe. Probably a Blitz. But we can never know, especially with console where it's all spawn peaks for days. I'd be banning Vigil and Kavira, but that's just me. Blackbeard and Asami gone.
Yeah, the Blackbeard, definitely a mainstay on a map like Consulate. Can make it a lot easier to get inside of the map, especially on that top floor, and give you that potent gun power that the shields are typically lacking. Azami, don't even really have to explain that one. Just extremely annoying to have to deal with those Kiba barricades. As get our first round underway in these finals, and we're going to the top floor. We're gonna see the Pulse. We're gonna see the castle. As the famous Canadian lines said, I have the worst gun in the game and you have the best gun in the game. And Deimos is on the other side, and I'd say that's probably a pretty good gun to have. And I'm not talking about the AK, I'm talking about that pistol, especially on a map like this where there is so much soft flooring, so many walls. Deimos can prove to be an absolute menace on this map.
You're right about that. As much as I love Deimos, he is such a destructive gun when it goes through the floor. And the fact that we have a Pulse means that they could meet in the middle without checking. But I'm hoping Deimos actually has somebody on, like, just has Pulse tracked? Because if not, it's going to be disastrous. He doesn't. He only has smoke. That means that Pulse might be able to catch him off guard. There is a reason that you try to scan at least enough operators or try to catch them off guard early. If you don't, everything can go horribly wrong for your team.
Yeah, and already getting rid of some of those goo mines, making sure to scan it first to make sure that that Deimos has that as an option to actually track, as these castle barricades proving to be a little bit annoying for this attacking side here of SV, as a lot of explosions ring out, some destruction coming through as these attackers start to work their way inside of this map.
You're right about that, and the fact that Pulse is still got a C4 in the pocket means that they have to have some sort of plan, especially this post plant. They're in, they've cleared out the bulletproof, and that's Visa completely open. Got a question for you. Picking upstairs, you have the castle, you have there's Deimos having another 3 track, including the Pulse. That's much better. But do they know that they still have to take sight? There's still people down below which have not cleared, and that's going to be a massive disaster for them, especially with this Pulse C4 in hand. He might be able to rip it and hopefully get a massive pick on one of the 2 operators here. C4 goes out. Does not kill him, but puts him to half health. That's Lion tagged.
Yeah, a lot of damage there done on the Lion, but importantly, keeping his life, making sure that that C4 does not actually get the kill there. As Nade gonna come through, allow for the push here for this Deimos. Not quite able to find the kill though, even though the ping was there and all of the kills are coming through. Or Oblivion has another headshot coming through. It's just gonna be a trade in the end, as Oblivion, off of the momentum of their previous comeback, taking this first round, and they are imperious on the defensive side of pretty much any map.
Gotta say, that is not how you want that round to go. Just all the kills coming out for OG. Even when you had the advantage, you had the smoke scared you to the nade, you go for the swing and cannot win as a Deimos. Fair enough, that happens. But the rest of your team couldn't stack it. SV really need to believe that no matter what happens, they can take out Oblivion early. Because if not, it's gonna come down to what it is now. And that could just be a punishment roster going hard. For now, I'm wondering 2 things. Would you change any of the attacking lineup right now? Because I'm thinking they should be checking immediately. Bringing back the Deimos, keeping the Thatcher, switching the IQ, removing the Twitch. There's some of the changes I mentioned, but I'm not doing it all.
Yeah, I really do like their composition. The IQ to be able to deal with all of these F-Knots as well as the Valkyrie cams, finding out exactly where they are, being able to deal with them, Twitch as well, to be able to deal with the mirror windows as well as the Valkyrie cam. I don't necessarily agree with the Deimos pick. I feel like the Ashe would have been extremely useful, because if you're only relying on the Twitch to be able to get rid of these mirror windows, then, I mean, you might end up being disappointed. If those Twitch drones do get shot out, then you don't have an easy way of dealing with any of those mirror windows that could be extremely impactful, especially on this basement bomb site.
Interesting. That's a different way of taking it. Especially when I think that the Deimos is probably going to be the best help to help clear out this first floor, because they've got to go from top down, which is not the play you want to do, especially when there's a Valkyrie on the board. So bringing the Deimos and the IQ to help shut out as much as they can, with the sledge, of course, to cause some lines of sight to stop people. But there's a run out as well. That's a massive point of contention, showing that there is an Oryx on the board. And with Oryx being here, it's not going to be allowed to slide. They have to shut him down immediately.
Yeah, and the DMR able to shoot through the floor, open up some sight lines, maybe catch out some defenders on that basement, in his IQ proving to be extremely useful here. Getting all of these defaults, trying to find out all of these gadgets, and it looks like a little bit of damage onto the Legion. I'm not exactly sure where that was happening, but I think the IQ is scanning the Legion on a drone, or on a cam rather, and being able to do a little bit of damage there, just proving the usefulness of the IQ, especially in a meta like this, where there are a lot of gadgets.
I'm just looking as the Demos does get distracted, but remember, it's smart to use it as ping and then cancel it, because that gives them information where you are, but it also tells them where they are. That's a massive pick. Similar to how a Jackal track works, it's just Jackal but better, especially if you can turn it off and on. The only problem is you can only get 3 of them.
Yeah, and these mirror windows being spotted out here by the drones. Looks like Twitch does not have any more drones left, and both of these mirror windows are up and available for use for this defensive side. So proving that Twitch drone is not a surefire guarantee, as the C4 going to come out a lot of damage on the Mira, not quite enough damage to take down these players on this first floor. And this clearing of the roam has been really good from the side of SV, but they need to start pushing their way onto site. They're able to find a kill. Is Joker on this flank? The Valk somehow managed to find upstairs, and they don't know. The comms are not coming through as Etoile's able to, or getting shut down as more kills go in favor of the defense, as it's gonna be left up to a 5v1. It's just left up to this IQ to try and find all of these kills in 5 seconds. It's not happening. Joker with the Deagle able to take him down, and a fantastic round for the side of Oblivion.
Even if you look at the replay for that, that was painful. The flank just coming out perfectly and no comms, so the Thatchers thought, what's happening? Was he flanked by the Legion? He could hear the Legion running up on him, but it wasn't timed well enough. But now, they have a lot of threats going on, but they're not talking. Seems like OG has the teamwork. They have the setup. If you look at those placards on the back, it shows it. But SP do have something we all like to see. Donuts. All except for the Lion. All except for Stitz. If Stitz can have this, he could become a disaster for the OG attackers. Well, we're just going to have to wait and see. They're not choosing not to reinforce. Maybe Kai's going to get it in the time, but for now, they've made rotate holes. They've chosen the split site, which I do like. It's just if you don't know how to defend it or you're not coordinated enough, it's going to ruin your day.
Yeah, I really do enjoy this split site. There's so many different ways of attacking it, as well as so many different ways of defending it. You can have players underneath, maybe with a pulse or something like that, with Valkyrie cams, get a C4 up underneath, and deny the plan. As we see a run out, and it's gonna be 1 kill for each side, as Joker goes extremely aggressive on the Legion, which means so many goo mines going to be just left to rot, as when you don't manage to survive deep into the round, Legion not going to have the same impact as maybe before. But also for the Dokkaebi on the attacking side, you don't have access to any of those calls. If you get a kill, you can't hack those cameras. So it is going to be a pretty even trade for these sides, but I would favor the defense here because it is going to waste a lot of time, means that these roamers are going to be able to survive for a lot longer, as the calls are not going to come through.
You're right about that. They have taken first floor and bottom floor control going into garage. So that is a massive safety just being presented to them. The problem is they still have to keep pushing through all the way to server. There are still 2 sets of hatches and 2 sets of soft walls. Bulletproofs and reinforcements can come out. 2 brows are there to slow down the push even more. But they just have to keep wasting time. It's not going to work out for their favor. Here comes another 2 brow. It cannot stop it. It can get the ace charge. But for now, they're completely locked out of sight until that basically that final minute. They're going to have to rotate and try and go for somewhere else. Oh no, I just thought about something. There's 4 C4s on the board. There's 4 plants. If they try to push upstairs, there's 1 for each of them. That is an explosive ending.
And this is kind of what I was talking about. One of the ways to defend this site, play underneath, lob C4s up from under. The IQ has a lot of work to do here, being able to find these Valk cameras and being able to get rid of them. But it looks like this Lion wants to pressure underneath, which is definitely the way to go, as Be-Life King able to find one of those C4s of the Mute, which is also going to take down one of the strongest guns in the game in that shotgun. And that means that it's going to be a lot harder for this defense to hold on. 40 seconds left to go, though. Clock is on favor of the defense. So these attackers need to try and make space here. Need to try and take this and deal with these defenders. Gonna have the Lion Scan come out. 1 kill in favor of Oblivion, and a lot of damage going back and forth between this Lion and the Valk. 20 seconds left, have to go here. Stiz able to find a kill as Headset taking a lot of damage on this Kite and does end up going down. It's all left up to a tease, and this Lion Scan's going to spot him out. Able to find 1 kill, however. It's going to be up to the IQ and the Lion Scan. We're going to come out and it's going to find the IQ and the lowest HP player, and the Pistol's able to find it, and the defenders win the round. Oblivion with a fantastic clutch, and the Tuber out proving diabolically lethal, and OG take the lead 3-0 in the first rotation of bomb sites.
I've got to say, that is not what I was expecting to see. And they still had Piano set as a backup if they felt like not going back downstairs. That was just perfect. Oh, except for where it got a little dicey at the end of round 3. I'll give them that. They were able to hold it. Cuba was able to clutch it out by getting the defuse at the start. And then C4 perfectly timed. IQ just had to watch it and eat it. But now Dokebi and Valkyrie are now off the board, so those cameras won't be as useful to both sides unless you bring a Brava, or you just have to destroy them. For now, on the side of the attack, they're switching to Deimos, Flores, Striker. IQ and Sense could still be a big problem for the side of the defense, but they're not worried about it. They're going to console offers, so maybe the defense has some sort of plan set. But I'm just hoping that Vector has an ACOG on it, because they're going to need something with range here.
And he's just going absolutely crazy in that last round. A masterpiece of clutching. And they didn't exactly know where they were. They need to be droning a little bit better, find out where these players are, played a little bit more patiently. They thought the Lion Scan was going to be enough, but it just wasn't. He was in a position where he could get an easy kill and move. And even though the Lion Scan came out and he got tracked by it, it just wasn't enough. Seeing this castle, seeing all of the utility available to Oblivion in this round, it kind of makes me worried for the side of SV and Joker going out yet again for another jump out and able to find another kill on a key member of SV, this time escaping with his life intact. That's going to be the Flores down. That means these castle barricades are going to be so much more difficult to actually pop open.
God, I thought, especially with a goal on the board, something that I wasn't really expecting, has worked out in their favor. Hopefully, this can work out even better than I imagined. They're already upstairs. They know where the site is. They've cleared up enough. Well, he's in. He's got 2. He's got Castle, and now he's got Goyo track. They're going to open up as much as they can. They know they don't have to waste any charges because Spence has breaching charges. Yes, it's a hard breaching charge, but it's still useful nonetheless. But she actually gets shot through her own breaching charge by the castle. Oh no, it's through the drone hole. Even more disgusting shot. He knows someone's close, but he can't tell how close they are.
And the shotgun should be winning this, but the angle from further down, and he manages to get it with the headshot. Be Life King absolutely crazy with that shot. Nade gonna go out, shoots the default camera, and has this shotgun as the primary, with the pistol being able to be so devastating.
Gotta say, that's how I run Deimos. It works fantastic. 1 taps for days. The only problem they have to now is get rid of the bulwark and clear out from behind that vending machine. It looks like they have done it now. Goyo is going for the flank to join his teammates on yellow, because it can clear out as much side as they need. Hopefully, no, I might be wrong with this. Yeah, he's just gonna have to flank and try and cause as much havoc as he can, because there's only 3 people. Blitz is stuck on service, and he's now trying to push him up to the hallway. He can get flashed himself, so he's just got to remember this. Deimos jumped into the spiral. He goes for a kill, but Striker actually does get a pick onto Joker. Huge operator to lose. 3v3 now. Trying out as much as they can. Smoke canisters being wasted. All 3 have been used now. They can just go for the turtle plant if somebody can cover, but nobody's there, so he just has to wait and be his time. He's going to go for the plant diffuser, but Deimos is actually taken out, so Blitz has to peek and gets taken out as well. Well, Smoke just had to get the last kill as well on the Striker. Unlucky round. OG showing why defense is so much more favored on any map. Doesn't matter if people say it's a fair attacker sided or not. Once that shows why it's so good.
Yeah, really good round there yet again out of Oblivion. They are running the gauntlet here, going perfect on the first rotation, taking the start of the second rotation in stride, and they're already up 4-0 in what's looking to be a fairly one-sided finals here in this qualifier. Oblivion look absolutely devastating.
You're right about that, especially with the pain I'm going to see here. Looking at how this is rung out, I'm worried about this match ending up being a 7-0 again. I'm hoping for not. I'm hoping for that SV's defense is a lot stronger. But OG's just been an abomination this time around. They've been winning hard. They've been showing up even harder. So let's see what they can do.
Yeah, going back to this basement, still bringing the Fenrir, still bringing the mirror, and the Capcan might prove to be deadly if it doesn't actually get droned out here.
Well, no Deimos this time on board, so no tracking operators. But for now, a Capcan spawn pick hopefully going to ring out from the side of the spawn. He's jittering, he is nervous, but he's going to back away from that bathroom window. And now, just trying to keep as much, retail in pocket as he can. Oh my god, somebody has shot out the thermite from the window, stopping the breach. I do believe that was either Legion or Fenrir. It was Fenrir. He shot out the hard breach charge, so they can no longer take the tunnel. That's one. That is one thermite charge gone. Legion waiting, trying to get a shot, but they actually have a bigger problem now. As we can see, we have a nice little flank coming along. If people don't understand, her gadget only goes down when she's moving, standing upright, sprinting, or shooting. So for now, Nox able to come into the building without being seen and cause enough havoc where people aren't going to care because the teammates have just walked in going for the kills. Capcan's not going to know about Nox being close, but does get the gridlock. Does pre-fire the Nox, actually gets the kill.
No way!
Goes for the third as well, getting multi. That's the diffuser going down as well. It's just up to the thermite where he can see him and just going for the quick link. Tries to go for the pre-fire, but cannot land the shot.
And Joker going absolutely massive with the pistol as well to find that final kill. And it's just going to be left up to this thermite, and he's shaking in his boots, able to find the headshot and shut down Joker's evil arc of terror. As Joker with a sad face in the chat. Thermite still has to find these last 2 kills, 1:20 left in the clock. Still plenty of time to work with. Gonna use a thermite charge just to open up the flooring, maybe open up the wall, create a little bit of sound distraction as these shots gonna make a pretty useful angle here. Gonna be able to kill that mirror window out, and the shots coming through, not quite able to connect either side. Able to get both of these mirror windows, so not too bad. Has to be careful about how far he backs up. Smoke's gonna go down. Gonna create a little bit of distraction with that thermite breach charge. As drops into side, does not have diffuser, so has to go for these kills. 40 seconds left. I'm not sure where that diffuser is, but it's not going to be a factor in the rest of this round. We see it there in that lobby area and goes down to the TCSG of the Kaid. Just on the edge of that smoke is being spotted, and another round for Oblivion.
Gotta say, that's a nasty spot angle. I did not even know you could get up there, so that's something new to learn for me. Biggest problem is going to be, which I do love to bits, is the fact that we are seeing these great plays, we are seeing these dirty ideas, but when you were asking about where the diffuser was, it was still upstairs. Capcan had killed the gridlock and she had dropped it. He'd left it up there. So if he had actually went back to where he killed Capcan, he might have been able to get it. But he didn't know that the only 2 operators left were both on site. He thought it was just the mirror. Didn't work out in his favor though. Now we have a 5-0. The last round of the defense, and then the attack for Oblivion.
Oblivion has been extremely solid on this defense, and I mean, it really goes to show Joker and Atiz going absolutely insane in separate rounds for the side of Oblivion. In the previous matchup, it was Dodo that was actually the top fragger for the side of Oblivion. So the fact that they can show going into the next stage of this Voltage series, they have players, multiple players that can show up when needed, can show up when they are called upon, is going to be absolutely massive for their chances of progressing.
You're right about that, and as you can see for the final matches of the day, it's not working out in their best favor because SP really need to clutch this up. But remember, qualifying is everything for this round. You need the points, you need to win. You need to come to the ending. Yes, some of these teams may have played early, but they didn't make it to the semifinals. So now they need to win this out or try and hope they have enough points. This would completely keep their victory right now, but still getting the cameras. Hopefully clearing out enough of first floors they can, and they might be able to rush, go for a quick round. Got down what's been causing them so much trouble. There's a Twitch drone being taken away. They hear the players upstairs, so they know that's important to try and go for it. That's not good enough to have anyone go through it, but they do actually clear up sight enough. So now it's up to the Sash with the G36C to hopefully make a round. I'm gonna ask you, G36C or R4C, which do you prefer?
I mean, before I got the black ice for the R4C, it was definitely a G36 meta, especially when Yana was extremely strong, but I do enjoy the R4C quite a bit, and I'm kind of confused what the Legion is exactly shooting at there, as Mira window is up and available for the Mira, and oh my god, Joker, you have to be kidding me. That is absurd shot, the almost kind of midway between hipfire and ADS, landing that headshot there onto Itolis, as the jump out is definitely ambitious there, but gets shut down very quickly by the Lion. I'm not entirely sure exactly what the Mute was thinking there, but into a 4v4 with a minute left on the clock. This execute has to happen now, and it has to happen well, because for the side of SV, they need this round to have any hope of a comeback into the series. But no, it's a double kill for Joker. He's an absolute menace on his Batman arc, just taking down everybody in line of sight as a C4 kills himself, but Fantasy able to get the trade kill, I guess, onto one of the players of SV. I'm not entirely sure how that happened. His headset from the head holes on the top floor, able to take down another player. It's all up to the Twitch of Jaya. 1 in 5 has to make it 4 and 5 to have a chance in this round, in this map, if I'm being honest. Has to find these kills. 10 seconds left. Fenrir creeping up. Joker wants to make it another one, and down goes Jaya as Joker is just running around killing everybody.
I've got to say, it's not something you love to see, but it's something you have to see. 6-0, round 7. This is intense, because regardless of what happens here, we need a winner. We need a victory. It's overtime now. If they can't take it, it's going to be Oblivion's. 6-0, first bans are Sammy and Grim. I'm hoping we get to see some changes, maybe a clash, maybe a Thatcher, something just to take someone off the board for now.
Yeah, the Azami and Grim going to the wayside for now. Grim, extremely powerful, like you've mentioned before. The Azami, extremely powerful as well. Clash is going to be banned, as well as the Ying. So maybe SV just want to get rid of things that are maybe boding for a kind of a rush, because right now all Oblivion needs is just kind of one pocket strat to give them that singular round to win the finals and take the qualifier number 3.
You're right about that. I'm very sad, yet happy to see that Capchow has been removed for Blackbeard, so they are playing this seriously. OG have learned their lesson from their opponents last match and are not going to let even the smallest thing slide. You gotta be careful, because you have to remember 2 things. To qualify, you need 100 points or to win a qualifier. Those are your 2 requirements. Both these teams don't know how many points they have unless they've paid attention to the original statistics. So they are fighting tooth and nail SB have not given up yet, and I have a feeling that they're planned and prepared to shut down as much as they can. But maybe a Legion run out. That could be quite interesting, getting an early pick to help his team. It's also a Legion, so his goo mines would be just as helpful, but we're just gonna have to wait and see what the plan is. Maybe the super shotty long range. He's prepared, he can hear them, he's ready. He's just got to time it in his head.
It looks like he might actually go for it. There's a player on the rappel, not quite ready. He's going in. He's missed his timing completely. And he's just going to have to seclude himself to reinforce this. Deimos managed to get in and managed to get a kill. That run out would have been perfect to actually help him secure this round. As a tease goes huge, gets 2 kills. That run out might have cost them the round if that timing might have been just better. As the pre-fire on the doorway, not quite connecting on anybody, as the shotgun does manage to shut down a tease, so it is going to end his reign of terror on this round, as Legion finally going to actually reinforce this wall. I can't believe he's actually getting away with this.
I was going to say, I don't think I would have reinforced. I think I would have went out for the Capital at that point, but it's just not the case. They got very unlucky this time around. There is a Blackbeard in Visa office now. It's still a 4v3, so it's still winnable, but that Twitch drone is taking away all the utility, taking away any advantages they might have. Their best option now is to waste enough time or hopefully get their picks one-on-ones. Because right now, refragging is not an option. You do not have the man count for it. So, a minute 30 left. Zof, sorry, that's a Gone 6 charge coming out from this side of Capital. But it just stuns the players for a couple seconds.
Yeah, it did actually get that Malusi gadget that was on that doorway, so really nice usage of that Gone 6. See, this wall did end up getting opened up, and Ace just jumps in, kills a player, and gets traded. But like you mentioned, the trades are always going to be in favor of the team with the higher man count. That is going to be in favor of Oblivion. All they need to do is find 2 more players, and they will have won the finals. They will have won this qualifier number 3, as Jaya doesn't want to let that happen. Out and finding Joker with the headshot with that SMG-11. Smoke canister is going to ring out true. No more in pocket, however, and still has to deal with this DMR, with this Blackbeard to actually close out this round. These Legion goo mines are going to be impactful here, but not anymore as Shinny goes down. Whatever's on the floor is going to have to stay there, as it's all going to be left up to this Smoke. Has to manage to find this Blackbeard, and it's going to be a very tall task. The beat not going to show for long enough. No, able to find the kill, but not quite able to find the next one. Goes down in Oblivion. Take a 7-0 win on Consulate and find themselves a victory in this finals of the qualifier number 3. GG's in the chat, and a fantastic job there out of Oblivion to manage to secure it.
I've got to say, I was not expecting any of that. The fact that it worked out that way is... what's the best way of putting this? Disastrous, funny, electric. It put a shock to my system, yes. But as I can say, it was entertaining. Nonetheless, we got to see some weird plays, some funny plays. Now, we're just going to have to hope for something new, something different. Because that's the end of the qualifiers, people. Every team that's qualified, a list and a post will go up in a moment. So don't leave just yet. The standings and brackets are going to show up. Here we go. We get to see them early.
And the qualified teams that made it through to the next stage. Definitely some interesting names. Definitely some expected names on there. Turks, Panathone, Oblivion actually making it through and qualifying. Sacrifice, Vinicius made it through as well. Diavoli made it through, as well as Team Secret. Project Zero, which we saw earlier. John Terry, DK, I believe, won the first qualifier, making it through. And yeah, a lot of these teams making it through expectedly, and maybe some that were a little bit unknown before this, like Oblivion Gaming, like Sacrifice, Vinicius. At least for me, a little bit unknown. Diavoli, definitely unknown, definitely expected. Turks, definitely expected as well. And is there any name on here, Drago, that you find particularly surprising?
Actually, most of them are quite surprising. I could give you 5 off the top of my head, but I'm going to keep it to the main 3. Instead of having Team Valor, we have Team Valor 8. We have John Terry. We have Cajun. Yes, and then Good Intentions. Backshot Boys, which surprised me. Every one of these teams is good. They played to the qualifiers. They did work. We had them streamed. Every team was actually streamed, so nobody went through under the radar. And now we get to see the next play styles. So I just want to say a thank you to myself. I'm joking. Thank you to Erebos. Thank you to, we've got to say, Rowan. And thank you to our lovely observer today. I'm going to butcher this name. Mimi? Omash?
Mish.
Mish. But thank you to everyone who's here. Thank you for every team that played for us today. Thank you for everyone who qualified and won. Thank you to every team who didn't make it through. And to the Rainbow Six team that letting us use their channel. Thank you. Welcome to Voltage Series. We'll see you all guys coming soon. Bye-bye.
dance.